A committee in Parliament and the House of Lords as well to make the decision. So we need only US President to stop what Keir Starmer is doing, giving away sovereignty, land belong to the people of British to a foreign country.
And Callum, you asked this lady exactly what she wanted to see out of this meeting.
We want the deal to be stopped and to respect the right of self-determination for Sagoshan, and then to not paying our UK taxpayer to a foreign country. They said 47 billion they're willing to give away to Mauritius for free, like that. We want that money to resolve the crisis here in the UK for homelessness and so on, pensioners, NHS and so on.
So that's that lady's view, Callum. And of the people who are there now while it's all going on behind the walls, and what is sustaining them? Because they can't see much at all.
It's the intrigue, I think, John. It's the fact, I think, that woman was getting at there. This idea, this feeling that Trump is someone who changes things. She is basically placing, and indeed her group of friends there as well, they're placing their trust in the President of the United States to change the outcome of that Chagos Islands deal on their behalf. And whoever you speak to here, there is an awareness of the significance of President Trump and his character and his personality and his decision-making and decision-directing ability at this moment in time. Now, surely Sir Keir Starmer wants to try to influence him, as he has been doing since Inauguration Day back in January, trying to influence him into what would be perceived by him at least to be the right course of action on any number of things, whether it's on tariff deals, whether it's on Ukraine, whether it's on Gaza, and trying to work out a peace settlement, a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. All of these things, the power rests with President Trump. I think that's the intrigue here on the streets of Windsor. We actually spoke to a few Trump supporters earlier who engaged loudly, vociferously, with anti-Trump type who were on the streets here as well. And that level of discourse, who else in the world provokes basically a row on the streets of Windsor in that sort of way? He is a man who causes so much friction, I think. And I think it's that intrigue that brings people onto the streets here, as well, of course, as the spectacle and the pride, perhaps, in what it is that Britain can put on by way of a full display today, including, in the next few minutes, the beating retreat. So this is actually Trump's first event with Sir Keir Starmer, which is sort of already underway, actually. Some of the military bands are already playing and marching onto the East Lawn at Windsor in anticipation of this next part of the day.
I can see a live picture feed of the bands of the Royal Marines clearly in the front of that formation. I think it's the Coldstream Guards marching behind. They're going to be together on, I think it's the East Lawn of Windsor later on for beating the retreat, which is not what it sounds like. No one's running away. This is about a tradition, time-honoured military tradition. We'll talk a bit later on, Callum. Look forward to that. Callum MacDonald there.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Now, Downing Street and the Palace, as we've heard, are utterly focused on giving Donald Trump the royal treatment today, hoping it'll pay dividends in the talks with Keir Starmer and the President at Chequers tomorrow. I can now talk to Lee Turner, who's a former ambassador for this country to Ukraine, also the author of Lessons in Diplomacy, Politics, Power and Parties. Hello to you, Lee.
Good afternoon, John.
It's great to have you here. Lee, what are your realistic hopes of how this state visit may serve Britain's interests?
Well, it's this visit by the president is quite a minefield, isn't it? Not only for him, but also and particularly for Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. The background could hardly be less propitious, with Peter Mandelson, the British ambassador for 7 months, being fired last week because of his connections to Jeffrey Epstein, at a time when accusations are swirling in the US about President Trump's relationship with Epstein in the past. Something which troubles Trump's own supporters, his MAGA base, although Trump, of course, says that messages from him that seem to have surfaced are forgeries. Then we have these US politicians and business leaders, such as Vice President Vance and Elon Musk, getting directly involved in British politics, something that most Brits don't like very much. And we have these protests planned and security challenges and so on. And meanwhile, Keir Starmer is trying to get a good outcome from the visit in terms of geopolitical issues. Your correspondent was just mentioning them: Gaza, Ukraine, possibly getting somewhere on other big issues. It's a really difficult background, this, John. And I think the key question for most people is whether you love Trump or hate him, is it reasonable for other countries, including the UK, to cozy up to him in the hope of getting a better deal, whether it's on big geopolitical issues or whether it's on flogging our very excellent Scotch whisky to the States, or getting cheaper tariffs on steel exports, or whatever else it might be.
Yeah, I mean, all of those things come with their own perils attached. And even one of the sort of choreographed highlights of this trip, the announcement of new tech investment plans, even that's pretty sensitively, isn't it? Given the president and the tech companies of America's concerns about monitoring content, about levying digital taxes and so on.
It's really awkward stuff, I must say. And whenever you have a big summit like this, especially one that's been in the works for a long time, you tend to get a kind of packaging up of announcements, investments that may be happening already, but which are eye-catching. So we've got a series of them. We've got this company, NVIDIA, which makes chips, US chip company, promising to invest around £11 billion, Microsoft $30 billion, Blackstone, which is a US investment company, investing $10 billion in something called the AI Growth Zone up in the northeast of England. These are great announcements, but the timescale is so long that it's rather hard to judge their real impact. And what we're all waiting to see is, are we going to get a cut in the 10% tariff on UK whiskey exports to the US? Will we see something concrete out of this? I don't think it's a bad idea, to try and be nice to Trump in terms of getting concrete results for the UK. And of course, today's program, this kind of royal element, the pomp and circumstance element of the program, is in a way the most manageable. President Trump seems to really admire the royal family. He seems to crave the recognition that he gets from being hosted in Windsor Castle. I mean, who wouldn't want that? And as your correspondent was saying, the entire program is being held in a kind of vacuum jar away from the media and the public, whereas tomorrow is going to be much tougher and a much more political part of the program, with a press conference. And of course, between now and whenever Air Force One lifts off, I think at the end of tomorrow, Sir Keir Starmer will be desperately hoping that nothing goes badly wrong.
Yes, absolutely. The sort of the banana skin moment, the unforeseen, or the known unknown, as Don Rumsfeld might have put it, the dangers that might just jump out that everyone thought might actually happen. In a nutshell, do you think, King Charles, so admired by Donald Trump, we know all of that, do you reckon he'll be given, or would he want, advice or coaching on how to use his time with Trump? Or is he, do you think, just too experienced a hand to want that or need that?
Well, King Charles, I've met him many times. He's a really impressive operator. I've seen him in a number of countries, and he knows exactly how to make anybody he meets, whether it's the tea lady at the place he's visiting or whether it's the President of the United States, he knows how to make them feel important. And he will be pulling out all the stops today, King Charles, along with other senior royals, to try and make Trump feel that he's getting the full works. I mean, it is extraordinary that Trump has been given a second state visit. I think previous US presidents who've had a second term have just been invited for tea at the palace or lunch as part of a working visit, whereas Trump is getting flyovers and ceremony and people in funny costumes and bearskins and so on to make him feel even more important. And King Charles, I give him a lot of credit for this. He's an expert at dealing with people. He's an expert at making people feel special, and he doesn't need any coaching at all. I think I'm hoping he might coach President Trump a bit.
All right, Lee Turner, former British ambassador to Ukraine. Thank you. Now, as promised, Katie Balls, the Washington editor of The Times, who's joined me in the studio. Hello to you, Katie. Good to see you. Donald Trump wanted a show. He wanted some great pictures, and he's getting all of those that he could have hoped for, though it's rather odd to see the British public, or that part of the British public that's in Windsor, on the other side of a tall wall. It's about flattering Trump's ego, no question about that. But he doesn't seem to mind that one bit, does he?
No, I mean, I think that Donald Trump is in many ways quite transactional, and he's quite clear about what he likes. The royal family, compliments and gifts, and they have all been in high supply today. So it's not a great shock that Donald Trump looks pretty happy right now.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a visit which, when we talk about the importance of both sides, there's an importance for the UK government in terms of the deals, in terms of the long-standing relationship. You speak to figures on the White House side, and the main importance seems to be making the president happy.
I don't know how big this is in the newscasts of America, where you've just come from. I mean, I do know, the American public do sort of like a royal show, at least that part of the American public that Donald Trump sees as his own. So from that point of view, it's a useful exercise, if nothing else.
Yes, I think it's useful in that sense, and it is getting some attention, of course, in the States. I think that lots of Americans feel very fondly about the monarchy still. There's a huge royal following. You look at the royal audience, the audience for royal coverage, and so forth. So I think that this is generally seen as a very positive thing over there. Of course, the question is, what does it lead to? Does it need to lead to something? And I think looking ahead to tomorrow, because today was always going to be, in a way, the nice bit.
Yes.
There's not any microphones, really. We haven't had much in terms of questions. We'll hear a little bit, perhaps, from speeches at the state banquet tonight, but it's still very carefully curated and organised.
Yes.
And therefore, could anything come to taint it, or will Donald Trump have the fantastic 2-day trip he wants before, in many ways, getting back to serious business? Because I think from the US side, the main things that matter to the administration are actually coming up back home, where it's United Nations Assembly. Of course, it's Charlie Kirk's funeral on Sunday. This is almost the brief holiday before having to get back to business.
Yeah, as you say, tomorrow it gets more serious. Tomorrow is about politics and business. The meeting with the Prime Minister at Chequers, and then there's that news conference, and every notebook and every microphone are going to be poised, ready for some unscripted, controversial moment, something that disrupts all the carefully planned announcements and all the cordiality.
Exactly, and I'm sure, if we're being completely honest, there'll be some disappointment amongst the journalists in the room if Donald Trump sticks to the script. He has, I think, in his second term been a bit more on message when he wants to be. Of course, we've seen those Oval Office bouts where leaders have emerged scathed. The South African leader, when he played his video merge of clips that were later shown to be wrong in various places, and also Zelensky, of course, the infamous meeting. But that tends to be when he wants to say something. When he wants to play nice, he will, and therefore there is a chance that it goes fairly smoothly. I think the big question actually really is, how much does Jeffrey Epstein come up? Because I think that would be difficult for Donald Trump as well as Keir Starmer.
All right, Katie Balls, great to talk to you. Let's talk again very soon. Now, over at Windsor Castle, they've started that ceremony, that ancient time-honoured ceremony, the beating of the retreat. Let's just have a listen. Okay, there. You heard them here. The band of the Royal Marines beating the retreat. I've been watching to see if there was any sign of that roaring fly past by military jets overhead. The Red Arrows, they're due to be coming over at about this time. As I was saying earlier on, the original plan was for American US Air Force F-35s to be part of that mixed squadron fly past. But the Americans, I don't know, maybe they just haven't got what it takes to flying out when the weather's not so good. I don't know. Don't want to offend our American visitors. So more coming up. We're going to be bringing you more conversation, discussion about the President's visit to Windsor Castle in the course of the programme. Now, it is 4:24. I'm John Pienaar on Times Radio with Barclays Corporate Banking. See you tomorrow, clearly, with Big Picture Banking from Barclays.
If my call to the bank really was that important to them, why am I kept waiting? news.
So, back in London, a Stop Trump coalition demo has been marching through central London to Parliament Square this afternoon. As many as 50 different protest groups thought to be taking part. I can talk to Times Radio's Rosie Wright, who is there in Parliament Square. Hello, Rosie.
Afternoon, John.
Hi, and do tell us what's been happening, Rosie.
Yeah, a significant demonstration taking place in the middle of central London today. I know you've just been talking about music. Well, Trumpets Against Trump have just walked past me, and I'm sure you can hear music in the background. They're one of many different protest groups, organisations, charities, trades unions, who've decided that they've got one thing in common, and that is that they didn't want this state visit to go ahead. And in fact, they're sort of aghast that the UK Prime Minister was prepared to say, come for a second time. Now, they've been marching from Portland Place. If you know central London well, that's sort of the centre of Oxford Circus. The crowd started moving about 3 p.m. and they've congregated now outside Westminster. And in the next hour or so, we'll hear from some speakers. We're expecting Jeremy Corbyn, the former Labour leader, some Labour MPs, Bel Romero Addy, and the new leader of the Green Party, Zach Valansky, to address the crowds that have come today.
Well, it sounds lively. We can hear that behind you, Rosie. I mean, is it a big turnout, and have there been any counter-protests?
It's such a difficult question, the size of the protest. I have to say, at 2 o'clock when everyone gathered, I think there was a sense of nervousness amongst organisers that there wouldn't be numbers that they were anticipating. However, and it's so difficult to tell at this point, we're definitely talking in the tens of thousands. We'll get an update from the Metropolitan Police a little bit later on. Inevitably, whenever you ask the police, you get a different number from the protesters. We'll have to wait on that. But you mentioned counter-protests. Well, the Metropolitan Police have imposed a counter-protest. They've imposed conditions on a counter-protest that's taking place just down the road from me. I haven't seen it myself yet, but they say those taking part must remain within a red marked-out area that they've made clear. And there are, John, many police here to police the event. We've got 1,600 police officers. 500 of them have been deployed from other areas. I was speaking to police officers from the Welsh Police Force. Some of them are here, some of their colleagues are in Windsor, to make sure, and I haven't seen any skirmishes at all, but if anything like that happens, they've got a significant police presence here.
Right, so no trouble. And the mood, how would you sum up the mood?
I think the mood is pretty positive, but actually defiant. I've got a couple of protesters with me. Do you want to just very briefly explain to our listeners why it is that you've come today, why you're determined enough to take the afternoon to take part in this march?
Absolutely. We're meant to live in a so-called free Western democracy, but we're seeing a backslide into authoritarianism led by Donald Trump. And I think it's imperative on anybody who stands against his breed of fascist right-wing politics to turn up and show our government and the world that we oppose him.
This is a democratically elected president, ally of the UK. The Prime Minister needs to have a relationship with Donald Trump. Why are you so unhappy by this second state visit?
We're rolling out the red carpet for this generation's Hitler, and I don't say that lightly. History's not going to look kindly on this. We didn't have to give him a second state visit. That was a choice. They're rolling out the red carpet, and it makes me so angry.
John, that gives you a flavour, and actually of the protesters you speak to, because they come from such a wide range of groups. There are sort of environmental protesters, they're here for women's rights, there's groups who are demonstrating against what's happening in Gaza. The one vein, though, that runs through them is they think the second state visit shouldn't have happened, and Donald Trump should not have had that second invitation.
Okay, Rosie, I mean, with the large number you described there, let's just hope it stays peaceful. Rosie Wright there in Parliament Square. We'll catch up with Rosie later on the programme. And in a moment, after the news, we'll get the latest business news, and I'll be talking to the royal historian Robert Hardman, who will give us his thoughts on the King and his soft power influence. It is now 4:29, just coming up to 4:30. Time for the news with Tom Noonan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you, John. These are the latest Times Radio headlines. Donald Trump and the King are viewing a ceremony of marching bands from both the UK and the US as part of the president's second state visit. That's the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps playing Yankee Doodle on the grounds of Windsor Castle. Watching the ceremony, along with the President and the King, are other members of the royal family. The President's entourage and guests including the Prime Minister. President Trump has laid a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II in St George's Chapel and will be treated to a state banquet this evening. The visit is mostly taking place within the grounds of the castle with little public access. Times Radio's Callum MacDonald is with the crowds outside in Windsor.
There's lots of people here hoping to spot something. The other sort of groups of people that are here, there are some people with Union flags and with American flags. There are a few people wandering around with Make America Great Again red hats on as well. And there are others that have got various posters and placards pointing out perhaps President Trump's flaws, as they might see it.
We will keep bringing you the latest from Windsor throughout the afternoon on Times Radio. A former Labour councillor has been charged over Westminster's honey trap scandal. 28-year-old Oliver Steadman is charged with communication offences and blackmail. The prime suspect in the disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been released from prison in Germany. Christian Bruckner's completed a 7-year sentence for raping a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal in 2005. And MSPs are expected to approve justice reforms in Scotland, including the scrapping of the verdict not proven. They are also likely to vote to establish a specialist sexual offences court. Don't forget, you can set the Times news briefing as your news service on Alexa.
This is Times Radio.
If my call to the bank really
This time it's the boss of Barratt Redrow. He's told shareholders to expect limited growth over the next year, despite the enormous amount of kite flying, as he calls it, by the government around possible changes to stamp duty later this year. And that obviously comes off some pretty dire data earlier this week on the housing market that showed house prices in decline for the first time since January last year.
And Emma, a tech story. The boss of NVIDIA, he's here in the UK as part of the Donald Trump visit. But apparently China is banning NVIDIA, or banning Chinese companies from using NVIDIA chips. Tell me about the significance of that.
Yeah, that's right. So obviously we've had this sort of barrage of big tech deals being announced this week between America and the UK. But actually, this is another reminder of the importance of this ongoing battle between the US and China for tech supremacy. So China telling ByteDance and Alibaba, they're two of the country's largest technology companies, to stop using NVIDIA's chip to train its AI. Obviously, they're wanting to promote their own sort of homegrown AI technology providers instead.
Emma Powell, thank you.
Times Radio Business News.
Now, we can talk now to Robert Harman. He's the royal historian, author of Charles III, The Inside Story. Hello to you, Robert.
John, good afternoon.
It's good to have you here, Robert. So, look, President Trump, he said, hasn't he, a number of times, that he sees King Charles as a friend. In as far as one can even answer that question, Robert, do you think the King sees Donald Trump as a friend?
Well, the King certainly sees America as a vital friend and ally, and for its leader, if he wants to be a friend, well, great. It's all about soft power. It's all about diplomacy, and don't forget that. I mean, the royal family have a very different relationship with the White House to that of Downing Street. As Prince of Wales, he paid his first visit to the White House back in 1970 as a guest of Richard Nixon when he was a student, and he's known 10 U.S. presidents, and some of them very well. I mean, the Reagans were good friends, and he has met Donald Trump many times. So there's a rapport there. There's not that sort of that slightly sort of sticky thing you get with some state visits when you've got two leaders who've never met before. I mean, these two do have form.
Yeah, and I do get the point that the King's role here is as an instrument of soft power. He wants to get on with the president in this visit. The better they get on, the better, and so on. But that personal dynamic, it's irresistible to wonder about. The King, of course, is such a keen environmentalist.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump's attitude to energy is drill, baby, drill. I mean, Donald Trump, he wants Canada as an American possession, and the King crossed the ocean to show solidarity with Canada. They're not, Robert, exactly natural soulmates, are they?
No, I mean, there's plenty of points of disagreement. Although it's interesting you mentioned the Canada issue. I mean, back at the start of the year, there you had Donald Trump calling Canada a 51st state in just about every speech he made, and then the King goes out to Canada, issues a very elegant, diplomatic, and a thinly veiled assertion of Canadian sovereignty. Since when Donald Trump hasn't actually cracked his 51st state joke ever again. So it's sort of, I think that sort of worked. But yeah, they're different characters. They are of a very similar age, though. They're both born immediately after the Second World War. They've grown up in the same era. They'll be accentuating the positives. I mean, as you say, the King's position on the environment is very different to that of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But these visits are all about the sort of personal dimension, celebrating shared cultural bonds, shared sacrifice. I mean, as we speak, there's a huge military display going on the lawn. I mean, we've had the military out and about all day, but celebrating as US and British troops. Tonight at dinner, I have no doubt that the King will be chatting away with the President about their shared Scottish connections.
Yes.
The King is a proud Scot. When Donald Trump came to Windsor for the first time to meet the Queen in 2018, they talked at length about their Scottish connections, as they both had Scottish mothers.
Yes.
That took up a lot of the conversation. So there's plenty to get onto while avoiding tricky issues like the environment, let alone Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall at that banqueting hall? I suppose they allow flies on the wall at the banqueting.
I think it's swatted fairly quickly, actually.
There's probably a person whose only job it is to swat any fly that dares to show its face. I mean, yes, you'd love to hear that conversation. And we talked about Canada. I'm intrigued by the idea that the King might have deterred Donald Trump from persisting with winding up Canada about his desire to own the place for America. But there are bigger subjects too, though. The King, as you know very well, Robert, is a friend of Ukraine. He had Zelensky round very soon after Trump was invited to meet the King. And you just wonder, will he be broaching it directly? And these are questions I know you can't answer. I just can't resist asking.
No, I'd love to know myself. I mean, what the King is very good, having been as I said, having been on the sort of world stage since he was in his 20s. I mean, he's been around this sort of this delicate diplomatic high wire act for longer than almost anybody else in public life today. So he's good at taking these things as close as he can. I mean, he obviously he has to take the government line. The government line is very pro-Ukraine. He'll leave the sort of political hardball Keir Starmer tomorrow at Chequers. But what he can do, he can just sort of drop in the fact that he, regularly goes to watch Ukrainian troops in training here, that, they're putting up a valiant struggle, and that his armed forces are very much part of that. You can drop these things in, and they do sink in, and it can make a difference. It's done in a sort of gentler way, but. As I said, with the Canadian issue, that's really sort of disappeared now.
And we also know Charles is a great letter writer. And again, wouldn't you like to know what he writes to Donald Trump? But again, that's got to remain until someone puts it in a book in 10 years' time. A matter of maybe you, Robert, maybe you.
Well, I'd love it. Go. I hope someone lets me look at that correspondence. But yeah, you're right. He does write. The King is a very keen letter writer. And they have. I mean, I think we might be stretching it to call him and Donald Trump pen pals, but I mean, they are. They do write regularly to each other on a variety of issues. I mean, after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, one of the first people to write to him was the King, and vice versa when the King was diagnosed with cancer. So there is a rapport there, and when you think of all the world leaders that Prince Charles in his pre-King days encountered. I mean, I think back to the sort of state visits that we've seen in living memory of the most appalling people like, Nicolae Ceausescu and President Mobutu, Idi Amin coming for lunch with the Queen. I mean, these were sort of certifiable maniacs. And the British government foisted them on the monarchy in the hope of getting some sort of contract or a deal or improving a bilateral relationship. It's what the monarchy does.
Yeah, they've got to know how to wear the mask from time to time. Great to talk to you, Robert. Thank you so much, Robert Hardman. Now, it is, a bit of a warm-up act today for the tougher, more political business, the diplomacy of tomorrow. The Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to be hosting the President at his country retreat, Chequers. We can talk to Lord Ricketts now, former UK Ambassador and National Security Advisor. Hello to you, Lord Ricketts.
Hello, John.
Lovely to have you here. Can you give me your best and your realistic summation of what would count as a mission accomplished for Britain and the British government when Trump flies off on Thursday?
I think today was the pomp and the pageantry, John, but it was for a purpose, and the purpose is obviously goodwill, and the goodwill now has to be translated tomorrow into real outcomes for the UK that are a benefit to this country. I think there are already some way there with these big announcements of investments by Microsoft and others in AI, quantum computing, the opportunities now for new nuclear energy technology, modular reactors to get into the US market. So the economic benefits of the visit, I think, are already there.
Yes.
But I think the real win would be to move Trump further in a direction I think he's beginning to move on, putting real pressure on Putin over Ukraine.
Yes.
We've begun to see the Americans talking about these secondary sanctions on countries that buy cheap Russian oil.
Yes.
There may be some problems with that, but we've got to work with that to encourage Trump in that direction. That would be the biggest win, I think.
No doubt. But do you really think that's possible, Peter? Because the last we've heard from President Trump is he is saying, look, I'll put sanctions on Russia and secondary sanctions on countries that buy Russian oil when all of NATO does the same thing. And of course, we all know perfectly well that in NATO you have Slovakia, in NATO you have Hungary, in NATO you have Turkey. And they're not going to do that, simply not going to do that. So it appears to be opening an avenue, but it's really shutting the door.
Well, let's see. I mean, it is a move on the part of Trump to be talking about serious sanctions on Russia. He hasn't been doing that so far. It's a move on his part. They have also been talking about G7 sanctions, which narrows the area, of countries that would have to do it. There is a problem, as I understand it, that the consequence of cutting off China and India from cheap Russian oil is the price of oil would go up on the market, including for European countries, that, as you say, at the moment, buy Russian oil. But so let's not say no to it. I mean, it's a proposal from the Americans to work with. Yeah. I think British creativity needs to be applied to come out with something which does really put the squeeze on Putin without, the kind of downsides that we've been talking about, and which is done in a manageable grouping like the G7, which would still be very powerful.
OK, Lord Ricketts, I'm just watching those Red Arrows jets streaking over Windsor Castle, trailing their trails of blue and red smoke. The President is on the podium there with Melania, who clearly could see the jets pass overhead, through or despite that rather wide hat of hers. Now, if you can stay with us, Lord Ricketts, do. Callum MacDonald's rejoined us now, who's with the crowd outside, assuming there's still a bit of a crowd outside, and can tell us about it. Hello, Callum.
Hi, John. Yeah, thank you. I mean, this was always going to be my highlight of the day, but it is just spectacular to see the Red Arrows flying over. The red, white and blue smoke is only just clearing from the skies above Windsor Castle just now. President Trump applauding as the RAF's finest acrobatic air display team flew overhead in the way that only they can do, thundering over the heads of the, I would say, couple of thousand people who are around us here at the southwest corner of Windsor Castle, who also, by the way, erupted into applause as the Red Arrows flew over the head of, sure, a controversial president, but one for whom the red carpet is being rolled out and for whom the Red Arrows have flown today. Absolutely spectacular, even against the grey, hazy, cloudy sky above Windsor today.
Yeah, well, whatever anyone thinks about President Trump, one way or the other, everyone can applaud surely the Red Arrows. And you've got some people with you?
Yeah, so we're just actually in pursuit of him and Jackie, who are on their way to us. They promised they would come to us straight after the Red Arrows flew over.
Okay.
Let me tell you a little bit about them by way of introduction, because they were at the Unite the Kingdom march just at the weekend, just past, and when I was speaking to them just a few minutes ago, they were really keen to express their enthusiasm and support for President Trump being here on this state visit. They were determined that they would have their voice heard. If you just bear with me, John, I've got Christine on her way to me right now. First of all, excuse me, it's Jackie. Jackie, no, in you come, Jackie, in you come, in you come, in you come. Oh no, have you got cold feet, Jackie? You're waiting for your husband. John, come back to me in a minute.
We'll come back. You give us a shout when you've got some company down there. Peter Ricketts is still with us live on the line. We're talking about tomorrow now in Chequers, where the Prime Minister is going to be talking to, lunching with, and then talking to all of us, the media, after all of that. I mean, Peter, maybe the Prime Minister can get a bit of inspiration from the past Prime Minister, Theresa May, because didn't she succeed in getting Donald Trump to commit to NATO when she was at the White House? So, FaceTime with Trump can be valuable as well as being risky.
Yes, it can. I mean, one of the things about Trump is he seems to be very, very influenced by the person he's spoken to most recently. And so if he comes to Chequers tomorrow with the warm glow of royal hospitality today, Starmer has already shown himself pretty effective at dealing with Trump. You remember that soon after that awful Oval Office car crash with Zelensky, Starmer was over in Washington and was able to put things back on the rails to the point where, as we were saying now, it's looking a bit better in terms of Russian pressure on Ukraine. The really tricky issue tomorrow for the talks, I think, is going to be Gaza and Israel, where Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, seems to have green-lighted the Israeli assault on Gaza City with all the humanitarian suffering and the displacement that's producing. I would like to hope that Starmer could convince Trump that this is the time to be working with us and other Europeans and Arab states on what happens after the conflict in Gaza, as well as on the humanitarian crisis and getting the hostages out. I'm not, frankly, all that enthusiastic. I'm not all that optimistic that they're going to get there, but that's a discussion that needs to be had. Britain is going to be recognizing a Palestinian state in New York next week. I think Trump doesn't approve of that, but I hope that won't be something that is a big argument. I think Trump's accepted we're in a different position from America there.
Yes.
Then they've also got to work out how they're going to walk over the landmine of the press conference and, of course, the press's efforts to provoke Trump into saying things about Mandelson and all that. I mean, I don't think it's overshadowing the talks, probably, but it will certainly be the big subject of the press conference.
OK, Lord Ricketts. Peter Ricketts, former National Security Advisor. Great, as always, to talk to you, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Now, coming up after 5 o'clock, our political editor at Times Radio, Anna Mihailova, is going to be setting the scene ahead of tomorrow's big day of politics and diplomacy when Donald Trump joins the Prime Minister at his country retreat Chequers. They talk and they eat, and then they talk to us in the media. Also talking to Kate Mancy, the Times Royal Editor, who'll be telling us her perspective on the big banquet this evening. And Sir Simon Fraser, the former head of the Foreign Office, is going to be with us too, and so is the former Chief of Staff of Donald Trump's Security Council, Fred Fleitz. So range of views coming in, and I'm going to be talking to Lisa Nandy from the Cabinet, the Culture Secretary as well. So lots coming up for you here on Drive. Now, also I think I'll be talking in a moment to Max Hastings, the former editor and columnist, who last time we spoke was planning to join the protesters in central London. And Max is not a habitual attender of protests in London or anywhere else. I wonder what he has to say about all of that. I'm John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. Change your perspective with big picture banking from Barclays.
Early breakfast on Times Radio with Elavon. As a new day dawns, join Rosie Wright as she connects you with the latest breaking news and provides
analysis and insight with my daily dedicated business bulletin.
Early breakfast with Rosie Wright. Every Monday to Friday morning from 5 on Times Radio with Elavon. Your world of payments. Find out more at elavon.co.uk.
Download the latest episode of Off Air with Jane Garvey and Fee Glover, available wherever you get your podcasts.
You want work to be less hard work. You hear an ad for MHR, so you reach out. We connect your department systems, which leads to real-time data sharing that uncovers new insights, which empower your decision makers and triple monthly sales, which leads to high five.
On Times Radio.
Now, what do they make of this state visit in Ukraine? Those in Ukraine who've been paying any attention at all. Now, Igor Novikov is a former advisor to President Zelensky on US relations, who I assume has been keeping an eye on things. Hello to you, Igor. Welcome back.
Hello, John. Greetings from Kiev.
And good to have you here. I know you've got a lot on your mind, because of course you always have, but as far as this state visit goes, Igor, do you have particular hopes of what it might achieve for Ukraine?
Well, no, I'm not exactly hopeful when it comes to Donald Trump. And the reason for that is because he's got a very short-term span of his emotional engagement. So whatever happens there, I mean, can, the Brits get through to him? Yes. Is it going to last? Unlikely. So, and because of what's happening in the war, because Russia is systemically taking out Ukraine's energy sector now and Ukrainian railway system,
yes,
we'll have other things on our minds. But, if anything good happens, we're going to be grateful and we're going to appreciate it.
I mean, President Zelensky and his team have become really adept at reaching out to their friends, their contacts, people who might be helpful to the cause of Ukraine. Igor, the king is known to be a supporter and a valuable ally to Ukraine. I wonder if Kyiv would have reached out to the king, maybe getting messages to King Charles in the hope that helps him, encourages him to do what he might have been doing anyway, which is to say the right things from Ukraine's point of view to President Trump.
Well, we're incredibly, first of all, grateful and appreciative of His Majesty. He is one of the closest, if not the closest ally of Ukraine. And now is the perfect time for everyone to act. So I'm not going to comment about what's going on behind the scenes because it's for me to do so as a former advisor. But I think with what's happened in Beijing not so long ago, with what's happening in the world, with that alliance between China, Russia, Iran, India, growing stronger, I have that kind of nagging sensation that the West is already playing catch up in the race. And, this visit is important because of that. And, for the history's sake and for the country's sake and for Europe's sake and for the free world's sake, my hopes lie not with President Trump in particular on this visit, but with His Majesty.
Interesting point. Talking just a moment ago, Igor, to a former senior British diplomat, the former National Security Advisor, Peter Ricketts. He said he was at least somewhat encouraged by the idea that the president was leaning towards taking action against Putin and against Russia. I've got to say, I wasn't convinced by that. Listening to Trump call on NATO to join in sanctions on Russia as a condition for America taking a step, it seems arguably designed to help Trump do as little as possible.
Well, two things I can tell you. I am also encouraged that, we're currently with Donald Trump's attention span, we're in the phase where he is willing to act on behalf of the free world against Russia. Once again, I'm not hopeful because, history teaches us it doesn't last with him, so he can look the other way at any moment. But there's also a second nuance, which is more importantly, and which I found positive. Being Donald Trump, he tried to kind of shift the blame to Europe. And I think this time it was justified because, Europe is still doing business with Russia and asking, everyone to unite and kind of push back against Russia. And now with that alliance that I mentioned previously, now is the time to act and pick a side because, you can't be fighting for freedom with one hand and kind of exchanging money for oil or gas or whatever else with Russia on the other. Russians should not be traveling to the West, period.
Yes. Igor, always good to get your thoughts. Igor Novikov, former advisor to President Zelensky. Now, here in London, I want to cross over to talk to Max Hastings, the historian, the author, the writer. Welcome to you, Max.
Good afternoon, John.
It's good to have you here. Last time we spoke, then you were telling me you were planning to join the protesters in London. I think along with your wife. I mean, how's it been? What have you been doing?
I've been with the protesters for the last 2 hours, and I've shaken the hands of an awful lot of Times readers who feel the same way as I do. I think the only big disappointment about the demonstration has been that it's been too diffuse, really, in some ways to be effective, because you've had every kind of cause tangled up with it. We've got anti-racism, Ukraine, you've got everybody else mixed up with all this, and especially an awful lot of pro-Palestinian demonstrators. And whatever our sympathies may be with the cause, I think the demo would have been more effective if it had been solely and exclusively about Donald Trump. But I've been very moved this afternoon by how many people have said to me, that they feel as deeply and passionately as I do that it's a humiliating day for Britain, that we have to entertain this dreadful man. As I think I said on your show the other day, that if I were in Keir Starmer's shoes, I'd probably have felt obliged to do the same thing. But nonetheless, as citizens, we're allowed to say that the United States has fallen into the hands of a very, very bad man and his associates. And the world is paying a terrible price for this. I mean, I think one of the things, and I've talked to a lot of Times readers this afternoon, and what we've been talking about while we've been marching through London, this man is a destroyer. He doesn't create anything. All he does, he tears up rules. He tears up institutions and organizations. He turns his back on the rest of the world on behalf of America. He creates nothing. And this is a terrible thing to say about a president of the United States when we've all been able to take for granted for so long that the United States gave us this vital leadership in the world. But anyway, it's been in many ways, I find it a moving afternoon. They've now started the rally in Parliament Square, which I'm not going to stay for the good or bad reason. I've got to go and give a lecture. But I'm really glad that I turned out for this demo. And I was really moved by some of the people and how strongly they felt about this. And I say, I was amazed how many of them turned out to be Times readers.
That is interesting in itself. And we were expecting when we spoke, maybe a familiar turnout of CND, Stop the War.
There's plenty of that.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. But have you found fellow Conservatives then among your friends there, new friends?
I'm not fooling. I was really amazed. And I think one thing we were all saying we regretted is that one always feels one ought to leave the obscene language to Trump and the people around him. But I'm afraid that modern demos, maybe it was always the same. It's so long since I've been on a demo, I don't know. But a lot of the obscenities that were being chanted, and I always feel sort of lowers the tone of the whole business. But I think there were a lot of good people there this afternoon who felt the same way as I did and wanted to make a point by being there. And I really was very moved by some of the conversations I've had.
So interesting to get your perspective on that, Max, and give our best to Times readers who were there and wherever they are. Max Hastings there. More coming up on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio, the voice of the Times.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm John Pienaar with Times Radio Drive, and here are the headlines. The King is hosting President Trump at Windsor Castle for the first day of his state visit. And a union says workers in the supply chain of Jaguar Land Rover are being told to apply for universal credit after a cyber attack shut down production. And coming up, how has the Foreign Office prepared for today's visit? I'll be talking to the man who used to run the Foreign Office. I'll be talking to an American on both sides of the political divide about what the White House will be looking to achieve today. And I'll be talking to the Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy live on the programme too.
This is Times Radio.
Now the news with Tom Noonan.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon. Donald Trump has been treated to a Red Arrows flypast and a parade of marching bands from the UK and the US for his second state visit, including a nod to his Scottish heritage. The flypast over Windsor Castle had to be scaled back because of poor weather. The President earlier in the afternoon laid a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II and has been shown an exhibition about the US-UK relationship. The King's been accompanying him all afternoon, along with the Queen and the Prince and Princess of Wales. The Sunday Times' royal editor, Roya Nikar, says the President seems to be happy.
He's laying it on thick. So as soon as the Prince and Princess of Wales went to greet him off Marine One, the helicopter, the first thing he said to the Princess was, "You're beautiful." And he went to inspect the guard. And there was a funny moment where he and the King emerged from the end of a very long row of soldiers. And Charles cracked a joke and went, "Mind the sword," and cracked him up. And then Donald said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." I mean, he literally is beside himself. He is loving it.
The state banquet is due to take place at Windsor this evening. The visit has been taking place within the castle walls with no public interaction. There is an anti-Trump protest taking place in London. Times Radio spoke to these people about why they're going along.
We're meant to live in a so-called free Western democracy, but we're seeing a backslide into authoritarianism led by Donald Trump.
What's particularly concerning is about his impact on global public health, his reduction in money to the WHO.
We have got an unelected billionaire whose children will take over as head of state in our country, and America has an elected corrupt billionaire. So it seems a nice coincidence of two wrongs in the world.
Times Radio will keep bringing you updates from London and Windsor throughout the evening. A former Labour councillor has been charged over Westminster's honey trap scandal, in which one MP said he was scammed into sending explicit images. 28-year-old Oliver Steadman is charged with blackmail and communications offences relating to 5 victims, including MPs. The convicted sex offender Christian Bruckner has been released in Germany. He's the German police's prime suspect in the case of Madeleine McCann, but he has never been charged. There is not enough evidence at the moment to prevent his release. A union says workers in Jaguar Land Rover's supply chain are being advised to apply for universal credit after a recent cyber attack disrupted operations. Unite says its members are being laid off with reduced or zero pay. It's calling for a furlough scheme. Jaguar Land Rover has apologised for the disruption. And the Scottish Parliament has voted to abolish the not proven verdict, which is unique to the Scottish legal system. It's part of a package of wider reforms to the justice system. For a news bulletin when you want it, search for the Times News Briefing podcast.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker, John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking.
It is good to have your company here on Drive on Times Radio. I'm John Pienaar. So the retreat has been beaten. I mean, no one's run away. It is the ceremonial term for the show of military music and precision marching that's been laid on for President Trump on the East Lawn at Windsor Castle. And the flyby of British military jets has flown by. So far, so unprecedentedly grand for a visiting head of state, which was pretty much the whole point. I mean, Donald Trump loves British royal pageantry, and he loves being flattered, and he has been treated to plenty of both. Now soon, the Trumps, the royals, the Starmers, any number of political, diplomatic and business VIPs will be getting into their white ties and tails and medals and sashes, if they have them, ready for the royal banquet. So it's a good time for us to engage in some small talk on some of the big issues that may or may not feature in the conversation at tonight's dinner table, but which will come up before the Trumps set off home tomorrow. Now, in a moment, I'll be talking to another former head of the Foreign Office and to a member of the Atlantic Council, which promotes good relations between America and its allies. And I'm really keen to hear from you. We're live streaming the show on YouTube, so you can see us as well as hear us, as well as join in. And I do hope you do that. Send me a text, 87222, start with the word Times, or a tweet to @TimesRadio. First of all, let me say a big welcome to the show to Anna Mihailova, our political editor here at Times Radio. Hi to you, Anna.
Hi, John.
So, I mean, give me your thoughts, Anna. I spoke earlier to a former head of the Foreign Office and asked what would Keir Starmer consider mission accomplished after this visit. What's your take on that?
Well, I think mission accomplished would be to have everything go smoothly and without any surprises and no shock occurrences tomorrow. I think that is what I think. The Ming vase is back. They want everything to just, it's brace. I don't think the main announcements pretty much have been made on investment, on deals. I think we're not really expecting anything on tariffs now. It looks like those negotiations, even though they were working overtime at the start of the week, they haven't really, they're not going to deliver some big announcement on tariffs. That's not expected. But I think at this point, I think Keir Starmer just wants to survive without any bad headlines, and hopefully an endorsement from, his and a boost to him by again emphasising that he has actually managed to connect with one Donald Trump.
Yeah, and it would be a surprise to all of us if the president moved significantly, or at all really, on questions of Ukraine or the Middle East. I mean, we know there's going to be news coming, if you can call it news, considering you can see it coming, about tech investment. But there too, it's also in some ways a sensitive area, because there are concerns in the administration at the White House and among tech companies about online platforms, their regulation, their taxation.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've got a lot of announcements, and there's an argument here about how many of these would have happened anyway, and how many. But I think certainly having the state visit and having the momentum that drives, I do think that's significant, and that would have encouraged more. The fact that you've got senior people from Silicon Valley coming to the state banquet, I mean, that's also important. All of those people-to-people connections at the top of government, at the top of business, all of that will mean something. But I think with the tech investment, just taking that as an example, it's been notable how ministers haven't really been able to answer questions about what is in it for those tech companies. I mean, what is the trade-off that they've essentially given to as part of this investment? And the suspicion is the trade-off will be being able to exert greater pressure on the government in terms of regulation, in terms of things like the digital services tax, even though obviously Liz Gendel this morning denied that was on the table. But I think just being more of a presence will be significant. But I think, the main thing to point out so far for Donald Trump, he's been really clear in signalling this is about him and his friend, King Charles. He was clear about that on the plane over. He is dealing with so much domestically following the murder of Charlie Kirk back home that I think I don't think he's here to make big announcements and big geopolitical moves. I think he's happy with the domestic agenda as it is, because they've already they're very, very active in America. There's a lot going on. It's a seismic shift over there. And
let me ask you this then, Anna. I mean, do you expect anything in this to please Starmer's backbench MPs? He's going to be keeping an eye and an ear on those MPs. I mean, his stock among those MPs has been rather slipping. What do you think?
It's slipping. No, I don't think. I think there will be. Look, to give him credit, there will be definitely MPs who look at his relationship with Trump as one of the benefits and one of the successes so far of his premiership. But just to give you a flavour, I spoke to a Labour source just before coming on air, getting a temperature check, because obviously everything has been extremely febrile, to say the least. And I said, what's the mood? How are the backbenchers? And the line was, Starmer can recover, yet only if we embrace a wealth tax, properly fund public services, and massively increase the living wage. So none of that mentions his relationship with Donald Trump. Exactly. So I think where you look at the gulf between the demands and the expectations there and what the constraints on the government, you also at the same time have Lucy Powell, who's come increasingly becoming the forerunner in the deputy leadership contest. She's come out and said she wants to scrap the two-child benefit cap. Again, very expensive, very big demands on the government. So I think that's what backbenchers care about, less this.
All right, Anna Mihailova, thank you. Now, let's get the thoughts of Kate Mansi, the royal editor at the Times. Hi to you, Kate.
Hi, John.
Hi, give me what you make of what you've seen so far. I mean, if success is going to be measured in pleasing Donald Trump with pageantry and pomp and glittering coaches and flybys and the cavalry trotting past, well, mission accomplished, because they've done that. This is a president who's painted the Oval Office mostly gold, and he loves this stuff.
That's right. Before he arrived in the UK, Donald Trump was referring to this as a fest. And the palace was calling it an unprecedented second state visit. And somewhere in between is what we've ended up with, a spectacular. There's been all sorts of superlatives rolled out today. We've had an extra large guard of honour of 120 troops. We've had 1,500 troops altogether taking part in this, larger than we would normally see. And lots of different surprise elements. So this afternoon, there was a special private meeting between the Trumps and the Prince and Princess of Wales, which I'm told was warm and friendly. So there's all these different elements that are coming into play. Now, we were told that Trump had specially requested to see the Georgian papers, which relate to American independence, and he seemed fascinated by this. So there's some elements that he's chosen as well. Throughout this. Unfortunately, the fly past that we were expecting, the first UK-US military fly past for this sort of state occasion, didn't happen because of the weather, but we've had the Red Arrows flying past, and Trump certainly seems very, very pleased with the reception that he's had here.
Yes, President Trump likes telling us that he sees King Charles as a personal friend. I wonder, the people you talk to at the palace, do they ever suggest to you that Charles sees President Trump as a personal friend, that he likes him?
I think he does. Trump and Charles have a very interesting relationship. So when Trump had that assassination attempt, King Charles was one of the first people to reach out to him and send his condolences and sympathies over what happened. And they do have a very good personal connection. Do they see eye to eye on lots of things like the environment? No. Or, even on foreign policy. But the king knows that this is his job, and his job is to promote this soft power and all these elements, that the stakes couldn't be higher. This is a relationship between Charles and Trump that Sir Keir Starmer is desperate to leverage in order to get those trade deals flowing. And this is the kind of the grease behind that greases the machine, if you like, between that special relationship we're always hearing about. Yeah,
it's the soft power in a nutshell. Kate Mansi, thanks so much. Now we can rejoin Callum MacDonald, who's just outside the castle still. Callum, hi.
Hi, John.
Hi, how's it been going outside there?
Yeah, pretty well, I would say. I'm just looking around now just to get a bit of a sense of who's still here, basically. And there are still a good few hundred people here. I have to say, after the Red Arrows, things thinned out a little, perhaps predictably. But a new arrival on the high street here in Windsor is what I would call an effigy of Donald Trump on the end of a stick that one woman is holding just across the way over there. There's also somebody showed up with a Palestine flag. That's first I've seen today, certainly. And there's somebody's sign that says phrase, appeasement won't work, which is an interesting take, I think, on what this trip, this state visit, what it represents, who's it for, what does it succeed in actually doing? Does it change the direction of Donald Trump? And if so, in which direction does he end up going? One of the sort of crucial parts of this, clearly, John, is the state banquet which takes place this evening behind me here in Windsor Castle. And I think when we think about what that represents, 150, 160 people at the big long Waterloo table with all the silver and the 5 days worth of setting the table that staff have been spending on that, with the president sat next to the king, what do they talk about? And is there an agenda in the king's mind that could help this government in directing Trump's thinking from here? And is Trump receptive to that? Surely of all people in that room, King Charles is the one he's going to listen to above all else, even if it is toasting the government's agenda. I do wonder how a state banquet at this moment in time with President Trump actually plays out. That's certainly the next kind of focal point of the state visit this evening.
And I know you've been mixing with people there. You came across a pair of young men, didn't you, who were bonding over their MAGA hats. And you asked one of them when he became a Trump supporter. Should we listen?
I've been a supporter of his since, I think it was since Biden got elected, because then I saw all the stuff that Biden did, and it was just a complete mess. Like, if you look at Trump's first term, we had no wars for the first 4 years. As soon as Biden gets in, everything goes to hell. And then you've got Trump coming back here, and all these left animals going, oh yeah, these lefties go, oh, he's doing this wrong, he's doing that, he's a fascist. Well, not really. The fascists are the ones on the left who are anti-fascists, they claim, yet they kill people like Charlie Kirk who are, doing this for free speech, happily debating people. So, in my opinion, I'm here in support of Donald Trump because he's doing what's right. And it's nothing to do with being far right or left or anything like that, or even the right. It's just the fact that he's doing a good job and people aren't appreciating it.
And so then there was a woman who wasn't there who definitely disagreed with that.
What I know about Trump, he is a fascist by every definition of the word. He is a convicted sex offender. He's a narcissist. He cares only about himself. He amassed vast amounts of money. He has an organisation called ICE that are pretty much will do what he wants. He wants to overturn the rule of law.
And they got into a bit of an argument then, Callum, didn't they?
Yeah, this is the thing, John, and it kind of took me by surprise, to be honest, because it's maybe something that you'll have experienced when you've been reporting on Trump in the US, that people engage in this way on the street with one another, with hands thrown, fingers pointing, gesticulation and raised and sharp tones of voice. That's what happened between these two people, and then others joined in as well on either side of the discussion. And you kind of stood there in the middle with a microphone and thinking, hang on a second, is this a constructive way to have this conversation? Are these people able to engage with each other in a way that isn't just what we might consider to be purely partisan on either side of the discussion that was being had? And it was happening right here on the street in Windsor, among primarily British people, although at one point actually an American and his Mexican wife joined in as well. And I was just quite struck by the openness of all who took part, by their willingness to share their opinions, which I think even by their own admission they would accept that some others would find unpopular. But here they were, openly debating on the corner of the High Street in Windsor. It was quite a moment, actually, and I think it really defined for me this state visit, how people feel about it, and actually what's at stake, whether you're pro-Trump or whether you disagree with what he's saying and his policy approach.
All right, good to get your thoughts there from outside Windsor. Callum MacDonald of Times Radio. Now, a lot of diplomacy, a lot of politics to go now of what remains of this state visit. I can welcome to drive Sir Simon Fraser, who's a former head of the Foreign Office and now chair of Chatham House. Welcome to you, Simon.
Hello.
Hi, and Anna Wiesland is here, who's a Northern Europe director of the Atlantic Council. Hello, Anna.
Hello.
Hi, you're very welcome. Simon, can I start with you? I've been wondering this. Keir Starmer will clearly be briefed to the eyeballs. Do you think the Foreign Office would have had a hand in briefing the King ahead of his talks with President Trump?
Yeah, well, when these visits are organised, they are coordinated closely between the Foreign Office and the Palace. And clearly, the ministers are briefed, but also there will be agreement on the objectives of the visit, and the Palace will get briefing from the Foreign Office. That's the normal way it happens.
Yes.
Now, the King is very experienced at this, as the late Queen was, and so they obviously do their own thing as well, and they handle the relationships how how they will. But, basically they get the briefing and there's agreed sort of lines on key issues.
Yeah, and it sounds like then a pretty delicate process to brief the king, who, as you know, is enormously experienced, probably doesn't need a lot of briefing. But when it comes to trying to prepare the king for this meeting, you are considering all the time the way the king has to walk this delicate line between his ceremonial role and about politics and his own known interests. And then there's Britain's interests, of course.
Yeah, but I think a state visit like this is primarily, this element of it that we're seeing today is primarily a formal event, culminating with of course, the state banquet this evening, and the king is carrying out that in his capacity as the monarch. So it's not actually a political event so much as a ceremonial and relationship. Yeah. And the politics, of course, is going to come tomorrow when they get to Chequers, and he's going to engage with the Prime Minister. So, I think that everybody knows, the rules of the game. And it's important that it's done in a way that is effective. And clearly, the purpose today has been to impress the president as much as possible with the pomp and ceremony. It's been a bit odd to my eye that it's had to be done behind closed doors, in a sense. But I think, obviously, they've been really rolling it out for him.
Yeah, I'm just on tomorrow at Chequers, where it gets more purely political. Do you have any realistic hope of any kind of breakthrough on the big strategic, difficult questions?
Well, clearly there's already been a lot of agreement on the sort of investment and growth agenda for the UK, which is very welcome because that gives the Prime Minister tangible outcomes from the visit. And of course, he needs to demonstrate, given the criticism of the visit, that it was worth doing and that it's good for the UK. So that's important. I think on the other side of the economic agenda, which is the tariff agenda, it seems less likely that there are going to be major breakthroughs. We haven't seen one on steel. There are still some residual issues there, possibly on whiskey. And then, of course, you've got the other big issues around national security, European security, Ukraine. But there are important things on the agenda as well in defence cooperation, for example, in the AUKUS agreement between the US, UK and Australia. So I think there will be some deliverables out of it. And the key issue here on the foreign policy issues is for the Prime Minister to get alongside the President and to use the visit to get leverage to present our point of view and make sure that British and wider European interests are being taken into account in Washington, given how closely our interests are involved in these big international questions.
All right. Sir Simon Fraser, former head of the Foreign Office, good to have you with us. Now, Anna Rieslander of the Atlantic Council, which is concerned with relations between America and its allies. So a broader perspective here, Anna, on your side. What are you hoping for that this meeting might achieve?
Well, I think we are looking at this with some expectations on the UK really serving as this bridge between the US and Europe, because there are question marks whether this working relationship is really working, and there is also a sense of urgency here when it comes to the support for Ukraine and tougher measures towards Russia. Yeah. And this is really tricky because here there is no consensus across the Atlantic. So there really is a role for the UK here, but at the same time, a situation where it might not be able to push it that far. So that's a dilemma as we see it here.
Yeah, when it comes to the view of America under Donald Trump, you're right. There's no clear consensus among European nations, European leaders. But generally, it is fair to say, isn't it, that Europe has grown steadily more distant from Donald Trump and his administration over, the list: Ukraine, over NATO, over the Middle East, over trade and tariffs. I mean, do you consider that Donald Trump's administration and he himself really cares about that?
Actually, I mean, they have a completely different approach to this. So I think the answer is no when it comes to, in general, just preserving a transatlantic community or relationship. That's not how they see it. They are more specifically looking at various issues that serve American interests, and it has to deliver back to the US. So that's the bottom line for the Trump administration. Yeah. And then there can be a win-win situation, but that has to be negotiated. So just to say that, there is an interest to preserve a value-based transatlantic community, I don't think that resonates well with the Trump administration at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, America first as a doctrine implies Europe needs to look after itself. And Europe has absorbed that lesson and in many cases is planning on a future without the alliance as we've known it. Is that just contrary to Americans' interests?
Well, actually, if you listen closely, what they say is that, Europe is prosperous, Europe should take on more responsibilities. So in that sense, if Europe takes on more initiatives by itself, raises its hand more quickly and says, we'll do this, we'll do that, what do you think about it? I'm not sure that the Trump administration would reject that because they don't have a traditional way of looking at U.S. global leadership either. But Europe is not there yet, as I see it. I don't see those initiatives coming up. I don't see Europe putting it at the table for Trump. It's still waiting for the U.S. to lead in a traditional way. And I think that's what we have to overcome.
Right. And just a thought on engagement with Donald Trump's White House, and a thought on the influence of his wife, Melania Trump, because she clearly is an influence, isn't she, behind the scenes at the White House? She's been quoted by the president on the subject of Ukraine, although having said that, after he did that, his position hardened on sanctions. But what are your thoughts on reaching out to Melania and her as an influence?
Well, we could see, for instance, EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen playing this card when she was part of the White House summit a couple of weeks ago, where she emphasized the need to address the kidnapped children that Russia has kidnapped from Ukraine, almost 20,000 children missing. And this is also something that resonates very much with the First Lady, Melania Trump. And that's a way of connecting and also getting the President Trump more engaged in the cause of Ukraine. So yes, this is definitely something that can be at least partially worked on, I think, from Europe's side.
Okay, Anna Rieslander of the Atlantic Council, and before Anna, Simon Fraser, thank you both.
Thank you.
Now, if you want to read more about Trump's state visit, you can check out the live blog on thetimes.com. It's got everything you need to know there. And don't go away. In a moment, I'm going to be talking to the Cabinet Minister, the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, live. It's now 5:26. I'm John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. See you tomorrow clearly with Big Picture Banking from Barclays.
Times Radio brings you full coverage of Donald Trump's state visit to the UK.
Donald Trump is in town, and here at Times Radio, we'll be covering the US President's historic state visit from every angle. Join me, Anna Mikhailova, on Thursday as I cover events at Chequers, where Keir Starmer and the US President will be getting down to the politics of the visit, and we'll bring you live coverage of their press conference on Fee Glover's afternoon show from 2 p.m.
Full coverage of Donald Trump's state visit to the UK on Times Radio.
Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. Realize your business ambitions with Big Picture Banking from Barclays. Find out more at barclayscorporate.com/thetimes.
I just want to say, in this world of fake news and conspiracy theories, trusted news has never been quite so important. And as the voice of the Times, here at Times Radio, we broadcast high-quality, balanced journalism live and free through the day, every day. Now, it only happens thanks to the support of subscribers to the Times and the Sunday Times, and their contribution means investment in the best journalists around the world. Watch and listen to all of it. You can join them and subscribe today. Do head to times.com. Now then, as promised, let me welcome to the programme and say good afternoon to Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary. Hello to you, Lisa.
Hi, good afternoon, John.
Good to have you here, Lisa. I'm sure you've been watching the Trump state visit when you can. No doubt you've had a busy day, as always. Have you been enjoying it? I mean, this pageantry, it's a time-honoured part of British culture, I suppose, after all.
Well, I'm at the Royal Television Society conference in Cambridge at the moment, so haven't been following every twist and turn, but I was really delighted to be able to join basketball players this morning to announce new investment into basketball facilities here in the UK as a partnership with the NBA. And I think it shows, both with that and the huge investment that we've been able to announce this morning into the UK in the space of artificial intelligence, just what a strong partnership with the US can provide for British people and British workers.
Yeah, and a part of that we know is coming are those deals with the tech companies. They're being laid out over this visit. I mean, can you completely, flatly, unequivocally assure our listeners there'll be no question of the government backing away from digital taxes to please the Trump administration, because they don't like these taxes? The companies certainly don't. What can you say about that?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to give that assurance. That hasn't been part of the discussions. We've got a digital tax here. We believe that's an important part of our structure and our ability to then go on to invest and to deliver for British people. So happy to give you that assurance today.
All right, and you tell me, you're speaking at the RTS Cambridge Convention. It's an important conference, and I gather, Lisa, you're going to be reflecting on the, among other things, the Unite the Kingdom rally that was organised by Tommy Robinson and addressed by Elon Musk. What are you saying about that?
I've done it, John. You've missed it. So I've just been talking with the TV industry, who are absolutely critical to the future of our country, about the developments that we've seen, not just over recent days, but over many years. That for far too long, you've had too many people who have found life is getting tougher when they've told the political system over and over again that things need to change, that they want better opportunities for their children, that they want life to be better for them than it was for when they were growing up, that there just hasn't been a response. And obviously our government has wasted no time in trying to turn that around and put money back into the pockets of working people and provide opportunities for young people across our whole country. But there is another facet to this, which is that for a democracy to thrive, people have to trust the news that they see, and they have to trust the basis of impartial news and shared facts. And our system of regulation just has not kept up with that. So the things that I've outlined today about the way that the government is going to tackle this, including the politicians presenting the news and political polemic being dressed up as impartial facts.
Yeah, I mean, I asked you about the Unite the Kingdom rally at the weekend, and that was your answer. You spoke then about people feeling overlooked, about being ignored, about not getting a sense of the government serving them. Are you saying that is a factor in the demo that we saw at the weekend? Is that, to that extent, does it give it some sort of justification?
No, undeniably, that there was, as the media reported and as was acknowledged, there was a small core of openly racist conspiracy theories on display and violence against the police, which is disgraceful. But the question we've got to ask ourselves is, why are more and more people being drawn to these movements and these moments, ordinary, decent people who would never condone violence against the police or anybody for that matter, and who reject those racist conspiracy theories? And the answer is that for too long, people haven't just been written off, life getting harder, like I said. It's also that they've been written out of their own national story. They just don't see themselves reflected in the story we tell ourselves about ourselves as a nation. And one of the things that I've been urging the TV industry to do is get their commissioners out of London and start commissioning programmes that reflect the whole nation. I remember watching Bend It Like Beckham growing up. You know, for a mixed race kid like me, that was absolutely game changing to see families like ours on screen for the first time, living really ordinary lives. I want every child growing up in Britain to be able to see that, and we've got to do more.
Okay, let me just ask you this briefly, and again, thanks for your time. I mean, concern about migration, particularly unlawful migration, it's not confined to extremes, is it? Now, Patrick Maguire of The Times, he's just now reporting on The Times. The Home Office has lost its chief legal director in the midst of those court battles over deportation flights. It looks like a mess, doesn't it? It will have to be sorted out, or the price could be steep. I
mean, I don't think that one civil servant moving on is is a mess. I think actually we've got a new Home Secretary who's wasted absolutely no time in building on the work that the previous Home Secretary did and really gripping this. Shabana Mahmood and I have discussed this for many years, not just about the numbers of people coming in and the small boat crossings and the trafficking gangs, which we're determined to smash and to tackle, but also the system of dispersal of asylum seekers around the country and the way in which, you know, asylum hotels in towns like mine have been opened with no consultation with the community, no notice, no conversation. The impact that's had on people locally, we share those concerns and we're going to deal with them.
Okay, in a nutshell, how much trouble do you think the Prime Minister is in?
We're focused completely on what is going on in the country. There's far too much at stake for our country.
Okay.
You know, we're at a moment where people have put up with too much for too long. We're relentlessly working every single day to turn that around. And working with the Prime Minister and the whole of the Cabinet, that is our single focus.
All right. Lisa Nandy, thanks for taking time to talk to me this afternoon.
Thank you.
Now, coming up after 6, Pienaar and Friends. I'm joined by Sam Lister from The Express and the Mirror's Mikey Smith. We've got so much to talk about. I'm going to be checking in again with our reporter in central London with the Stop Trump Coalition protest. And I'm going to be talking to Americans on both sides of the political divide. It's a very wide divide. What will Donald Trump get? What is going to come out of this state visit? It's 5:34. I'm John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive.
This is Times Radio.
If my call to the bank really was that important to them, why am I kept waiting?
And tomorrow's front pages. Saturday and Sunday nights from 10 with Daryl Morris.
Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. Expand your business horizons with big picture banking from Barclays. Find out more at barclayscorporate.com/The Times.
I'm John Pienaar with Drive on Times Radio. We've talked a lot today about what is in it for Britain. What does Keir Starmer, what does the government hope to get out of President Trump's 2-day state visit? Now, what about Trump? What about America? What do they hope to get out of all of this? Fred Fleitz is a former chief of staff of Donald Trump's Security Council. Hello to you, Fred.
Good to be here.
Great to have you here. What then do you think Donald Trump is hoping to walk away with by way of gains from this visit?
John, I'd like to first thank the British people and the British government for the warm welcome you've given to our president. This is an important, special relationship. It's critical not just for our countries, but for global security. This is going to strengthen that relationship. It's going to be a chance for them to have some difficult discussions about the war in Ukraine, economic deals, energy deals. I think both countries will greatly benefit.
Right. And one of the things that we know are on the agenda are new tech investment deals worth many billions of pounds, Fred. Now, some of the tension in the background, we know a lot about that. The American administration and tech companies, they don't like the idea of Britain imposing digital taxes on those tech companies. They don't like the idea of the British government passing legislation to control content. I mean, can we say now that the administration is ready to let the government, the British government, do this as it sees fit?
Well, I think there's real issues about tech and censorship and the UK and the EU putting restrictions on American tech companies. In a free market, I don't know why one country is putting restrictions on tech companies of another country. I think it's for the benefit of everyone that we let these companies flourish.
Okay, I hear that argument as a point of principle, but we have seen in the past suggestions that the US administration, has been putting pressure on the British government to change its thinking on these subjects. Will that continue, or will the administration let the British government make British policy?
I think the British government has a lot to answer for actually arresting people who post things that offend another person online. I can't see how democracy would be doing that. I think this is a temporary aberration by the British government. The British people aren't going to stand for this for long. I understand that there may be some forms of extreme hate speech that has to be banned. But, what we're hearing over here is that the British government is going far beyond that and is compromising the free speech rights of its citizens.
And is it the business then, Fred, of a visiting United States president to put pressure on the government to change its ways on these subjects, to apply pressure, maybe hold the threat of tariff action or a less advantageous deal that might otherwise be available to force the government into a change of course? Is that a legitimate course of action for an American president?
You know what? I think this might come up in the meetings in London, but it's not going to be an issue. Trump wants to talk business. He wants to talk Ukraine. I know J.D. Vance mentioned this issue. It's not going to be a priority for Trump.
Okay. Now, what about Ukraine then? Fred, we have talked about that quite a few times now, haven't we? And quite a few times you told me you felt Donald Trump was losing patience with Putin, was on the point of taking action. But now we hear the president saying that he's not going to impose sanctions on Russia or countries trading with Russia unless all of NATO does the same. And we all know perfectly well that's not going to happen, Fred.
I think it's likely that every NATO nation will not impose sanctions on Russia, but it seems that Trump would like to see European states stop buying Russian energy, which I think is an incredibly justifiable thing to ask for.
But it's not going to happen, Fred. Hungary, Slovakia, Turkey, they're just not going to go there, in which case it's not going to happen.
How about Belgium? How about the Netherlands? They're still buying energy from Russia. Should they stop buying it also?
Well, you're right. There are other countries in the European Union that are buying liquid natural gas. But the target in the European Union is to stop that in the course of the next couple of years. The idea of a blank stop on the part of Hungary and Slovakia, Turkey to some extent, friends of Putin. If Trump says that's the condition, he's also saying he's not going to go there.
And he also would like to see the EU and the UK impose sanctions, secondary sanctions, on nations that buy Russian energy. That Trump does not want the U.S. to do that alone. I think that's the right position.
Yeah, I mean, again, I hear that. I won't flog this overly, but it seems that also leads nowhere. It is a dead end to that argument. Now, I wonder if freedom of speech is going to come up. I mean, I do get this, seems to be a will on all sides, that this visit should be a cordial affair. If questions are asked, Fred, at the news conference tomorrow, and these questions do tend to be asked given an opportunity, I wonder, will we hear the president speaking out for free speech, and in that way again, maybe criticising the country in the way that you just have. And this at a time when we're seeing, are we not, give me your thoughts, the administration threatening to clamp down on criticism and dissent in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Not just violence, but dissent.
I think free speech rights in the U.S. are very important, and there may have been some words said in the heat of the moment by government officials that I don't think are not going to lead to any legislation or regulations. But people are very angry after the assassination of Charlie Kirk in the U.S., and it's going to take a while to sort out exactly how the U.S. government will respond.
Okay, but your view is when we hear Trump and his team talking about criticizing, taking on, dealing with this criticism, you think that they're speaking in anger. Nothing is going to flow from it.
Look, John, I'm just telling you that I think people are upset and angry right now. We need to move. We need to let some time go by to figure out what's the rational and correct way to deal with this, but without endangering the free speech of Americans.
All right, Fred Flight, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, Fred.
Good to be here. Thanks, John.
Fred, the former Chief of Staff of Donald Trump's Security Council. Now, let's catch up with the protests right here in London. Those who, it seems in some numbers, are not happy about Donald Trump visiting this country and have been showing their view. Rosie Wright is there. Hello, Rosie.
John, a very good afternoon.
So what's the latest, Rosie, where you are?
Yeah, I think actually a bit of disappointment in the crowd. Jeremy Corbyn is speaking right now on the stage, the makeshift stage that's been put up in Parliament Square. And this is after a sort of a protest, a demonstration that started in Oxford Circus and then over the last few hours came here to Parliament Square with a whole variety of people with different motivations for being here. The overarching idea is they don't want Trump to be here. They don't think Keir Starmer should have invited him for the second state visit. And to give you an idea here, we've got signs saying dump Trump, no to racism, America, why Trump, he's a bully, a liar, a fraudster, a sexual predator. I'm just looking at some of them around us. And I wanted to really understand those people who decided to march this afternoon, why they wanted to. And so I asked them.
He doesn't respect the constitution of his own country. He's acting in order to suspend laws to get his way through these presidential edicts, which are completely inappropriate in the way he's using them. He's fundamentally a liar and a fantasist.
I feel very sorry for King Charles having to converse with a man of so little wisdom and so little compassion.
I don't think he's sincere or honest about how he deals with things. He loves the pomp and circumstance. Fabulous meeting the king, being in a carriage. He loves all that kind of stuff. But whether he'll, in good faith, deal with when he not really sure about it. And I just am terrified for our country at home.
I flavour some of those who are unhappy to see Donald Trump here. And Rosie, right, apparently there are some official estimates of the numbers at this rally.
There are now, and I'm sure the organisers, the coalition, the Stop Trump coalition, will be bitterly disappointed. I spoke to the organiser just before we set off, and she said, I don't want to put a number on it, but we're expecting loads in the tens of thousands. Well, the Met Police, just after 5 o'clock, issued an aerial photograph on X, and they said, the Stop Trump coalition, we estimate that about 5,000 people are in attendance. And from many of the speeches I've been hearing behind me, lots of the organisations or the politicians talking have been making comparisons to the march that took place over the weekend, and they say we stand as the alternative defiantly. Well, of course, the numbers pale in comparison. 5,000 the Met Police estimate to what we believe, and it's always difficult to get an accurate number of this, but about 110 to 150,000 who came to Tommy Robinson's march over the weekend. So the comparisons won't be kind. It is a Wednesday, it's an afternoon rather than a Saturday, but the hope from the organiser was that by the time it got to this time, 5 o'clock, many more people would arrive after work. But I suspect that because fewer people actually took part in the march, that's part of the reason that the protesters then arrived in Parliament Square early, which has pushed all the agenda of their speaking events earlier and earlier. And now, I think actually, in truth, the protest is shortly going to be coming to an end.
All right, Rosie Wright there at the demo in central London. Thank you, Rosie. Now, let us talk to, well, a player, an activist on the other side of the political line in America. Joe Walsh is a former Republican congressman who's now a Democrat and a pretty outspoken critic of the president. Joe, welcome back to the programme.
Always good to be with you, my friend.
And good to hear your voice. Now, you've never held back, as we've always heard when we're discussing President Trump. I mean, you said that he's an extremist. You've said he's a fascist. What are your thoughts on the sight of President Trump getting the red carpet rolled out in total style? The carriages, the guards, the bands that fly past the banquet. It's unlike anything we've seen here at Windsor Castle. What are your thoughts on it?
No, and I guess I get it. Yeah, I think the leader of the free world, the president of the United States, is in fact a fascist. And by the way, my friend, is in fact on Putin's side in the great struggle in Europe right now between the free world and Putin. So why are they laying out the red carpet for him there? You know what? A lot of leaders in Europe believe they got to get down on their knees and just beg and compliment and stroke this man's brow just to make sure he doesn't say a bunch of horrible stuff.
What do you say, Joe, to those who say, just by describing President Trump as a fascist, they call that hate speech on the Republican, the MAGA side of the aisle? They say that is hate speech. It could lead to violence. And I say that while noting that President Trump has, in any number of occasions in the past, used the fascist description to describe critics on the Democrat side. But what do you say about the way the rhetoric has been going?
Look, the rhetoric has been ratcheting up for a while. I love our free speech in this country. Hate speech, thank God, is protected speech. I think it's really important to identify what the problem is. If I believe Donald Trump is a fascist, and I do, I think it's really important to say that. But that doesn't mean that I'm responsible for some crazy guy out there then who goes after Trump in the same way that Donald Trump, who called Kamala Harris the fascist and says Democrats are the enemy from within. Well, Trump's then not responsible if some crazy dude on the left goes and tries to harm or kill Democrats. We've got to separate in this country speech and violent actions. A 22-year-old young man from Utah horribly assassinated Charlie Kirk. He did that.
Well, indeed. Now, look, Fred, I was just talking a moment ago to Fred Fleitz. He's a supporter of the president, and I was putting to him what we've been seeing, all of us have been seeing in recent days, and certainly since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is some of those around the president talking about taking on and taking down those who've been using the language that they dislike so much, talking about acting against hate speech. Now, Fred Fleitz thinks, in a sense, this is people talking in anger, that there will be no action, there will be no legislation inhibiting free speech in that way, closing down organisations. What is your view?
And I listened to that. What a terribly weak answer that was. We're talking about the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States accusing half the country of killing Charlie Kirk. And this is just, oh, don't worry about it. That's just Trump being Trump. Look, this is really important. The Attorney General of the United States yesterday, she's the top law enforcement officer in the country. She was asked directly who killed Charlie Kirk. And she answered twice. She said left-wing radicals did. Well, excuse me, if left-wing radicals killed Charlie Kirk, then charge all the left-wing radicals and make all the left-wing radicals face trial. But yesterday, one person was charged and will go on trial. It's no accident what Trump and Vance and all the right is doing right now. They are trying to divide this country. Anybody who says they did it, these are people trying to divide the country even further.
Right. I mean, the division of the people of America is clear for everyone to see. But I wonder, do you fear the administration may act against dissident groups? I have noticed, and you quoted there Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the United States. I've noticed that some conservatives on the right, like Ted Cruz from Texas, seem to be critical of confusing critical speech, hate speech, with dangerous speech. So do you fear some sort of material, actual comeback?
It's happening. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said that any immigrant criticizing Charlie Kirk, their visas will be taken back. They will be removed from this country. We've got the Vice President of the United States yesterday or 2 days ago telling American citizens to contact the employers of everyone who criticizes Charlie Kirk. Look, you know how I feel about Trump. He's an idiot. He doesn't understand free speech. But the people around him are using the powers of government to try to silence their political opponents. This is really scary, un-American stuff, and it needs to be called out.
And you are doing it, and not for the first time. As far as the visit to this country, the state visit of the president to the United Kingdom, if you were advising the British government, is there anything you would like to see them doing that they are not doing? It is, of course, a delicate matter.
Delicates, I've never been good with the word delicate. If I were the leader of your country, if I were the leader of any European country, look, what I've been saying ever since Donald Trump was sworn in, hang on and ignore Donald Trump. For the next 3.5 years, America is not on the side of the free world. I mean, we're seeing that most vividly play out when it comes to Putin versus Ukraine. So don't suck up to him. Don't coddle him. Don't get down on your knees in front of him. He's a bully and a coward. Either go after Trump or just utterly ignore him and try to hang on for 3.5 years defending NATO, Ukraine, and the free world.
Yeah, I do know that at the beginning of our conversation, you did, I think, recognise that ignoring the president is not an option. You do have to engage. However, Joe, I'll leave it there for the time being and hope to talk to you again soon. Joe Walsh.
Thank you. Now,
let's look at what's going on tomorrow from 6 on Times Radio. Kate McCann and Stig Abel together, and here's Stig. Hello, Stig.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Hi. So, look, you got all the business end of this visit for you looking ahead tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point Joe's making. I do like listening to him, but unfortunately he doesn't live in the real world, or certainly not the real world as our diplomats perceive it. If you watched today, you saw the most extraordinary crooking of the knee for Donald Trump. And at one level, maybe that's something to be proud of, that this country can put on a show, can have heritage, can make use of the soft power of the royal family. That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is we as a country need Donald Trump more than Donald Trump needs us. And that's the thing that all NATO countries have realised, that Europe has realised, and Joe Walsh can say that from his lovely place in America. But if you're in this country, with all the economic news that's going on, whatever you might think of Donald Trump the man, Donald Trump the force of nature is something that we are having to bend our necks towards.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real politic of it. I started off at the beginning of the programme saying that I enjoy these shows of pageantry and military splendour as much as the next man. Part of me is a 10-year-old boy still, and I enjoy it in that way. And the spectacle of British tradition on show. At the same time, it's possible to believe that and to feel a certain amount of dismay that tradition and that ceremony is having to, as you say, crook the knee, having to bow the head to someone like Donald Trump, of course, president, who you have to engage with, but who does not uphold the principles which we in this country have for so very long upheld.
And we're going to see what happens, as you say, because today was all lovely and, as you say, all about the pageantry. Tomorrow's about the politics. And where will Donald Trump go in the press conferences? You know, the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems Keir Starmer is facing is migration. He can't deport the people he wants to deport. Now, Donald Trump will have some advice for that. Donald Trump will say, you screw the lawyers, you screw the law, and you do what you want to do. Donald Trump is the living embodiment to many people of how you deal with the migration problem, and it starts with ignoring the lawyers. Keir Starmer, the lawyer, will not want to hear that. But at a press conference, you can perfectly imagine at the time when they can't seem to get people on flights they want to, this guy could turn to him and say, why are you not fixing this problem yourself, Prime Minister? I could imagine him saying that, couldn't you?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of differences, aren't there, as you say. I mean, Donald Trump keeps on getting adverse verdicts from this or that federal court or federal appeals court. But at the end of the day, the road leads to the Supreme Court of the United States, and he has a majority there who time and again find in his favour, sometimes without even setting out detailed arguments.
But also, Donald Trump's whole approach to things is you can always outrun the law if you're moving quickly in politics. That's his philosophy. Now, that's probably not true in this country, but it's an attractive notion for people to wrestle with. You know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, we believed in the rule of law in this country. We believed the ECHR was an embodiment of the rule of law in this country. I don't know if you've spotted it, John, but when I talk to people who are even of a liberal disposition, they want to change that in some form or another. Now, they don't want to go full Donald Trump, but Donald Trump will stand there and say, if you want to get things done, you get things done. You don't shackle yourselves with legislation that is inimical to the interests of your country.
Yes.
That's a thing he could well say, and it'll be an issue tomorrow. There's other things around, of course, free speech we were just talking about with Joe as well. Can Keir Starmer survive the press conference, bearing in mind the good vibes he's created today? That's the big question of tomorrow, I think.
And we'll wonder how many questions they will take from the media when that time comes along. Looking forward to your show, Stig, as always. Stig with Kate tomorrow from 6 on Times Radio Breakfast. Now, coming up here after 6, Mikey Smith from The Mirror and Sam Lister from The Express are with me on Pienaar and Friends. It's now 5:56. I'm John Pienaar on Times Radio with Barclays Corporate Banking. Change your perspective with Big Picture Banking from Barclays.
Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. Start your day with Times Radio's essential morning briefing with intelligent conversation and incisive analysis from some of the most respected names in politics, culture and entertainment. Hear well-informed opinion and quality journalism on all the big stories making the headlines. Times Radio Breakfast, tomorrow morning from 6 with Nationwide, a good way to bank.
Download the free Times Radio app from the App Store or Google Play today.
Did you know when you get a McDonald's, you're helping support British and Irish farmers? From the Herefordshire beef farmers to the egg farmers of Lincolnshire.
Drive on Times Radio.
Your thoughts are coming in thick and fast, and that's exactly what I want now. We've been talking, as you would expect, as you've been hearing about Donald Trump's state visit to this country, the infinite pomp and pageantry, the military ceremony that we've had in the course of the day. He seemed pleased as punch with all of it. And about now, they're going to be getting ready for the banquet, the state banquet at Windsor Castle. White ties, tails, medals, sashes, the whole thing. It will absolutely glitter. And this is a prelude to the politics of tomorrow. So I want to know what you think of this visit. What would you be saying in the ear of the president if you had the chance? What would you be adding to the banquet conversation? Share your thoughts. Send me a text, 87222. Start with the word Times, or a tweet to @TimesRadio. All coming up. Let's hear what you think after the news on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio, the voice of the Times.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm John Pienaar. Welcome to Pienaar and Friends, which tonight is Sam Lister from The Express and The Mirror's Mikey Smith. And you, of course. After the news, we're going to be hearing from Kim Darroch, former British ambassador to the United States. We've got so much to cover. Let's all join in and let's chat after the news with Tom Noonan.
Thank you, John. Good evening. Donald Trump is preparing for the state banquet at Windsor Castle after an afternoon of pageantry for his state visit. He's inspected the troops, been treated to a military ceremony with marching bands and laid a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II. He's been accompanied by the King for much of the day. The Times' royal editor Kate Mancy says they get on better than some might expect.
They do have a very good personal connection. Do they see eye to eye on lots of things like the environment? No. Or, even on foreign policy. But the King knows that this is his job, and his job is to promote this soft power, that the stakes couldn't be higher.
While this afternoon's events have been ceremonial, tomorrow is when bilateral meetings with the government will take place. In the run-up to the visit, the government promoted investment by US tech firms. The Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy has insisted to Times Radio the government hasn't given them concessions over the digital services tax in return.
I'm happy to give that assurance. That hasn't been part of the discussions. We've got a digital tax here. We believe that's an important part of our structure and our ability to then go on to invest and to deliver for British people. So happy to give you that assurance today.
The Home Office has failed to deport migrants to France under its one-in, one-out returns pilot for a third day running. It's raised concerns about the Home Office's defence of the policy in court. Ministers have insisted a High Court ruling last night blocking one deportation case will not stop the removal of other migrants. A former Labour councillor has been charged over the Westminster honey trap scandal. 28-year-old Oliver Steadman, who was arrested last June, has been charged with blackmail and communications offences in relation to 5 victims, including MPs. A German prosecutor says he is a small amount of evidence away from bringing a prosecution against the prime suspect in the case of Madeleine McCann, as he's released from prison for a separate crime. Christian Bruckner has never been charged over the 3-year-old's disappearance and denies any involvement. The Times' chief news correspondent David Brown explains the evidence prosecutors currently have.
He was associated with a telephone that made a call very close to the apartment where she went missing. He left Portugal soon after. Friends have said that he has admitted abducting Madeleine. The Portuguese police have got internet chat rooms where he fantasises about abducting and murdering girls. They found videos in which he carries out sex attacks on young girls.
The head of Ofsted says he would completely ban smartphones if he ran a school. Sir Martin Oliver has told a Times Summit on parenting he thinks something fundamentally changed after the pandemic, making it more difficult to prise children away from their phones. And Team GB's Jake Whiteman has won silver in the men's 1500 metres at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo. The 31-year-old says it feels like gold. However, the defending champion Josh Kerr pulled up with a calf injury in the penultimate lap. For a news bulletin when you want it, to search for the Times News Briefing podcast.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking.
It is great to have you with us on Pienaar and Friends, an hour of good conversation in really good company, which tonight is Sam Lister, the Associate Editor at the Daily Express. Hello to you, Sam.
Hi, John.
Great to see you back. And from the Mirror, the Sunday Mirror, Mikey Smith, Deputy Political Editor there. Hi to you, Mikey.
Hello.
So, can I come to you first, Sam, and ask you for your thought for the day?
Yeah, I think it's something that I've suspected for quite a while now, but Labour is no longer the party of the workers. It's the party of the public sector, private school, educated types. And with this, some interesting polling by Luke Trill, who I know is a friend of the show, More in Common, he put it out today. Big reform lead, I'm quoting Luke Trill now, big reform lead among those who went to a state school, Tories best result among grammar school alumni, and Labour actually have a fairly big lead among private school attendees, consistent in other recent polls. And I think, as I say, it's something that I've long suspected from my own life away from Westminster, the people who I talk to in my normal everyday life. They think that Labour no longer represents the working classes. It's the public sector party now. I know that doesn't necessarily tell you with the private schools, but I think it's interesting. It definitely isn't the party of the working classes, it would seem.
I've got to say, it's a striking headline, Sam. And when you say a big lead among those who went to state school for reform, what's a big lead?
So let me get up the stats for you, because I think it's probably easier if I read them out. So this is, Luke, as I say, Luke Trill, More in Common, they've polled today. So state school, which includes academies, it's 33% Reform, 20% Labour, 17% Tories, and then it goes on to the other parties. And then for private schools, 38% Labour, 25% Reform, 17% Tories.
It's striking stuff, Mikey, isn't it?
It certainly is. I think the people who came up with the private schools tax will be delighted to hear this, because it means it hasn't caused them as much damage as some people think it has.
Well, those are the ones who are left.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yeah. How do you read this? I mean, that does support the idea of reform really entering into the territory of the British working class. The Tories doing well among grammar school former attendees. That's interesting too. How do we analyse that? We're looking there at aspiring people,
aspirational classes,
making their way, not having it all for them. Whereas when it comes to the private schools, as you say, maybe better off people who don't need to worry too much about
middle class guilt.
A couple of middle class girls. Middle class guilt. Guilt. You think it's guilt?
Yeah, middle class guilt.
Or
they're atoning for their private school
and can afford
education.
the tax rises as well as all of that. I mean, that's a new one on me, Mikey.
Absolutely, it's. I mean, I wouldn't be. What were the Tory numbers for working?
Mikey, you're making me put my glasses on again. You saw me take them off, and then you're making me go back in. Right.
Don't check, because then I can make my point without having to worry about it being right or not. I would imagine that Reform have taken quite a lot of the working class numbers away from the Tories rather than from Labour. I'd like to see how that breaks.
So state school, so we're looking at state school, 33% Reform, 20% Labour, 17% Tories.
Yeah, and I imagine, and I have no fear of being contradicted because no one's going to look it up, I imagine the Tory number would have been higher previously than that, because there is sort of a chunk of the country which is working class Tory. That is a group that exists in the country.
There was a huge pool of Tory votes to be plundered by it.
There is that also. Also with the grammar schools, I imagine that the Tories have more in the grammar schools because of where grammar schools tend to be in the country.
Yeah, they are like South East, aren't they, mainly? Yeah.
Look, so that's an interesting poll. And there have been, I don't know, I mean, according to Nigel Farage, maybe 100 polls that put the Reform in the lead of the polls that have been regularly carried out. So it's part of what you guys do, both of you, to talk to MPs down at Westminster, off the record chiefly, which is because it's those conversations that tell you things you actually want to know as opposed to on the record quotes. What's the mood among Labour MPs about that in particular, the loss of their base?
I don't know. I think Labour MPs generally are in a panic overall. I think they're struggling to know, it's a bit like the Tories in their kind of dying days. They don't know whether to tack to the left or the right. And I think and they're just in a state of panic. And obviously, we're only a year and a bit in. There was a YouGov poll actually released today as well that put Keir Starmer's popularity at its lowest since the election. So, it's only going one way, isn't it? And that's down. And so I think it is just a general sense of panic. Nobody thought it would be this way. And they don't know, do we take on Reform? Do we take on the Greens? On the left? Do we take on your party, whatever that is? Nobody quite knows yet, but it seems to...
And being in our trade and being what and who we are, we get excited a lot. And so when the word is spreading that Keir Starmer's leadership is on the edge or on the edge of the edge or getting closer to the edge, that gets repeated again and again and again because it's an eye-catching line. How far is that borne out, Mikey, by your conversation with Labour MPs, not just the ones who are quoted, but the ones who don't want to be quoted?
So far, the people I've spoken to are frustrated, but I think they're more frustrated with the behind the scenes than with Keir himself, because removing your leader when you don't have an obvious successor is a big gamble. Just look at the Conservative Party for evidence of that. So you don't have both parts of that jigsaw. No one obviously, and I'll come to this too, no one obviously to succeed Keir Starmer. But what about the mood of, look, if we could, in a perfect world, we'd get rid of him now, we'd press the button? I don't think we're quite there.
Are we close to being there?
I think there's people who are frustrated with I think that the thing that's stopping us being there, from the people I've spoken to, is that a lot of the intake from last year particularly think Keir's doing a lot of the right things or has his heart in the right place. It's just that a lot of them aren't working as fast as they need to. And
the right things are not working fast enough, or not the right things?
The right things are not working fast enough.
Okay. How does that square with what you're hearing, sir?
I think, well, in many ways, I think the problem is I don't think Keir Starmer is anywhere close to the end, but it does feel like the beginning of the end. It feels like a very long, slow, painful death.
It's always the beginning of the end.
Yeah, well, there is that. All right, John, that's it. Technically, that is true. But I mean, you know this. We've all seen this. Mikey knows this. If you look at governments, this does not feel like the beginning of a government. It feels like the end of a government. And I think it's very hard to see how it is recoverable for him, but it's also hard to see how he is ousted or deposed. There is no real easy mechanism for doing that because of the way the Labour Party is set up, and that just means we're in for an awful lot of pain. The Labour Party is, the country is, and it feels like it's going to be a very long 4 years.
Okay, Mikey.
The one thing I tend to watch for when a leader is on the way out is whether people have started pitying them or not. And I don't think we're there yet.
You think
I think people are just still frustrated and angry.
I think that the fact that people at the the football match the other week when they were chanting obscenities about the Prime Minister, I mean, we haven't seen something like that before, and I think that's interesting about the mood of the country, that actually it isn't just that. I think people felt sorry for Rishi Sunak, actually. They felt sorry for Theresa May, but I think there is a real anger, I think, towards Keir Starmer that wasn't there to Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, that sounds quite telling too. Although I'm trying to imagine any football ground anywhere in the country where a Prime Minister arrives in the stands and gets cheered by everybody. That strikes me as even more unnatural. Mikey, what's your thought for the day?
My thought for the day follows on from that quite neatly, and I'm going to recycle it from a tweet. Full disclosure, because I very seldom have a thought which I don't immediately tweet, which is that I'm not saying that any idiot could have won the 2024 election for Labour, but having steered them to that victory should not be seen as a sign that you have magical powers.
Okay.
When I was tweeting that, I was thinking you may have deciphered about Morgan McSweeney, who is Keir Starmer's chief of staff, I think his title is, who did a perfectly serviceable job during the campaign, and many people have started to complain to me and others that he's not the right man for Labour in government. And I started thinking about Morgan, and then I thought about how that kind of applies more in politics than in other walks of life. You have these people, and I think I mentioned this last week. You have these people who people in politics think of as magical. Peter Mandelson is one of them, and people get, we can't get rid of Peter. We can't get rid of Morgan. You have to hold them close and never let them go. Dominic Cummings, I feel, not magical. He's a crazy lunatic who has an eye for a good slogan and knows how to run a campaign. Sure, but he's not magic. And when these magical people lose their magic a little bit, people in politics need to learn to let go of them, is my thought.
Yeah. Was Team Starmer widely thought to possess magical powers from winning that election? It was a big majority in the House of Commons, but you didn't have to be a professor of politics to see that Labour got 2/3 of the seats and 1/3 of the vote. That was not a storming triumph. They didn't sweep the country in that sense. It was a wide but shallow level of support. And Teddy Blair, a different matter, wasn't it? I mean, he stormed in, admittedly, after 18 years of Conservative rule. People couldn't have been more sick of the Conservatives, except to the extent that they were last July. So a different situation. But was McSweeney, because you mentioned him, the chief of staff to Starmer, was he being magic powers being attributed to him?
Maybe magic powers is a little bit glib, but I think he has been he and a handful of others have been credited with delivering Labour's victory. And you see, it was a broad but shallow victory. It was still a victory.
Sure.
And they still got more votes than the other parties. And that is something that Labour have not done for a long time. So I think it's understandable for people in the Labour Party to think, oh, great, brilliant, thanks. And think, okay, have a go, see what you can do. And maybe that he had some ineffable skill that other people didn't have. I think what Labour particularly are bad at, and people in politics in general are bad at, is sort of reflecting on these situations and whether, as I slightly glibly put, any idiot could have done it. I'm sure there are loads of idiots who would have messed up a Labour victory and denied them a victory in that election. But again, was it that big a challenge?
I think you're being a bit harsh, actually. I mean, I think there are people. I think you are right. Morgan McSweeney, Dominic Cummings. People ascribe a certain quality to them. But what they both have in common is they may have their flaws, but they were clever and they were strategic, and they were disciplined, and they could see what needed to be done to win an election. And actually, not everybody has that ability and that quality. What is different is that quality is not the same as being able to govern, and I think that's where both of those are falling. Or Morgan McSweeney is currently falling down. Dominic Cummings did, but I think they are clever, strategic people, and I think no, it's not a case of any idiot could do it just because everyone hated the Conservatives at that point. You did need somebody who could be disciplined and focused, and I would also always say it's never really the advisor's fault. It's always the leader's fault. It's Keir Starmer's fault. It was Boris Johnson's fault. Ultimately, they're the people in power. The advisors are only there to advise, and the tone is set in Keir Starmer's own word. Fish rots from the head. It's now coming back to haunt him. He said that about Boris Johnson. He looks around his own team, and all these scandals are happening. Ultimately, as he says, it comes from the top, and he sets the tone. Morgan McSweeney is only a cog in that whole operation. He isn't responsible for everything.
All right, we're going to move on. I want to talk in a moment about the Donald Trump state visit. If you want to read more about that, by the way, just check out the live blog on thetimes.com. That'll tell you what you need to know. And a bit later on, here on Pienaar and Friends, I'm going to be talking to the former British ambassador to the United States, Kim Darroch. Do tell me what you are thinking. I'm looking at it, soaking it all up. You will be part of the conversation, I promise you. It's now 6:17. I'm John Pienaar on Pienaar and Friends with Barclays Corporate Banking. See tomorrow clearly with Big Picture Banking from Barclays.
In the ever-changing world of current affairs, nothing stands still. Times Radio Breakfast is your essential weekend briefing with incisive analysis on all the latest developments in politics, culture and entertainment. Plus all the latest financial news with the Weekend Money Check. Times Radio Breakfast, Saturday and Sunday mornings from 6 on Times Radio with Handelsbanken. Banking done differently since 1871. Find out why at handelsbanken.co.uk.
When you're growing a small business, you need someone
winning daily news podcast from The Times. Listen in the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. Change your perspective with Big Picture Banking from Barclays. Find out more at barclayscorporate.com/thetimes.
I'm John Pienaar here with Pienaar and Friends. That's Mikey Smith tonight from The Mirror and Sam Lister from The Express. And guys, we can just rejoin our colleague, Times Radio colleague Callum MacDonald, who's down outside Windsor Castle. Hi to you, Callum.
Hi, John.
Hi, you've been earning your money today, Callum. I know you've been talking to an awful lot of people, having a lot of really interesting conversations. And now you can tell us about a couple more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the key thing here. So the sort of idea of this state visit, as we've been talking about all through the day, is to impress and to charm and to win Trump over and to afford him an historic moment, a second state visit as President of the United States. And while a lot of that is happening behind closed doors, as it were, or, in the comfort and with large castle walls protecting him from the public, that has not stopped many, many hundreds upon hundreds of people being here all through the day, albeit a little quieter now, I'll concede, but certainly throughout the course of the afternoon it was really busy here, and there were people engaging in conversations among themselves, definitely with myself and journalistic colleagues around as well, some who were just here to observe the spectacle, but some who had very definitive views of Donald Trump, of his policies and of the significance of this state visit, and more than that, I think what the UK should learn from Donald Trump, including this Mexican woman.
We saw the march, and it was beautiful to see the freedom of speech, right?
Is this the Unite the Kingdom march?
Unite the Kingdom, we loved it. That's one of the things that we were happy to see, that we need to stop with the silencing of the voices of the right, because we have been the polite ones. We have been the ones that are like always. The guy that used to debate and talk to people was assassinated in front of everyone. The guy that said like, oh, let's bring everybody to the table and gave him a microphone for 15 minutes. That's what people don't see. They see snippets and they cut it out and they say like, oh, he said this, but they like his quote on empathy. Yeah. And he was like, no, it's sympathy, because you cannot walk on everybody's shoes. But how we have changed everything, and now this guy is anti-gay, anti-everything, and he wasn't. He was a Christian most of all, and he was the thing that he wanted to be remembered. Yeah. And they killed him. They literally killed him in front of his wife and children. And as a mother, And as a wife, that broke my heart. So in order to see the United Kingdom say like, hey guys, I see the Charlie Kirk and everything like that, I'm an immigrant. I went to the US legally. I'm a Mexican, and I've seen when government goes the other way. I am proud to be Mexican too, but also I'm proud for what the US gave me, for coming here legally. You know who like illegal immigration hurts? People like me.
Interesting conversation, Callum. It is worth just keeping in mind that Donald Trump won the US election with the help of a fair number of minority ethnic voters, some of them immigrants to the United States. And the line between lawful and unlawful migration, that is a significant distinction. And a lot of those migrants legally arriving in the USA, and it's mirrored here too to some extent. They are angry about unlawful migration too. Now the banquet is going on in a couple of hours' time. Callum, what can you tell us about that? Are you invited, by the way?
I badly wish I was invited. Am I allowed to say this? I'm going to go for it. I've received the menu, but I'm not allowed to tell you what's on it for another 2 hours. Okay. So I apologise for that. Okay. But at 8:30, I will be gladly breaking that news. Just in terms of what the banquet represents, and it's so fascinating speaking to these people around here today about how this state visit has become a real focal point of so many things. So that woman referenced the death and assassination of Charlie Kirk. She referenced the Unite the Kingdom march last weekend. She referenced immigration. All of these things are amalgamating, and people feel a real sense of purpose in this state visit for these issues to be addressed. I wonder if they truly will be, perhaps over dinner later, which will take place in St George's Hall as part of the Windsor Castle grounds, of course. We expect around 150 to 160 guests to be there, to be sitting at the Waterloo table, which, by the way, is the length of half of a football field, which is long, to say the least. A couple of things just to mention, I suppose, by way of what to expect based on precedent, based on past state banquets. A couple of notes for you. When President Macron of France was here just, a couple of months ago in July, the King actually brought in a French chef to cook for said guest of honour. And the other thing that I noted, actually, was when President Obama attended a state banquet in 2011, Tom Hanks was invited. The actor, Tom Hanks, was there. And I just find that intriguing because surely the guest list says something about the nature of the conversation you want to have, the level of impression you want to leave on the president, and how exactly the sort of mood and atmosphere of the room should go. Of course, President Trump will be sitting alongside the King, which will be his absolute pride and joy. We expect the state banquet to get underway at about 8:30 this evening.
Okay, Callum, just want to mention this. Gary, our listener, writes in saying, Callum reminds me of Steve down the club. He said, grabs all the overtime going. So there you go. Someone's wishing you well, as well as saluting your enterprise and your effort.
Needs must.
Good to talk to you, Callum. Do it again before long. That's Callum MacDonald. Now let's talk about the state visit, shall we? A couple of thoughts from conversations I had during the course of today. Lord Ricketts, former National Security Advisor, look, he was talking with me about some of the big substantial issues in the background of all of this. Of course, Ukraine is one of those. And I put it to him at a certain point that Donald Trump's ultimatum, his demand that Europe stop buying Russian oil, it didn't encourage the idea that Donald Trump was going to do that anytime soon, because it wasn't going to happen anytime soon.
Well, let's see. I mean, it is a move on the part of Trump to be talking about serious sanctions on Russia. He hasn't been doing that so far. It's a move on his part. They have also been talking about G7 sanctions, which narrows the area, of countries that would have to do it. There is a problem, as I understand it, that the consequence of cutting off China and India from cheap Russian oil is the price of oil would go up on the market, including for European countries, that, as you say, at the moment, buy Russian oil. But so let's not say no to it. I mean, it's a proposal from the Americans to work with. Yeah. I think British creativity needs to be applied to come out with something which does really put the squeeze on Putin without, the kind of downsides that we've been talking about, and which is done in a manageable grouping like the G7, which would still be very powerful.
That's Lord Ricketts, the former National Security Advisor. But Robert Hardman is a royal historian and writer, and he took the view that this whole affair was much more about pageantry than controversy.
The King is a proud Scot. There's plenty to get onto while avoiding tricky issues like the environment, let alone Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall at that banqueting hall? I suppose they allow flies on the wall at the banqueting
I think it's swatted fairly quickly.
and that was Robert Harmon, and then heard from Max Hastings, the journalist, the writer, the historian, former national newspaper editor, lifelong conservative by way of politics. He was among those demonstrating against the Trump visit.
I've been very moved this afternoon by how many people have said to me, that they feel as deeply and passionately as I do that it's a humiliating day for Britain, that we have to entertain this dreadful man. If I were in Keir Starmer's shoes, I'd probably have felt obliged to do the same thing.
That's Max Hastings. So Sam Lister and Mikey Smith. That was Max Hastings speaking from the heart. You guys speaking from the heart. How did you feel watching it all play out? It's not over yet. Still got the banquet to come. But what were you feeling?
I think the pomp and ceremony is obviously Britain at its best. We always do these things brilliantly. And I think, I didn't particularly like the fact that Keir Starmer had to kind of pull out the letter, inviting President Trump to the UK for a second state visit. But I thought,
didn't you like that?
I didn't like it. But I thought it was clever, and I thought it was the right thing to do, and I thought he actually did it well.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're a proud nation, and obviously we don't want to feel like we're on bended knee, I suppose, to America. But ultimately, America, he's the leader of the free world, and we have to. Have to deal with him sensibly. And let's not forget that how many state visits we have as a nation where we have people who are far, far more unpalatable than Donald Trump, presidents of undemocratic nations. I heard it was one of your colleagues interview today on Times Radio with Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader who has refused to attend the state banquet, and he was asked, Joe Coburn asked him, why did you not do the same for the state banquet for the Emir of Qatar? And he was dancing on a head of a pin about why he went to that one but not this one. And I think that says it all, really. It's it is fashionable for people to protest against Trump. It's fashionable to make a bit of a show of all this. But when we have people from from undemocratic nations, it's barely a blink.
No, we're not merely undemocratic. I mean, the late Queen entertained the like of certainly Putin, Idi Amin at some point, a murderous,
Mugabe,
mad dictator of Uganda, and then on it went the Saudi Arabian effective ruler, who's to him has been attributed all sorts of deeds of human rights abuses. The killing of a journalist who displeased him was attributed to the circle of Mohammed bin Salman. But I guess when it comes to Donald Trump, we're not talking about quite like for like there. He's a leader of a democratic nation, an advanced democratic nation, which has over decades stood for the very same principles that we have. And now it can't be said of Donald Trump that he stands for Western security, that he stands for the principles of democracy as we understand it in this country and others in Europe too. That, I guess, is that is
true. That is true. But he was absolutely resoundingly elected. He won the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. There is no doubting the fact that he attracted the support of
and you've got to deal
his
with
nation.
The world as it is.
He was democratically elected by across the board. On both counts. You can't say like last time, he didn't win the popular vote.
He's the most powerful man on the planet.
Exactly.
Mikey, what were you feeling?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to be fashionable. So, I mean, the whole thing seemed a little bit unseemly to me. We are rolling out this fantastic, I should say, all credit to we make a good band in this country and they play very well. But we are rolling out a red carpet. He gets to visit a fairy tale castle. He gets to be shifted about in a gold-trimmed horse-drawn carriage. It's a little bit like we're giving a toddler a VIP trip to Disneyland, which is, I think, the point of today, is to butter him up with all of the things he likes because he's a toddler. And I think there's a point definitely in trying to do business with him, although I don't think necessarily that it's possible to do business with Donald Trump. People say he's a transactional president. I think transactional means that both sides get something that they want, and that hasn't been his record since certainly in his second term. Right. And all the things you've said are true. He's not a reliable partner either in business or in his personal life. He's a liar. He has repeatedly continues to claim that he won the 2020 election when he didn't. He instigated a violent coup to try and overturn the result, and now declares that day as a day of love. And I think when Idi Amin came here and when all of these other people came here, there was sort of a consciousness that we were inviting a bad man or a bad person to come because we have to talk to them. I'm not getting that from what we're doing here. None of this seems like we're doing it under protest. You know, we're not. This doesn't seem like we're doing it because we have to.
I don't think we ever do a state visit under protest. I mean, that's a very odd way to look at it, I think. I mean, we don't say we're having this state visit, but we don't really want to. The whole point of them is that we lavish a bit of, British pomp on people around the world. It's
okay,
not
guys,
a...
I've got to pause here just for a moment because it is time for the news. We're going to pick up exactly this thread right after the news. And we're going to be joined by Sakim Darrett, the former British ambassador to Washington. Now, a little bit late, forgive me for that. It's 6:33, time for the news with Tom Noonan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you, John. These are the latest Times Radio headlines. Donald Trump is preparing for this evening's state banquet to end a ceremonial day of his state visit. He's been hosted by the King at Windsor Castle to view military bands and see the late Queen's tomb. The visit has been held entirely within the castle's grounds with no public element. There has been an anti-Trump protest in London. Times Radio's Rosie Wright has been speaking to those attending.
What is interesting about this protest, they're united by one thing. They want to stop Trump's visit. They say he's not welcome. Is the variety of different reasons why people are out here. I mean, looking around me, I can see so many different signs that say things like kick out Trump's nukes, some I can't say out loud, Trump for prison, migrants welcome, Trump not welcome. It's a real cast of characters.
The government has failed to deport migrants to France under the pilot of its one-in, one-out returns deal for a third day running. The Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood says she will fight what she calls vexatious last-minute claims by those due for removal. A former Labour councillor has been charged over the Westminster honey trap scandal. 28-year-old Oliver Stedman is charged with communication offences and blackmail. And in cricket, Phil Salt has earned England victory in their first T20 against Ireland. The visitors won by 4 wickets in Dublin in a match in which Jacob Bethell became the youngest man to captain England at international level. Don't forget you can set the Times news briefing as your news service on Alexa.
This is Times Radio.
For over 100 years,
Banking. See tomorrow clearly with Big Picture Banking from Barclays. Find out more at barclayscorporate.com/The Times.
I'm John Pienaar. This is Pienaar and Friends. And here on Pienaar and Friends, Mikey Smith from The Mirror and Sam Lister from The Express. Helen writes in with a question. Has the chef tonight at the banquet got red hair? And is he called Ronald? I mean, other
maybe not at the banquet, but maybe a little later on, Ronald will be called into action, especially if the king finishes eating too early.
Just bring me one of those. The order will go down. And Kate, you're here. Who's taking over at 7? Hi, Kate.
Hi, John. Look, we'll be reflecting on today. It's those moments that you catch or you might watch back again. Donald Trump telling the Princess of Wales, "You're so beautiful." I mean, it's just, this is when royal protocol and Donald Trump do not mix. Moments like that. I mean, he looked so chuffed after the beating retreat military parade. on the East Lawn, I think it was, at Windsor Castle. He just looked absolutely made up with that. He's obviously been treated to an enormous show. In fact, it's thought it's the largest ceremonial military welcome for any state visit ever, basically. That's how big it is. That's how unprecedented, that word that Donald Trump likes to use.
And no crowd to see it.
And no crowd to see it, which, I mean, I was watching, obviously, when you're on a bit later on, you get to see a lot of this stuff play out in real time at home. So whilst I was sort of doing various bits of research at home today and kind of putting out the washing and stuff, the stuff that the sort of glamorous chores that radio presenters get up to during the day, John, I had all of the pictures on, a little bit of Times Radio, but just being able to see it all is always a treat, I think. And it's those missed moments, I think, that you can reflect on at my time of night. But we will be focusing on the state banquet. I mean, this is absolutely huge. There'll be speeches from the King and from Donald Trump there. We only expect really warm words from him during this banquet. So, look, we may not get anything sensational, but that would not be the order of the day as far as this banquet is concerned. The guests, of course, include a lot of Donald Trump's favourite Silicon Valley tech bros, the Nvidia chief exec Jensen Huang, Sam Altman, Larry Fink of BlackRock, also said to be there as well. Morgan McSweeney's been invited. Of course, he's been in the news a lot recently, hasn't he? Keir Starmer's aide, and many more are going to be there. So we're going to take the group photo. There's a royal procession, speeches at around about 8:30, and then the banquet begins. I don't think they're meant to start eating till 9, which seems awfully late for a bunch of quite old people, I have to say. There'll be lots of Gaviscon flying around Windsor Castle tomorrow morning, won't there, after that?
They sit down at 8:30.
They sit down at 8:30, and we don't think they start eating until 9 because the speeches kick off at 8:30.
Yeah.
That is the timing according to what we've had. Kate Mance is obviously in Windsor Castle looking at this. She's got the menu. I know Callum's got it. We can't reveal that till a little bit later on.
The Twiglets are going to be in demand, aren't they?
That's it. How many snacks can you get through before the real food arrives? So there's that. We're going to be speaking to the Times' brilliant West Coast correspondent Danny Fortson about the tech deal that's been announced today, the ups and downs of it, really, I suppose. We'll be checking in with all our Times Radio colleagues, Callum MacDonald, Rosie Wright. That protest should have finished fairly soon, actually, so we'll find out if there's any fallout, if there's any continuation of that protest in central London for the state visit. Jerry Baker, editor-at-large of the Wall Street Journal, also with us tonight, as is the Labour peer Diane Hayter. We'll obviously touch on some of the day's other political news as well. There'll be a lot of royal stuff in this. We're looking ahead to the press conference tomorrow, of course. Today has been described as the calm before the potential storm of tomorrow, so we'll have a look at what we might get for that. So really looking forward to bringing our listeners all of it. Hugo Vickers, the royal expert and author, joins me in the studio for a good deal of the show, so I'll be handing over to his expertise.
Okay, looking forward to your show at 7, right after this. Now, you've been sending in some of your thoughts. I've got to say there's a kind of a leaning which is not very pro-Donald Trump. Scott writes in, thanks, Scott. He says, Trump is a vile, self-obsessed narcissist. The only reason the UK is rolling out the red carpet is because we're wary of his unpredictable, reckless leadership of the most powerful country in the world. If he can't see that, more fool him. As for Starmer, he's no fool. He simply had no choice. And Robert says this constant refrain of soft power is just a withered fig leaf for the real politic position of the supine UK that's almost wholly reliant on the US for economic developments that might offer what the government perceives as a sustainable economic future. Tom, though, writes in, he's been listening to, he says, hours of Trump derangement syndrome. Doesn't feel we're getting enough on support on the side of Donald Trump. So, look, if you support the visit, if you support Donald Trump and you disagree with those who clearly do not, do join in. Send me a text, 87222, start with the word Times, or a tweet to @TimesRadio. Now, though, let's welcome to the programme, as promised earlier, Lord Darragh. He's a former British ambassador to the United States. Hello to you, Lord Darragh.
Good evening.
Good to have you there. Really grateful for your time. So you've been listening to the conversation. You've been having something very like this conversation, I'm guessing, through the day. I mean, has it come down to this at this point, as they prepare to assemble for dinner ahead of tomorrow's more political events, that nothing very much new is going to happen, nothing surprising is going to happen? Lots of talk beforehand. Would Donald Trump shift position on Ukraine? Would he say something on the Middle East that makes our ears prick up? And the expectations of that, in as far as there were expectations, Kim, have disappeared, or were they never really there?
Yeah, it's a fair question, John. And I mean, we will see a lot better when we get to the press conference tomorrow. But let's make 2 points here. One, What happens in America, what America's policies are, is hugely important to us. I mean, it's our biggest bilateral market. With something like 20% of our exports go to America. And if, for example, we had been landed with 25% tariffs on British exports, rather than the 10% we've got, that might have destroyed the British car industry. So there's tens and thousands of jobs tied up with this. Our security is very closely aligned with America. America is the leading country in NATO. Trump is no fan of NATO. But we got to just about an equilibrium, I hope, at the NATO summit recently, because we're all promising rightly to spend more on defence. So for the moment, that's relatively calm. Doesn't mean it won't blow up later. But there's lots of other stuff we need to talk to him about. We need to talk to him about Ukraine and try and make sure that he doesn't either try and impose a bad deal on Zelensky or just walk away from the whole thing and stop supplying weapons to Ukraine. And then America has 10 times as much influence over Israel as us, or should. But I think the Prime Minister needs to say to him, are you really not able to persuade Netanyahu to stop this carnage in Gaza? Just what is the objective here? It all looks like it's going nowhere.
Yeah.
And I think this very quickly, this tech deal, this frontier technology deal, is potentially very good for us, with two American giants, Microsoft and NVIDIA, investing a lot of money in this country. And we'll have another go on issues like trade sanctions, which are absolutely unjustifiable since America runs a trade surplus with us.
Yes.
But you need to keep chipping away at it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we may argue that it's unjustifiable. Donald Trump sees it anything but that way, and he's the guy who counts when it comes to imposing these tariffs.
That's right, but he originally presented his tariffs as about correcting giant trade imbalances, such as America has with China, with Japan, with Korea, and with Germany. Well, if they have a surplus with us, then that argument kind of falls away. So then it becomes just about raising money.
Yeah, I call exactly. Well, not just raising money, but twisting arms, using tariffs as a coercive instrument. I mean, just ask Denmark. You could ask other South American, and look at Brazil, where tariffs are threatened because Donald Trump insists that Jair Bolsonaro, who tried to stage a murderous coup after losing the election, he says, "Look, let him go, or I'm going to hit you with tariffs." That is not economic. That's barely political. It is coercion.
Right. I think we can all agree, John, that this is not a president from the post-war American presidential mold.
No, we can agree with that. I want to bring in Mikey and Sam, but Kim, if you were a serving diplomat, you would duck this question. But now you are now a former diplomat. You can answer this with startling frankness. I mean, do you think the king is actually more useful in this relationship in many ways than is the Prime Minister?
I think Keir Starmer's done much better than many of us expected in terms of his private, personal diplomacy with Trump. He's done some quite clever things like ringing up Trump after the assassination attempt, like that visit to Trump Tower in Manhattan before the election. So he's actually, I mean, my expectation was that it might be quite a tricky relationship. Actually, he's done extremely well. And I think the evidence is there in terms of this trade deal, bad though that still is. But there is something different about the king and Trump. Trump revered the late Queen, and he seems to have struck up a very good relationship with King Charles, despite the fact that they disagree profoundly on issues like environment and biodiversity and climate change and this kind of thing. But I think what this tells you, if you had any doubts, is what an accomplished diplomat King Charles is, how experienced he is at dealing with all sorts of foreign leaders, how he can turn on the charm, and the ways he knows of getting his points across. I mean, with Canada, for example, when he wanted to express support for Canada after all this 51st state stuff, all he had to do was visit there. The photograph told the story.
Yes.
So he's quite smart at this kind of thing.
Yes. I mean, I'm with Ukraine. Donald Trump very chuffed at getting an invitation to meet the king. Almost immediately afterwards, Zelensky is meeting the king. Anyway, Mikey Smith and Sam Lister are here. Kim, I know they're keen to pick your brain, so if you can stick around, that would be really appreciated. This is Pienaar and Friends on Times Radio with Barclays Corporate Banking. Change your perspective with Big Picture Banking from Barclays.
Get ahead of the news with Kait Borsay from 7 p.m. as she brings you tomorrow's Times Today. An exclusive look at the stories making tomorrow's headlines.
Here's the truth about AI. AI is only as powerful as the platform it's built into. ServiceNow puts AI to work for people across your business. removing friction and frustration for your employees, supercharging productivity for your developers, providing intelligent tools for your service agents to make customers happier. All built into a single platform you can use right now. That's why the world works with ServiceNow. Visit servicenow.com/UK/AI for people.
If my call to the bank
Times Radio.
And here with me on Pienaar and Friends, Mikey Smith from The Mirror, Sam Lister from The Express, and our guest, Lord Darrett. Kim Darrett, the former British ambassador to the United States. And Kim, Mikey and Sam, very keen to plumb your brain and get some more out of your experience. Sam.
Hi, Lord Darrett. Yeah, I wondered if you might be able to lift the curtain a little bit, because obviously you've been involved in these types of events in your previous role. Can you just give us a bit of an insight? Because I think tomorrow is going to be the key day when there's the press conference with Keir Starmer and Donald Trump, and that's the moment where this could all, blow up spectacularly. What kind of preparations will they have been making to make sure that this show stays on the road? And did you ever have any particularly tricky experiences yourself that you'd like to share?
Yeah. Yes, of course. I mean, first of all, there's a huge preparation that goes into planning every single minute of the visit, and there will be exchanges of agendas and subjects they want to talk about between the Prime Minister and Trump tomorrow. So all of it will be planned minutely, with just one problem, which is Donald Trump doesn't really stick to agendas, and he doesn't stick to any of this stuff. And I don't think he has ever uttered a line written by a spin doctor in his life. He says what he thinks, which means you're absolutely right. The thing everyone will be kept awake at night on the UK side, and maybe a few on the American side, is what's he going to say at the press conference, especially the expectation that the British media will try and draw a contrast between what has happened over Peter Mandelson's Epstein links and what has happened over Donald Trump. So you can imagine a flood of Epstein questions coming, actually probably from both American and British journalists. So that will be a compulsory watch. That may turn out to be very boring. Now, in terms of how things go wrong in the past, I'll give you a little story. The first visit, which was a sort of dry run for the 2019 state visit, we took the president to Blenheim Palace in 2018. He's a big fan of Churchill, and this was a semi-state dinner, and there were speeches, and it all was going swimmingly until we all noticed on our mobile phones this urgent message coming through, which was that the Sun had released the text of an interview that the president had given with their political editor of the time, Tom Newton-Dunn, in which Trump had been very critical of the then Prime Minister Theresa May's handling of Brexit and bigged up Boris Johnson as a future leader, which was about as inflammatory as you can imagine. And so we're all listening to these speeches and looking at this and thinking, oh my God, how is this going to play? And of course it did. There was a certain amount of wash up over it afterwards, and thinking, well, what can we do to stop this kind of thing in the future? And there isn't anything, because if you choose to do an interview with a British newspaper in advance, and he's what he thinks. And he hasn't done it this time, I notice, so there you are.
He's doing one with Fox News, I think, which is which may be dropping, well, any time, but I think it's going to be broadcast at 8 o'clock unless that plan's changed. And my colleague behind the glass.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, John. Maybe we're going to have another one of those things. But you're all experienced journalists. I presume you were around to see the Trump comments on British politics in 2018, but it was quite a moment.
Yeah. Mikey Smith.
Hi, I was at Blenheim Palace, and I remember reading it on my phone on the way home because I obviously didn't get into the state dinner. I was going to ask, this time last week, we were sort of chewing over Keir Starmer's options with regard to Peter Mandelson, and whether it was too much of a risk to lose him this close to a state visit. What kind of a risk do you think that was? And do you sense any awkwardness to come over that?
Yeah, Mikey, it was always a risk to appoint Peter Mandelson. You know about his career. He is a brilliant political strategist. As a minister, most civil servants really admired him because he could combine strategic oversight with a forensic eye for the forensic detail. But he's a bit accident prone. So, what's happened has happened, and a lot of you will say, "Oh well, it was always bound to happen. We told you so." Yeah. Look, I think it's kind of out of the way before the visit, just about long enough for the story mostly to have died down and to have moved on. So I think it's all right. I think if I had been advising the Prime Minister, I would have said, appoint the successor before the visit to create a new storyline around this, and so the successor can come to the bank, maybe come to the meeting with Trump tomorrow, and get that story out about who you've chosen, rather than keep the Mandelson story, sort of living on life support. But they won't talk about it in the main meetings at all, I am sure. But you guys will, understandably, have that as your main question for the press conference, and that will make it quite a watch.
I mean, Kim, you say, quite rightly, there were a lot of voices now who say they thought it was a risk not worth taking to appoint Peter Mandelson as our ambassador in Washington. Was that your view?
No, I mean, I'm quite a fan of Peter Mandelson because I saw how good he was at work. And look, when he was first appointed, there was a lot of criticism saying he was a centre-left politician who would never be able to get on with the Trumpies. And if you look at his 8 months in office, we got the best trade deal, basically, of any country. Peter Mandelson seemed to develop strong personal relationships with most of the White House, including the president, with whom he spent an hour about 3 days before the Epstein story came out. And he masterminded this technology agreement, which I think is a very big thing. So that's a pretty good record for 8 months. But with Peter Mandelson, there's some baggage that comes with the brilliance, isn't there?
Yeah, okay. It's been good to get.
And with hindsight, obviously, it looks like the baggage should be given more weight than the brilliance. But, 2 weeks ago, it looked like the brilliance was really delivering.
Kim, it's really good to talk to you, as always. Lord Darragh, there, former British ambassador in DC. Thank you for joining us on the programme. Let me just bring you this. It's just coming out now. The story yesterday about the High Court blocking the deportation of an unlawful migrant after a last-minute court challenge. This is the statement from the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, released now, which says this: last-minute attempts to frustrate a removal are intolerable. I will fight them at every step. Migrants suddenly deciding that they're a modern slave on the eve of their removal, having never made such a claim before, making a mockery of our laws and this country's generosity. I will do whatever it takes, says Shabana Mahmood, to end vexatious last-minute claims. I will robustly defend the British public's priorities in any court, and I will do whatever it takes to secure our border. That's just popping up. I mean, Sam and Mikey, it's, again, tough talk from Shabana Mahmood. She's making a bit of a name for herself as someone who talks tough and promises to act tough on this question, to the point of talking about, well, certainly seriously looking at changing the European Convention on Human Rights, which is now pretty much on the agenda, isn't it? I mean, I saw it wasn't widely picked up, but just at the end of last week, we had the Vice President of the Supreme Court talking about doing exactly that, which I thought was a really interesting story, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shabana Mahmood's instincts on this very much seem to be where the public's are, but she's swimming against the tide when it comes to the judiciary and her own party. I mean, Keir Starmer, a human rights lawyer, Lord Hermer, I mean, a committed human rights lawyer.
They won't scrap it, they won't promise to scrap it, but looking at refining it, and certainly at this end, of changing the way it's applied by British courts. That it is in the middle of the agenda now.
She's going to struggle, though, I think. I think she's going to struggle because their instincts are in a very different place, and the Conservatives, who clearly wanted to tackle this, found it difficult to wade through that quagmire, and I think she may be saying the right things, and I think she genuinely probably is very passionate in that belief, but actually making it happen is a different thing.
Mikey?
I think it's certainly punchier language than we heard from Yvette Cooper, and Yvette Cooper's language wasn't not punchy. She had similar things to say, but Shabana Mahmood's language there, to be honest, made me think of previous Tory Home Secretaries. That's the kind of language they use. I don't know how this is going to go down with the party. I think it'll probably go down quite well with the public, as long as there's some kind of delivery on that, which currently with the law as it is, there probably won't be immediately.
Yes. Okay, look, we've only got a couple of minutes left. Let's look ahead to the main event, as they say, tomorrow. Chequers, President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer side by side at their twin podiums. There's going to be a huge build-up of expectation, and I just wonder if it's going to turn into an enormous anti-climax. What do you think, sir?
There is always that danger with these things. We all get very excited, don't we? And it depends how tightly they are controlling it. Often with these things, they will just give 2 questions to one side and 2 to the other. I don't know. Our political editor will be there, but I don't think we'll know until on the day how many questions. But I mean, what the drama with Donald Trump is always in those kind of more free-for-all scenarios, the warm words, which used to just be literally a couple of warm words, now are impromptu press conferences. This, I suspect, will be much more tightly controlled. But you only need one, British journalist to say, Prime Minister, you sacked your ambassador because of his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think the president is a fit man to lead the free world? And then you've got a whole world of pain.
Mikey, are your expectations high?
I mean, if no one else asks that question, that's exactly what I'm going to ask.
There?
Yes, I am going to be there.
Have you got a question?
He's just taken mine, John.
Have you been picked to ask a question?
John, you've been doing this a while. You know I'm not going to tell you what my questions are.
No, I wasn't asking you a question. Well, I would have asked you, but have you been picked to put one?
I don't know yet.
Yeah.
My understanding is that it won't be 2 and 2, 2 questions for each side, but but it'll be sort of limited. I don't think everyone in the room's going to get a question, so I don't know if I'll get a question. I'm not sure if I was number 10 whether I'd give me a question. But it'd be fun if they did.
Yeah, I mean, nobody feels sorry for journalists, for perfectly good reasons probably, but I'm just thinking an awful lot of political correspondents and editors going down to deepest Buckinghamshire to Chequers and then sitting there acting like sort of spear carriers in the drama and just not getting a question and trolling back. I mean, it's happened
in
before.
The rain.
I mean, Dorothy rather likes doing that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be inside. I think they may move it inside at this point.
Yeah. All right, listen, I've got to leave it there. Good to talk to you both, as it always is. Sam Lister and Mikey Smith. I'm going to be back tomorrow in the build-up to that big event, the main event at Chequers. Our producer today was Emily Leahy. The technical operator was Isaac Marley. And the vision mixer on YouTube, Isaac Pound. Thanks to the production team, Sophia, Maddie, Joe and Charlotte, who really worked their socks off, as you could tell from the extraordinary lineup of guests we had on the programme, and the extraordinary things still to come with Kate after the news.
The UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio, the voice of the times.
Thanks, John. Have a great night. It is 7 o'clock. This is the evening edition with Kait Borsay. Coming up... Well, we'll be hearing live from King Charles and Donald Trump at tonight's royal banquet at Windsor Castle. Stay tuned for that, along with analysis from experts in the UK and United States. Plus, we'll go live to Westminster, where a demonstration's been taking place to protest the American president's visit. And we'll dissect what this state visit might bring politically for Keir Starmer, from trade deals to tech deals. As ever, we'll give you an exclusive look inside tomorrow's paper. That's all on the way, but first the news with Tom Noonan.
Good evening, Kate. Thank you. Donald Trump and the King are preparing for a state banquet at Windsor Castle after a day of ceremony for the president's state visit. Earlier, they viewed a military parade of marching bands on the castle's lawn. That's the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps playing Yankee Doodle. President Trump laid a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II in St George's Chapel and had private lunches and meetings with the King, the Queen and the Prince and Princess of Wales. This evening's banquet will be held in St George's Hall on the castle's grounds. One of those who won't be attending is the Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey. He told Times Radio not turning up in protest is more effective than trying to speak to the president himself.
I've had the huge honour to to go to a number of state banquets in the past, and therefore I know what happens. And you get no chance to have a proper conversation with the visiting head of state. You very best you shake his hand and that's it. And you don't even get to talk to the senior entourage unless you're at the top table. And I wouldn't have had a chance to say my piece.
While today's has been about ceremony, tomorrow will be about the bilateral meetings between the government and the president's entourage. Fred Fleets, the former Chief of Staff for Donald Trump's National Security Council, thinks the pageantry will have laid the groundwork for those talks.
This is an important, special relationship. It's critical not just for our countries, but for global security. This is going to strengthen that relationship. It's going to be a chance for them to have some difficult discussions about the war in Ukraine, economic deals, energy deals. I think both countries will greatly benefit.
We will keep you up to date with events in Windsor throughout the evening on Times Radio. For a third day running, the government has failed to deport any migrants under its one-in, one-out returns deal with France. The Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood says she will fight what she calls vexatious last-minute appeals. A former Labour councillor has been charged over Westminster's honey trap scandal, in which one MP said he was scammed into sending explicit images of himself. 28-year-old Oliver Steadman is charged with blackmail and communications offences relating to 5 victims, including MPs. A union says workers in Jaguar Land Rover's supply chain are being advised to apply for universal credit after a recent cyber attack. Unite says its members are being laid off with reduced or zero pay and is calling for a furlough scheme. Jaguar Land Rover has apologised for the disruption, and the government says it's meeting supply chain companies tomorrow. The Scottish Parliament has voted to abolish the not proven verdict, which is unique to Scottish law. It's part of a package of wider reforms to the legal system. And in football, Swedish striker Alexander Isak is making his debut for Liverpool in the Champions League. The £125 million British transfer record signing will lead the line at Anfield against Atletico Madrid. Now let's get the latest from the markets.
Times Radio Market Watch, in association with Saxo. Everything you need to properly diversify your portfolio in one place. Capital at risk.
The FTSE 100 has closed up 12 points at 9,208. The FTSE 250 has closed up 127 points at 21,619. The Dow Jones is currently up 258 points at 46,016, and the pound is trading at €1.15 and $1.37. And the country's second biggest house builder has told shareholders to expect limited growth over the next year because of speculation about the future of stamp duty. Barrett Redrow says there's an enormous amount of kite flying by the government about the changes it might make. You can read plenty more on the business section of the Times website.
Times Radio Market Watch, in association with Saxo. Invest in everything in one place and at low prices with Saxo Investor. Capital at risk. Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. The Evening Edition with Kait Borsay on Times Radio.
You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change.
This is a marathon, not a sprint.
There is a buzz, there is an energy, there is an optimism.
To restore service and respect to politics.
We are the generation that will take the NHS from the worst crisis in its history to build an NHS fit for the future.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe and prosperous America that our children deserve.
Our first responsibility is to hold this Labour government to account.
It is the Evening Edition. A warm welcome. We're on YouTube, by the way. I've just realised, and you'll have seen me throw my hands into the air there. You will see a few visual cues like that. So it is an insight into the world of radio that you'll get with us here on the Evening Edition tonight. It's me, Kait Borsay. Hello. It is Times Radio. It is Wednesday, September the 17th, the first full day of Donald Trump's historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. So this evening, with you until 10 for 3 hours, filled with, well, plenty of action, both from the state visit and beyond. And you can find it all, not only on your airwaves, but also on your computers as well, and your tellies if you've got YouTube on there. The whole show is broadcast live to YouTube this evening. Every wrinkle, grimace and smile. Do check us out. Leave your comments there as well, please. We'll keep an eye on those. Just head to Times Radio YouTube I'm giving you a secret wave at the moment if you're watching. Maybe you've been with John Pienaar this evening. So today has been billed as the calm before any potential political storm tomorrow. At Windsor, minus the crowds, Donald Trump was formally welcomed by the King and Queen and treated to the largest military ceremonial welcome for any state visit in living memory. The King and Trump looked in high spirits as they were entertained by the Beating Retreat military parade. The Red Arrows flew over Windsor Castle, and this evening we'll be building up to the state banquet, taking the speeches, running you through the guest list. With us this evening then to help us take this journey, the royal author with an unrivalled knowledge of huge ceremonial events like this, Hugo Vickers, will bring it all to life. For the full lowdown on the UK-US special relationship and what this trip means for that, Sarah Elliott, spokesperson for Republican Overseas, also with us live in the studio. The Times royal editor Kate Manzi will take us inside Windsor Castle, plus my brilliant Times Radio colleagues Callum MacDonald in Windsor and Rosie Wright at the protests in central London will tell us what they've encountered today. There's our usual peek inside tomorrow's paper. Jerry Baker, Times columnist, editor-at-large of the Wall Street Journal, and the Labour peer Diane Hayter with us for that. And the Times West correspondent Danny Fortson will take us through the celebrations and the cautions behind the UK's multi-billion-dollar tech prosperity deal announced today as a celebration of this trip. Now, don't forget, you can get in touch with us throughout the programme in the traditional way via WhatsApp 0333 003 2353. You can text us, that's even more traditional, 87222. Start your message with the word Times. For the really modern way, go to YouTube, click on Times Radio, the YouTube channel. We are broadcasting live. Leave us a comment there. Producer Anne-Marie will be filtering those and beaming them through to me here in the studio. Let's get started.
The Evening Edition with Kait Borsay on Times Radio.
OK, well, let's, first of all, before we go to Windsor and take a little look at what's happened today there, let's take a little look at what's happened in central London. We'll speak to Times Radio's Rosie Wright, who has been at a demonstration today organised by the Stop Trump coalition. It saw, well, politicians including Jeremy Corbyn addressing the crowds. They are, of course, gathered there in central London to protest Donald Trump's second state visit. Rosie, good evening to you.
Good evening, Kate.
Rosie, it's just wrapped up, I understand, hence our our swift dispatch to you. Tell us if there is still any action there, whether it looks likely to carry on and what the atmosphere is like at the moment.
Yeah, Parliament Square is just filtering out now. We've just had the final few speeches, and as protesters are leaving, there's a few drum beats in the background. You might be able to hear them. They've been planting their placards in the hedges in Parliament Square. And to give you an idea of the variety of people who came to this demonstration today, the placards say, "Dump Trump, migrants welcome Trump, not end the genocide, stop Trump, stop starving Gaza." And it was a coalition of over 50 groups who stood for various different things. There were unions, trade unions, there were charities, there were groups saying they wanted to stop the war, end racism, coming together with very different ideas of their frustrations with the US president, but one thing in common: they didn't think it was appropriate for him to be invited for the visit that he's received today by the royals. Some of them told me exactly why.
He is taking America into a nightmarish world that is very comparable to Hitler Germany, to Nazi Germany. And I think it's a great danger, not just for the people of America, but for the whole world.
Trump is an absolute threat to democracy.
Why do you say that?
He doesn't respect the constitution of his own country. He's acting in order to suspend laws to get his way through these presidential edicts, which are completely inappropriate in the way he's using them. He's fundamentally a liar and a fantasist.
I cannot understand why we are hosting this bloke who's such a foul creature. So we've got like soldiers on horseback parading in front of him. I cannot understand how we are spending all that money on that foul creature.
Yeah, look, really strong words there, Rosie. And look, OK, we are a democracy. We believe in free speech. This is a demonstration of free speech. We'll be mindful to think about that when we think about whether it's appropriate or not with the visit of Donald Trump. Was anyone in any way supportive, or were they all angry voices? Could anyone understand why, for example, because of the tech deal today, this visit is more than about a character assassination of Donald Trump?
There was just huge frustration. And I think actually, Kate, the wider picture here is they're more frustrated, the people who came and gave up their Wednesday afternoon to sort of make a fuss and be a united voice. They actually were not met by many other allies. I mean, I spoke to the protest organisers at the very beginning when everyone was assembling with sort of quite a lot of optimism at 2 o'clock down in Oxford Circus in central London. And they said, we're expecting loads of people to be here in the sort of tens of thousands. And there was a lot of chatter about the march, of course, that took place over the weekend on Saturday, and they were saying, look, we are the alternative to this. But unfortunately, 5,000 people showed up as an alternative. So for them, they're very frustrated to say, look, we wanted to provide an alternative, but slowly as we got down to Parliament Square later on, they realised the numbers quite were not what they'd imagined. So I think there's sort of maybe a lack of unifying clarity with all those different groups, with all the things they're upset about. There's sort of lack of unifying message about what it is they actually really stand for to be able to bring more than the 5,000 that they wanted to be here today.
Tell us who you've heard from. I know Jeremy Corbyn addressed the crowds there. There are some well-known names there as well, aren't there?
Yeah, we also heard from the brand new leader of the Green Party, Zach Polanski, and he did open his speech to the crowd here by saying, look, of course we should have a relationship with the US president, and then he said, but. And there came then many different statements of his disquiet of why we shouldn't be rolling out the red carpet for the US president. He mentioned other people by name, and when he did, the crowd here booed. That was Nigel Farage, Elon Musk, you can imagine. And also we heard from the former Labour MP Zara Sultana, who said the current Labour administration are welcoming hate and genocide. She asked, and got cheers when she asked this question, why is it that there is money for banquets but not for starving children? That message did resonate with the people who decided to protest today.
Jeremy Corbyn, Rosie, has complained about the very sinister suppression of protest. He's also praised those people, they were arrested for beaming Trump Epstein pictures onto the walls of Windsor Castle last night. He was speaking at the anti-Trump rally in Parliament Square where you are, and said, he said well done to them. Those comments are tricky. He's the former leader of the Labour Party. He's now an independent MP, but of course he is behind a new party, whatever the name ends up being, who he will want to have perceived as a genuine contender. He will talk about them as trying to form the next government. These words clash with that, don't they, when we think about the diplomacy needed?
And if you are here looking for your kind of political alternative, if you think that the decisions that Keir Starmer is making are not appropriate and you are left-leaning, the question for these demonstrators, and I did speak to some of them about who they felt sort of most politically aligned to, and some of them feel quite politically homeless or at this point confused or in a wait-and-see moment. Might it be that Jeremy Corbyn, Zara Sultana, form some kind of alliance with the Green Party? That we don't know yet. I mean, we don't know what many of these policies will look like. You know, there are lots of unexpected questions. Those are the type of politicians that these people feel like they identify with, but not enough yet to say, right, this is the party that is the real alternative if I'm really unhappy with how Keir Starmer, for example, is handling the US president.
OK, well, look, Rosie, thank you so much for speaking to us. Appreciate it. Times Radio's Rosie Wright. Things are wrapping up there in Westminster. There has been a big, but not perhaps as big as they'd hoped, demonstration organised by the Stop the Trump coalition. As Rosie was saying there, sort of 50 groups or organisations coming together with some well-known speakers as well. There has been a bit of small protest in Windsor, just some news coming through that 2 people were arrested over public order incidents linked to the President's state visit. That was because of an incident in Windsor at around 1 o'clock today. So there has been a small amount of trouble there. We will check in with Callum MacDonald, by the way, our very own. He's in Windsor. He's been doing a fantastic job all day, painting the pictures, telling us about how the people of Windsor are coming out, even though they can't see, obviously, most of this taking place, how they've been coming out in force to show their support for Donald Trump and out of curiosity, I suppose, for this state visit. Well, let's take ourselves, shall we, inside Windsor Castle now, where the King and Queen are ready to open tonight's state banquet in the coming hour. Kate Manzi is royal editor for The Times. She's inside the grounds. Kate, good evening. Kate, are you with us? Good evening.
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
I certainly can hear you. Welcome, Kait Borsay. Look, plenty of anticipation ahead of tonight, Kate. I gather that the King and Queen have made their inspection of the banquet table.
Yes, I'm here at the Queen Anne Room in Windsor Castle, where we're expecting, before too long, lots of guests, 160 guests arriving for the state banquet in St George's Hall. Now, the table's set. It's taken them a week to set it, and there's all sorts of things going on behind the scenes, but soon we'll see the dignitaries, King and Queen, obviously the Trumps, and all sorts of lords and ladies arriving. There'll be a royal procession, and then they'll join the rest of the guests for the speeches straight away before sitting down to a great banquet.
Okay. The speeches will happen around 8:30, will they, Kate, if we're trying to get an understanding of the timeline this evening?
Yeah, we're expecting the royal procession about 8:20, and then normally the speeches take place shortly after that. It's a bit of a movable feast when you've got so many guests. But the speeches are the highlight of the first real day of the state visit, because we have the warm words from the King, we have warm words we expect from Donald Trump, but also it's an indication of where the special relationship, as it's called, is at the moment. Often we hear a bit about the kind of government elements that's going on behind the scenes. Now, the King's speech has been run past number 10 before he delivers it. So there's a political element, and it sort of paves the way for all those discussions that are going on tomorrow behind the scenes about the trade negotiations.
Interesting. Have you been able to see any of it yet, Kate, or is it all sort of the banquet table and everything else kept behind closed doors until a certain point in time?
Yeah, so I've heard. I've walked through the Waterloo chamber where they'll go initially, and then into the St George's Hall. So I've walked around the table and had a look. It's spectacular. You know, we talk about glittering galas and glittering banquets. I mean, there's nothing more glittering than a state occasion banquet where they have real candles and candelabras on the table, diamonds and tiaras on display. And we're waiting to see what everybody will be wearing, and the full guest list being released.
Yeah. So is there anything notable about the table, Kate? We basically want banquet gossip. Is there particular
Do you know,
foliage on it?
Coy. Do you know, I'm being very coy because we've been told it's all embargo. So
I'm so sorry. Okay, all right. So we won't know the menu. We won't know what it looks like in detail until later on.
I can tell you in a bit. I
yes.
promise.
Apologies for asking you that, Kate.
No,
that is putting you in a bit of a position, isn't it? It has to be said.
I could be sent to the tower if I'm not careful, and I'd rather stay in the castle tonight.
And in terms of protocol, the King speaks first, and then Donald Trump. What are the other bits and bobs we know? The King has a cushion, doesn't he? We know that.
Yeah, the King and Queen sit opposite each other right in the centre of the table. And actually, it's much more intimate and charming than when these occasions are held at Buckingham Palace. Of course, Buckingham Palace is having resurfacing work done at the moment. So it's all the royal courts moved up wholesale to Windsor. But actually, it's a much bigger sense of occasion. When Donald Trump even said himself that this is the ultimate, and it does feel like that. There's one long table, King and Queen will be sitting opposite one another, and Trump will stand up next to the King and give his sort of return speech and say, no doubt, thank you for the kind words and such a warm welcome which he's seen today.
Well, look, Kate, it sounds fascinating. We will try and speak to you again, try and get the lowdown on that menu and what the banqueting table looks like. I wonder if there are any special American twists. I'm looking forward to hearing about the food as well, I tell you. Kait Borsay, the brilliant royal editor for The Times, inside the grounds at Windsor Castle. Have fun, Kate. Speak to you later.
Thanks, Kate. Bye.
Excellent. OK, well, look, there's loads more to come. We'll say hello to our studio guest very shortly, Hugo Vickers, the royal expert. He's going to take us through all the ceremonial stuff this evening. He's got such great insider knowledge about what we're going to see, what it means, what the protocol is. He'll be able to identify any missteps by Donald Trump as they happen. We've also got on the UK-US special relationship, Sarah Elliott. She's a spokesperson for Republicans overseas. So just with a US eye on things as well this evening. You'll hear from both Sarah and Hugo next. This is the evening edition, live streamed to YouTube on Times Radio.
Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Tonight, President Trump and the First Lady Melania are guests of honour at a lavish dinner at Windsor Castle. We'll assess what's been achieved on the state visit so far and what lies in store when the President meets the Prime Minister and the media tomorrow. We'll find out what tomorrow's papers make of it all, and Microsoft is investing more than £20 billion in the UK as part of a transatlantic tech deal. But what are we offering in return?
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
If my call to the bank really was...
Edition with Kait Borsay on Times Radio.
Thank you so much for being with us. It is, of course, the first full day of Donald Trump's state visit, his historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. It's Kait Borsay. It is the evening edition. I've got some studio guests coming up for you now who are going to stay with us for a little while as we navigate our way through to that grand state banquet that will take place this evening with speeches from the King and from Donald Trump as well. No doubt a fantastic menu. We know an equally absorbing guest list as well, so we'll be bringing you that tonight. Let's recap then exactly what we've had so far today, because it has been a full day of events for Donald Trump and his wife Melania, of course hosted by the King and Queen. Let's talk about what we've had so far, some of the main events. The King and Queen, they hosted Donald and Melania Trump at Windsor Castle this morning. Well, the US President and First Lady took part in a series of ceremonies. There was a lot on show, a carriage procession, a red arrows fly past. They also visited and laid a wreath on the late Queen Elizabeth's tomb in St George's Chapel in Windsor Castle as well. There was a lot of music and hymns, a lot of display and ceremony this evening. We're looking ahead then to the lavish state banquet where both the King and President will deliver speeches. We're joined in the studio now by Hugo Vickers, the royal expert and author of Royal Orders, Honours and the Honoured. A warm welcome, Hugo. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
That was just a very tiny nugget of what we've had today. It's been a whole day of programme, effectively, hasn't it? What's been your moment of the day so far? What has treated you, tickled you?
Well, I mean, I'm just so impressed by the amount that they've put on for him, which is much more than usual. As you know, American presidents don't get a procession up the Mall or through the streets of Windsor for security reasons. Normally they will just arrive, as he did last time, on a helicopter into the garden of Buckingham Palace. This time a number of helicopters descended and people wondered which one he was going to get out of, but he got out of the obvious one in the end. Was greeted by William and Catherine, introduced to the King and Queen, and then there was this extraordinary carriage procession, with the household cavalry, with guards lining the route, and absolutely nobody watching it because it was through the home park. But they put it on, obviously, to impress him, and that's what the whole thing has been about, and that is actually what the King will be doing all of today and this evening, getting him into a good mood for the more important political discussions tomorrow. So then they get to Windsor Castle, there's an exchange of gifts, Of course, no honours are exchanged because American presidents don't accept British honours. I'm sure they'd like to. In fact, sometimes presidents have been known to return in retirement and been presented with the Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath. That certainly happened with Reagan and George Bush, and I think with President Eisenhower as well. So maybe Donald Trump will come back when he finally leaves office. Anyway, so no exchange of honours. And then rather touching moment when they went to St George's Chapel for the President to lay a wreath on the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II. That's becoming a bit of a feature, actually, because President Macron did that as well on his state visit. And, of course, Donald Trump very much admired the Queen, liked seeing her, liked meeting her. And, of course, he has told the world that he went home saying the Queen thought that, he was her favourite president. I was asked about this some time ago, and I said, you know what? I bet the Queen sent every president home thinking they
She
were the
probably
favourite.
did. She
Don't you
probably
think?
did. So the whole day, the whole trip designed to impress Donald Trump, to flatter Donald Trump. Did he look pleased by it today? The moments that you caught him a smile or a look, does he look like he's having a good time so far?
I think he was thoroughly enjoying it. He was probably rather overwhelmed at times by the amount that was put on, because in the afternoon there was all this sort of military marching and him, outside and beating the retreat, and then, the helicopters coming overhead with the red, white and blue and all that. And, I mean, fascinating what was done for him, because if you think about it, however rich he is, however powerful he is, he can't do that. He cannot create a castle that was built by William the Conqueror. And we've got fabulous carriages, we've got very good horses and very good soldiers, guardsmen on wonderful tunics. Out they all came, and he can't do that.
It was astonishing today when I was watching those scenes up the long walk, wasn't it?
Yes.
Into
well, actually, it was sort of down the side of the
castle,
long walk.
yes.
It's the route that they take. When there's a gate by the Windsor Farm Shop, if you know Windsor, and actually that's sometimes the way the royal family come in, and there's a sort of pretty straight route up to the castle. That's the route that was kind of lined by troops.
Part of me was a bit upset that the public have only been able to enjoy this via a TV screen or a radio.
Well, of course, I mean, that is actually, of course, the way most people will see it, because that can be seen all over the world, which is so wonderful. I mean, television has introduced, it's been going on for some time, obviously, a fantastic feature to these sort of state visits, because the filming of them is always actually extremely well done.
But you did, I mean, I missed the crowds. I was there for the Queen's funeral. I missed the crowds today.
But that, I'm afraid, is a security issue. I mean, it would be the American Secret Service would forbid the president to travel in a carriage. And I may tell you that when the Queen, Elizabeth II, went to Tokyo in 1975, she insisted on standing with Prince Philip on an open Land Rover holding onto a bar and going right through the streets of Tokyo, and they did not like it. When President Ford had gone, would you believe it, he went through in a car with dark glass, and they introduced 70,000 extra police. Nobody saw him at all. Wow. Now, you don't know that story, and for the simple reason, it worked. It was absolutely huge success.
Yeah, fair enough. The gifts, briefly. I heard you mention the gifts. What do we know about the gifts that have been exchanged, presumably?
I will confess that I missed the gifts, because I've been out and about a little bit today. But, there is always an exchange of gifts between the King and the President, and I would not be surprised if he hadn't given him some sort of an illustration of Windsor Castle in some form, am I right? A Sandby drawing or something like that?
What have they got? Let me just grab the information. So Donald Trump and the First Lady gave King Charles a replica of a President Eisenhower sword, symbolising the historic partnership between the pair. The King and Queen have presents for their American guests. Mr. Trump will receive a bespoke hand-bound leather book crafted by the Royal Bindery in Windsor Castle, celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence.
Right.
What else have we got here? He's going to be presented with the Union flag hoisted above Buckingham Palace on the day of his inauguration. earlier this year. What a picture of that, don't know. What else have we got here?
I mean, the bindery is wonderful. I've been in the bindery, and of course the Queen used to very often send a book down to get it specially bound for a guest. It's rather a nice thing to have.
To Mrs. Trump, Charles and Camilla will gift a silver and enamel bowl featuring the Queen's cipher, crafted by Northern Irish artist Cara Murphy. The First Lady will also receive, we're all here for this, aren't we, ladies and gentlemen, a personalised Anya Hindmarch handbag. There we go. Perhaps a little gendered. Where is Donald Trump's handbag, you might ask? That's a little bit of the flavour of today. We are, of course, going to walk ourselves into the state banquet this evening, which is a huge affair. I've had a bit of a preview from Kate Manzi, our royal editor. A lot of the detail we won't get until after 8, by the way, so we'll go into that in more detail a little bit later on in the show. Hugo, I know that you're staying with us, so we'll hear more from you throughout the show. That's Hugo Vickers. This is Kait Borsay. It is the evening edition on Times Radio. Don't forget you can get in touch as well, 0333 003 2353, or why not comment on our YouTube channel. Go to Times Radio YouTube, and the show is being broadcast live on YouTube. I'll try not to say live streamed because apparently it makes me sound very ancient. Anyway, if you want to take a look at us, myself, Hugo and Sarah Elliott, who will join us in the studio in a short while, along with Adam Bolton, get over to YouTube, have a look, leave us a comment. That's all to come. We'll digest some of the day's UK politics as well with regards to this Trump visit. Let's take a full news update first from Tom Noonan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you, Kate. These are the latest Times Radio headlines at 7:31. The King is preparing to host Donald Trump for a state banquet after a day of pageantry at Windsor Castle. This afternoon's events have been ceremonial. Tomorrow, bilateral meetings with the government will take place. But Times Radio's political editor Anna Mihailova doesn't think the president will be keen to do too much business.
So far for Donald Trump, he's been really clear in signalling this is about him and his friend King Charles. He was clear about that on the plane over. He is dealing with so much domestically following the murder of Charlie Kirk back home that I don't think he's here to make big announcements and big geopolitical moves. I think he's happy with the domestic agenda as it is.
The Times has learnt the government will sign a £750 million military deal with Palantir, a data mining company linked to the CIA. The AI technology will help the armed forces identify battlefield targets. Sources say it's been rushed through to coincide with Donald Trump's visit. The US Federal Reserve has lowered its interest rate for the first time this year. The target rate has been cut by 0.25 percentage point and now sits at 4 to 4.25%. The government has failed to deport migrants to France under the pilot of its one-in, one-out returns deal for a third day running. The Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood says she will fight what she calls vexatious last-minute claims by those due for removal. And in cricket, Phil Salt has earned England victory in their first T20 against Ireland. The visitors won by 4 wickets in Dublin in a match in which 21-year-old Jacob Bethell became the youngest man to captain England at international level. Don't forget you can set the Times news briefing as your news service on Alexa.
This is Times Radio.
If my call to the bank really was
Well, that has replaced, that is one of the songs played at Beating the Retreat a little earlier today. That's replaced our usual Michael Bolton for Adam Bolton. I
was
hope we're
hoping
feeling
you'd have a
suitably
military
flattered.
band version. No.
Well, actually, no, a military band version of Michael Bolton would have been rather clever of us. I'm afraid we didn't have enough spare brain cells for that today. Warm welcome, Adam Bolton, Times radio presenter, with you every Sunday morning from 10 o'clock. And of course, he applies his big political brain across the UK's day's political stories. Adam, thank you for being with us. In the studio remains Hugo Vickers, the royal expert and author. Hugo, thanks for staying with us. Let's take a look at where we are then and just remind ourselves about the relationship, I suppose, the big night ahead for Donald Trump with King Charles and Queen Camilla. A state banquet will take place at Windsor Castle this evening. Here's a reminder of what the US president had to say ahead of the trip.
Well, my relationship is very good with the UK, and Charles, as you know, who's now king, is my friend. And it's the first time this has ever happened where somebody was honored twice, so it's a great honor. And this one's at Windsor. They've never used Windsor Castle for this before. They used Buckingham Palace. And I don't want to say one's better than the other, but they say Windsor Castle is the ultimate, right? So it's going to be nice.
I don't want to say one's better than the other, but they say Windsor Castle's the ultimate, and no one quite puts it like Donald Trump puts it. Let's just come to you, Adam, and talk about this evening and what you've enjoyed of the pictures today, I suppose, and what you're looking out for this evening. Any reflections so far?
Well, I think the key thing to say is so far so good, that this visit has gone well in spite of the drizzle. It's looked fairly spectacular. Donald Trump appears to be in a good mood. Of course, he's doing an interview, we think, at the moment with Fox News, so we'll have to see what he says. But so far, he hasn't said anything unexpected. And in terms of the announcements of tech investments, that appears to be on target. Of course, there's disappointment about steel and aluminium with the 25% tariff. But, you know, we have to remember that this whole visit is basically defensive for fear of what Donald Trump might do and to fend off some of his excesses. And it appears that it works, that this type of flamboyant flattery works with Donald Trump. And we'll have to wait and see what he says in his speech this afternoon. But I would say it was a success. I would say it was absolutely the right decision to keep him away from possible protests or people in the street. I'm not that surprised that the anti-demonstration was small. After all, it's a wet weekday rather than a sunny weekend. And also, I think overwhelmingly, in spite of the blanket coverage, I think overwhelmingly the great British public is just shrugging and just thinks this is the sort of thing that happens. I mean, in a sense, it reminds me of the state visit of Chinese leaders, you know. We're not particularly friendly towards them, but we've got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, harsh perhaps, some will say. I mean, look, one notable thing is the absence of the public today. All of these events taking place in the sort of within the safety of the perimeter of Windsor Castle. There's got a sort of a huge steel barricade around it. And that also means the absence of the press as well. So there's been no opportunity today, has there, to hear from Donald Trump, to chuck a question at him. He's been kept busy all day on purpose.
Yeah, although, as I say, he's talking to the one representative of the American press, the friendly Fox News network. And incidentally, I understand Rupert Murdoch is amongst the guests this evening,
he is meant to be, yeah.
Along with other tech titans. So we can see that in agreeing the guest list, they have focused on mutual commercial interests, if you like. Interesting in a sense that I don't think Nigel Farage is going. And it would not have been normal for Nigel Farage to be invited with the size of the parliamentary group of Reform UK. But had Donald Trump made a special request, it would have been accorded to. And clearly, on this occasion, he hasn't done that.
Yeah, so you think if he made the request, it would have been agreed to have Farage
absolutely.
there, even though Baden-Arc and Ed Davey not there?
Yeah, Ed Davey turned down his invitation because he has a technical qualification as the leader of the third largest party in Parliament. But, I mean, one point I would make is I just think absolutely, this is brilliant for the royal family. I mean, they are gritting their teeth, getting on with it. That's what they're there for. And again, this level of flattery appears to work with the American delegation. And let's not forget also at the dinner
How do you know that they're gritting their teeth, though? I mean, you're right. This is partly why they're there. But can we not applaud the king for his duty, for his keen diplomacy and the way he's managed his relationship with Donald Trump so far? Trump calling him a really good friend before he left for the visit.
Absolutely. I mean, he's good at his job. I doubt Donald Trump, frankly, is particularly much to his personal taste. And remember, of course, there was that gesture towards Zelensky after he was mistreated in the Oval Office, that the king went out of his way to show his support for Zelensky. So, and we know that this is what the royal family have to do. They have to turn up for these sort of events, and whatever they feel about them personally, get on with it. And I think they're doing a good job. As I was saying earlier, I think they've sort of earning their keep these couple of days.
There's a great piece, by the way, from David Charter in The Times. It's just gone up on The Times Online this afternoon. And it talks about Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, and how he's known Charles and Camilla for decades. He is, of course, a key ally of Donald Trump. It's just a fascinating insight. If anyone's got some time tonight, or you'll read it in the paper tomorrow, I'm sure, about Scott Bessent and his relationship with the King and Queen. Go back 3 decades, including a role in aiding their public emergence as a couple after he established himself as a trusted confidant.
Yeah, he's there tonight, and so is Marco Rubio, and so is Donald Trump's chief of staff. So, I don't know, Hugo know better than me, but it's quite a big delegation of ministers to come on a visit like this, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hugo, in terms of the sort of protocol this evening, I mean, is there a rule whereby, on this sort of day, which is full of ceremony, politics cannot be discussed? There are certain topics that are veered away from. There is polite discussion, but that do not include X, Y, Z.
Well, I don't think they'll be including it in their speeches, but I guess they can chat away about whatever they like over dinner. I mean, we won't know what they say, which is always the good thing. But I mean, they are all going to be on their best behaviour, that you can be sure of. And the main purpose, as Adam was saying, was give them a good reception, get him in a good mood, respect him, put on the show. I mean, you may remember many years ago the Queen, Elizabeth II, said in a documentary which was done by Edward Mertzoff, when President-elect Walesa came over, said we had to tell him that we didn't live like this every day, but it was very nice occasionally to bring out, all the gold and silver and put on a fantastic dinner.
Interesting.
I mean, and of course disputes about what the Queen really thought of Donald Trump.
Yes.
Donald Trump claiming that he was her favourite president, but also reports that she thought he was rude in the newspapers. So we don't know, do we?
Well, I think that apart from anything else, I think she really enjoyed studying him. I know she kept him longer on that first visit than she was meant to. And I mean, he would have been on his best behaviour. I mean, she will have known so many other presidents, and it would have been really interesting for her to examine this person and wonder how he got there and what he was about. But as I was saying earlier, I think the Queen sent every president away feeling they were the favourite.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you think?
Exactly. I think she's a good operator. But
Yes.
one thing that one of the senior officials involved in that visit said to me was that although Trump was the rather sort of bullying, aggressive figure in public, in private he was intensely polite.
Yes.
and was constantly saying, am I doing the right thing, and all that. And it's interesting what you say about Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, known the King for a long time. I mean, remember that, compared to, I don't know, the Chinese or the Japanese or whatever, not only do these people speak the same language, but they're also, in a sense, they share the same plutocratic background. So they have quite a lot in common. Donald Trump has been rich all his life. And obviously, our royal family have grown up in very privileged surroundings.
Let's go to Callum MacDonald. He's in Windsor at the moment. He's been there for Times Radio all day. He's edged over the 12-hour mark, I think, in terms of how long he's been out there. So he deserves his own special ceremony for that. Callum MacDonald, good evening.
I wish I was on overtime. Hello, Kate. How are you?
Hello, very well. You're outside the castle grounds. You've been there, well, all day, haven't you, Callum? I just wonder, I'm hearing some sort of shouts and stuff in the background. What's happening at the moment?
Yeah, so things have changed a little bit in the last sort of half hour or so when a smallish group of quite loud pro-Palestine protesters made their way up the Windsor High Street, and they are still just across the road from me now. Interestingly, it has resulted in lots of shouting. There's a few placards around. Forgive any uncouth language you may hear in the background, because some of it has been a little bit choice for this time of night. But they've been kind of shouting, seemingly at one man who has been here all day, and on the end of his large fishing rod-like pole is an Israeli flag and a UK flag. So he's on this side of the road, they are on that side of the road, yelling at each other. And then interestingly, to just add a different dynamic to things, there was two people, in fact they're still there now, there are two people also on this side of the road, seemingly in matching hoodies, a man and a woman who occasionally just yell England across the road at the pro-Palestine protesters. So that's a sense of how things are right now as darkness has fallen here in Windsor, which is slightly different to how things have felt all through the day, to be honest.
Yeah, tell us about what you've been hearing today.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating day, and I think in terms of the kind of, the volume of the crowds earlier, there was some chants of USA when some American cars emerged, presumably with Secret Service people in them by the look of them, down this driveway at the kind of southwest corner of Windsor Castle. There's been that sort of atmosphere. There's been lots of discussion that I've witnessed and indeed recorded between people who have been here, some of whom are very kind of pro-Trump, some of whom are anti-Trump, as you might expect, some with placards, some with Make America Great Again hats. It's been quite a mixture of people out on the streets here in Windsor, and I caught up earlier with Jackie and Graham, a married couple who actually took part in the Unite the Kingdom rally in London just last weekend. They're also Sunday Times subscribers, incidentally. Have a little listen to what they told me.
The trouble is that the world is in a really strange and precarious place at the moment, and England is not as big as it used to be, especially back in our history days. So we need to align ourselves with some big people. America is one of the greatest countries and the biggest countries now, and with money and power and everything, we need to align ourselves with people like that. So,
your good wife here, if I may, to bring her into the conversation. How you feel about President Trump being a few hundred yards in that direction? Why is that important?
Well, he's going to bring trade deals to our country, which is important for us because, with all the taxes that the taxes that Starmer's increased with national insurance, that put a lot of companies, small businesses, out of business. A lot of employees, no jobs anymore.
There we go, Callum. Interesting stuff there, and support for this Starmer visit. They understand, they feel what it means for the UK. There have also been protests over the Chagos Islands deal as well, so that's factored into some of the conversations that you've been hearing.
Yeah, indeed. And this is the thing, Kate. I think with all of that in mind, there is a real sense from people who have gathered here that they feel like Trump has the power to change things that affect them or that they are concerned about and care about. And actually, for lots of people, it's about Trump landing a message with Starmer as much as it's about Starmer trying to direct Trump's thinking once he flies out again in a couple of days' time, which I think is fascinating. So yeah, all day there have been a small group of Chagosians here with Chagos Islands flags and with a determination of a message that they want to land with the President and by extension with Keir Starmer as well. Check this out.
I'm here to ask the US President to talk to the King and the Prime Minister Keir Starmer to stop the Chagos deal, because the Chagos deal The Prime Minister didn't consult the Sagoshan and didn't respect the right of self-determination, and we want him to support it because this is our last chance. Because there will be on the 20th of October, there will be a committee in Parliament and the House of Lords as well to make the decision. So we need only US President to stop what Keir Starmer is doing, giving away sovereignty, land belong to the people of British to a foreign country.
Yes, everyone wanting to make their voices heard, and really interesting that you've got some Chagosians there today as well, Callum. Look, we will leave you be. We'll probably check in with you later. There's all sorts of excited messages for you that have come through. How about Callum and the Windsor nightlife on YouTube? What a treat, says Ron. And Mike's been in touch. This is meat and drink to Callum. It's barely even work, says Mike. All sorts of messages for you here.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. All right, listen, Callum McDonald, thank you on the streets of Windsor, outside Windsor Castle for us this evening. Callum, we'll check you later. Thank you. Good stuff. Okay, we'll reflect on some of that. And, of course, what we're going to get tomorrow, because there is that really important bilateral meeting at Chequers tomorrow and a press conference, most importantly, I suppose, in terms of what talking points might be, what we might get from that tomorrow. There's a press conference after, both of which, by the way, you can hear on Times Radio Live tomorrow. We'll preview that. Hugo Vickers and Adam Bolton here in the studio will be joined by Sarah Elliott, spokesperson for Republicans overseas as well. Stay with us.
Times Radio Breakfast with Kate McCann and Stig Abel.
The President is here and the Prime Minister is poised for a big press conference. We'll bring you all the latest from Donald Trump's visit.
It's the jeopardy, isn't it? We don't know what's going to happen. It could all go very, very well. It could all go horribly wrong. We'll see if we can make a prediction. We're also going to keep an eye on the government's flagship migration policy, one in, one out, that it never wants to talk about.
Times Radio Breakfast with Kate McCann and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Listen at 6:30 every weekday morning for your indispensable briefing on the latest politics, business and sports news of the day.
When you're growing a small business, you need someone who understands the ins and outs. And whether you're a tailor or an accountant, you need the tools to succeed. With an HSBC Small Business Banking account, you'll have free accounting tools and access to our business specialists, virtually or in person. Because whatever your small business looks like, we're with you all the way. Search HSBC Small Business Banking Account to get started. Subject to application, eligibility, credit check and T's and C's. Visit hsbc.co.uk for details.
My dad is more than just a dad. My dad provides life-changing support to those affected by disaster and conflict, helping people in crisis whoever and wherever they are. Through the gift that he left in his will to the British Red Cross, my dad still makes a difference to the world, even though he's no longer with us. You can make a difference too. Please go online and search Red Cross Wills and consider leaving a gift in your will to the British Red Cross.
The Evening Edition with Kait Borsay on Times Radio.
It is the evening edition. It is Kait Borsay and studio guests on this first full day of Donald Trump's historic second state visit. We are live on YouTube as well, so pop over at Times Radio YouTube, say hello, leave your comments there. You can get in touch with us here in the studio as well. I want to look ahead now, really, to the Donald Trump-Keir Starmer relationship, because we're going to be focusing on this an awful lot tomorrow, but there is definitely things to discuss today in terms of what we're going to expect from that meeting at Chequers tomorrow afternoon. There's a press conference afterwards, and this is where I suppose some good old-fashioned Donald Trump jeopardy comes into play. Sarah Elliott has joined Adam Bolton and Hugo Vickers here in the studio. She's director of the UK-US Special Relationship Unit at the think tank the Prosperity Institute. She's also a spokesperson for Republicans overseas. Sarah, are you hearing on the grapevine that there may be points that Donald Trump wants to make tomorrow in that news conference, or to Keir Starmer personally, if we're starting to look ahead to the sort of potential promises, pitfalls that we might get from Chequers?
Well, I think if any differences he has with the Prime Minister, I think will be held privately. I think this is very much about a unified front. A lot's coming out of this very short visit that I don't think we expected, such as the Atlantic Partnership for the Nuclear Energy and the Tech Prosperity Deal, which had been talked about. But to me, this seems like a very much affront to the adversaries of the West. This is a moment for Britain and the United States to show that they are going together once again, lead the free world, and challenge those that challenge the United States in tech and AI and energy. And I don't think we're going to hear many differences. I think they're going to keep those differences behind the scenes. So, for example, free speech, which has been talked about. Yes, the Trump administration is very critical about free speech here in the UK, particularly Vice President Vance. But to me, I think that's all being dealt behind the scenes. I think they want to show a unified front, and this is more about foreign policy and the direction of them as best partners leading the way. I mean, the United States still finds the United Kingdom as their best ally in the world. And despite the economic environment that the UK finds itself in now, the United States still wants to invest here and see the country succeed because they need a formidable and strong partner.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I've been thinking about this news conference tomorrow, which I think will be rather more tightly controlled because it's on British territory than the one in at the golf course, which was a bit of a sprawling event. And I've been quite a lot of these things with prime ministers and presidents. I was thinking what question I would ask, and I think the question I would ask is what they said to each other about Israel, Gaza, and Ukraine. There is a difference there, but quite clearly, on the British side, there is a hope that they can come more closely together under exactly what you're saying, this idea of the old alliance. And I think they may be reluctant to talk about what they said in private, but that's what I would tease out. Alternatively, of course, some people might go for a cheap shot and bring up Epstein and say, well,
someone is going to ask about Epstein.
How come Peter Mandelson got sacked and you're president and you were both friends of this guy? I mean, you can ask that, but and that would certainly annoy Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump wasn't friends with him after he was convicted.
This is a good point to make.
Stepped far away, and in fact kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago in the 1980s. So, there's
because
a difference.
Epstein stole a load of staff from Mar-a-Lago, right?
Well, supposedly.
Yeah, but if all I'm just saying is someone wanted to ask a hostile question, that is probably where they would go. I mean, incidentally, I think the Chagossians will be disappointed because, of course, the whole point about the deal was that it preserved an American base.
Yeah.
And the administration signed off on it.
We've got 2 more minutes with you, Adam Bolton. This has flown by. We'll hear more from Hugo Vickers after 8, by the way. What else is on your mind when we think about tomorrow? It's interesting what Sarah's said about Donald Trump being quite boosterish about the UK, whereas it feels like everyone else in this country really thinks we're kind of down at heel at the moment.
Well, there's been quite a lot of criticism of this country from some people around Donald Trump, and of course we've had the mayor of London hitting back, saying this isn't a crime-ridden failing city. It's
he wrote a piece in The Guardian yesterday, absolutely laying into Trump.
Exactly, but I suspect that Donald Trump will be quite complimentary, talking about what we have in common. And I think this is one of the points not to miss about this visit. Yes, it's a historic second time. Yes, it's come about because Donald Trump responds to this sort of respect and treatment. But it is still an American president on a state visit to the UK. And so underlying this is the confirmation of what certainly the British like to think of as a special relationship.
Yeah. We'll leave it on that point. There's so much to come. There certainly is. I think you might stay with us a while longer, Sarah, if that's okay, so we can delve a little bit more into what might be discussed behind the scenes tomorrow, what we're anticipating and looking forward to tonight. You were in Windsor yourself last night, weren't you, I think?
I sure was, yeah.
Fresh off the Windsor soil. Sarah Elliott there from Republicans Overseas. Hugo Vickers, the royal author, royal expert, will be with us in the studio as well. A busy half an hour coming up here on Times Radio. It is the evening edition. We are, of course, live on YouTube at the moment. I hope I've not pulled too many faces so far. I'm trying to concentrate on my TV face. It's been many years since I employed it properly, Adam Bolton. You're a lot better at that than me.
You
more
look
from
a lot
us.
better.
More from us. Keep it Times Radio. Keep your comments coming in as well, please, folks.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio, the voice of the Times.
It is the evening edition. A warm welcome if you've just joined us. Thanks for being with us. If you've been with us throughout the evening, we are, of course, live on YouTube. We have been since 4 o'clock. John Pienaar and myself, we're through with you until 10. And then, of course, the fun continues with Carol Walker later on. In the next half an hour, you are going to get a big group photograph, a formal group photograph at Windsor Castle as we get ready for the state banquet. There'll be a procession, there'll be speeches, there'll be news of the menu as well. That is all to come over the next hour, so do stay with us. We'll also talk a little more about some of the politics of the day and tomorrow as well. All that on the way. Let's get a full news update first from Rob Malarkey.
Case, thank you. Good evening. The King and Queen are hosting a banquet in St George's Hall at Windsor Castle this evening to mark the end of the first full day of President Trump's state visit. Charles and Trump are due to give speeches tonight. Earlier, Trump received the largest military ceremonial welcome for a state visit in living memory, which included a flypast by the Red Arrows. The King and President Trump also viewed a military parade of marching bands on the castle's lawn, including one that acknowledged Trump's Scottish heritage. Earlier, Trump laid a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II in St George's Chapel and had a private lunch with the King, the Queen and the Prince and Princess of Wales. 2 people have been arrested, however, near Windsor over incidents thought to be connected to the President's visit, and an anti-Trump protest in central London drew a crowd of up to 5,000 people. The demonstration in Parliament Square was organised by the Stop Trump Coalition. Speaking to Times Radio, these protesters explained why they feel the state visit is inappropriate.
He is taking America into a nightmarish world that is very comparable to Hitler Germany.
Trump is an absolute threat to democracy. He doesn't respect the constitution of his own country. He's fundamentally a liar and a fantasist.
I cannot understand why we are spending all that money on that foul creature.
While today has been about ceremony, tomorrow will be about bilateral meetings between the government and the president's entourage. Fred Fleitz, the former chief of staff for Trump's National Security Council, thinks today's pageantry will have laid some good groundwork.
This is an important, special relationship. It's critical not just for our countries, but for global security. This is going to strengthen that relationship. It's going to be a chance for them to have some difficult discussions about the war in Ukraine, economic deals, energy deals. I think both countries will greatly benefit.
For a third day running, the government has failed to deport any migrants under its one-in, one-out returns deal with France. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, says she'll fight what she calls vexatious last-minute appeals. The return of an Eritrean man to France was put on hold by the High Court to allow for more time on a trafficking decision. A 39-year-old man has been charged with murder following the death of a fellow inmate at a prison in Exeter. James Desborough has been charged with the murder of 65-year-old Stephen Kempster, who died following an incident earlier this week. A union representing workers at Jaguar Land Rover's supply chain are being advised to apply for universal credit after a recent cyber attack. Unite says its members are being laid off with reduced or zero pay, and it's calling for a furlough scheme. Jaguar Land Rovers apologised for the disruption. The government says it is meeting supply chain companies tomorrow. And the British transfer record signing Alexander Isak is making his debut for Liverpool in the Champions League this evening. The £125 million striker is in the Liverpool team facing Atletico Madrid at Anfield, which has just kicked off. For a news bulletin when you want it, search for the Times News Briefing on the Times Radio app.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker. The Evening Edition with Kait Borsay on Times Radio.
It is the Evening Edition. It's Kait Borsay here with you until 10 o'clock this evening. It is, of course, the first full day of Donald Trump's historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. And here in the studio, we're joined by Hugo Vickers, royal expert and author of Royal Orders, Honours and the Honoured. Hello to you, Hugo. You remain with us, and Sarah Elliott sticking with us as well for the next while, Director of the UK-US Special Relationship Unit. That's a bit of a title, Sarah, at the think tank, the Prosperity Institute. Also a spokesperson for Republicans overseas. Hugo, I want to tap into your great knowledge as we build up to this big state banquet that's going to happen this evening. What we know is that the banqueting hall will be, will have been prepared already. We've got a big group photograph taking place very shortly. There's a procession. There are speeches and then the meal. But take us through the details. So that's the sort of what we're going to get. What detail do we need to know?
Well, of course, as you know, President Trump has been saying that Windsor Castle is much more exciting than Buckingham Palace. And I think when it comes to the state banquet, he's absolutely right, because you get this enormously long table right from one end of St George's
Is it 50 metres? Is that right?
Well,
Something
I think
like
it's
that.
more than that. It's I thought it was 150, but I could be wrong. I'm not very good on statistics. But it will have been prepared for several days. You know, they'll be adding all the different wings in, and then, of course, they'll be placing all the candlesticks and candelabra and all the gold plate and silver plate, and people with pads on their shoes will have been walking around on the table and arranging the flowers, and then, of course, setting all the table places and making sure that they're absolutely marked equally, you know, all the way down. So it's a huge operation. I think it takes about 3 days. And certainly when the Queen was alive, she always used to go and inspect it sometime in the late afternoon to make sure she was happy with the arrangements.
So I gather that has happened at around 5:30. It was inspected by the King and Queen.
Yes, I mean, they want to make sure that everything is absolutely perfect. I mean, it's even more important now because, of course, it's a new reign, and maybe there are people who don't know how things should be done. But Prince Charles, King Charles, of course, been to many a state banquet. He knows exactly how it should be done. And the King and the President will sit in the middle of the table, as it were, and then people are placed in order of precedence. It's very clear cut how they're placed all the way down. And so the other members of the royal family will come in. There will be, of course, a procession. And I don't know if they'll do it these days, but it used to be that the Lord Stewart and the Lord Chamberlain walked in backwards. And
that'll be exciting with a big dining table full of crystalware behind them, won't it?
Well, no, but President Reagan got very worried about this when he saw it happening, but the Queen said, don't worry, they've been doing it for years. They know exactly what to do.
I love
that's,
that
of course,
detail.
very nice. And of course, the President will be wearing white tie, as we saw him wear in Buckingham Palace when he was there. And unless I'm much mistaken, the King will be, you know, wearing the garter and all the royal ladies will wear tiaras and things like that.
When you say white tie,
evening tails. It's
okay.
Yes, you know, it says white ties, it's black ties, dinner jacket. White ties, evening tails, the wing collar, and you know, he's quite expansive. The president. There's quite a lot of white.
Expansive rather than expensive. I'm sure he is also expensive, by the way.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to see outfits, aren't we? Sarah, you had a question about this earlier, didn't you? About outfits.
Well, yes, I just wondered if there was, you know, protocol, what colors they can wear, or, you know, they don't want to outshine the King and Queen, you know, or the Queen, so do they coordinate?
I don't think they do particularly. I mean, technically they're not meant to wear black. Unless they're in mourning. Of course, the royal family has been in mourning literally until yesterday because of the death of the Duchess of Kent. And her funeral took place before the state visit in order that they should not be in mourning for the state visit. That was one of the reasons it took place yesterday. The Queen, Margaret Thatcher, once turned up in the same outfit as the Queen and sent a message saying, same colour as the Queen, and sent a message to Buckingham Palace saying, do you think we could perhaps have some indication of what the Queen was going to be wearing? And the answer came back, the Queen is not the slightest bit interested in what other women are wearing, and said that wasn't going to happen. I think they usually pretty traditionally dressed, our royal family, and of course if they're going to be wearing, you know, the Royal Victorian Order and things, it's usually a sort of white evening dress or pale yellow
with the navy, the sort of blue sash.
The blue sash of the garter, which a lot of them wear.
Yes. I was intrigued by Melania's apparently Dior outfit today because she was wearing one of her favourite sort of saucer hats. Do you remember she wore it for Trump's inauguration, and all the rumours were about about how it's because then she didn't have to sort of kiss him. She didn't have to get close because the brim of the hat would get in the way. So there's been lots of jokes about that online today.
But I've also heard that it's so that the attention is on her husband, so that she does not detract from him.
Yeah.
And that she coordinated the colour, which is a royal purple. Purple is the colour of royalty.
Is that the official description of it?
Well, that's what I connected the dots. That's how I connected it.
It's kind of a mauvey colour, but anyway, yeah.
And tied it with his tie, so it's perfectly matched. And then she is apparently it was a dark grey, not a black, but on
suit.
TV it definitely looked black.
There are pictures of her where you can't see her face at all, by the way, which I thought was a bit of a shame, as she sort of tilts her head. The whole saucer hat then just obstructs it. Anyway, that was earlier. Tonight will be her showstopper, hopefully, and so we'll see lots of frocks and gowns in attendance tonight. A couple of things have changed over the years with state visits. In a tradition started by Charles Hugo, a bespoke cocktail has been made, especially for the occasion. We don't know what it is yet. But maybe it'll embody the special relationship. This is your special area, Sarah. How would a cocktail embody the special relationship? I mean, is a different version on a Long Island iced tea?
Well, I mean, the president doesn't drink. So maybe it's a non-alcoholic one, a virgin one. I mean, we love our mojitos in America. We love our margaritas. We also love our whiskey, our bourbons. But I don't know, maybe a Long Island Manhattan, something along those lines, a nod to the president's hometown. But that should be interesting. Or an Arnold Palmer of some kind, which kind of, you have at golf courses and whatnot.
Yeah. A transatlantic whiskey sour is this the cocktail tonight, do we know? It is. OK, so the cocktail, just news in from Rob Malarkey, who's run in from the newsroom to inform us it's a transatlantic whiskey sour that's being served this evening, a non-alcoholic one.
That's very clever because, whiskey is a great import in the United States.
It's also subject to 10% tariffs at the moment.
Not 15.
But not 15, but there has been last-minute negotiations between trade officials, hasn't there? Scottish and US trade officials to try and get that tariff to get Scots whisky exempt from any tariff at all.
Well, they might get help from the Supreme Court in about a month's time because those have fallen afoul by a lower court, the IEEPA tariffs, and these reciprocal ones don't seem to pose a national security, or the judge did not take the argument that they were imposed for national security. So we shall see. But the aluminium, as you say, and steel tariffs.
Come on.
Aluminum, much easier. And steel tariffs, are at 25%.
Yeah, which will be a disappointment for Keir Starmer. There was so much about, he went to Jaguar Land Rover because there's also the auto tariffs as well to sort of promote this kind of special exemption that he got, or this new version of the trade deal he's got, and tonight he's left looking pretty foolish that hasn't amounted to anything.
No, let's look at the other way. I mean, they're not 50%. One, and two, this should encourage the British government to actually focus on good homemade steel that does not involve China in any of its manufacturing. And so when that happens, I'm sure the tariff will drop when the UK can actually
This is on steel.
Yeah, steel and aluminum.
Okay, all right. Apparently, Steve Witkoff's arrived for the banquet. He's the man that gets everywhere, isn't he? He's Donald Trump's special US envoy. He turns his hand to Ukraine. He turns his hand to Gaza. Tonight, he's turning his hand to the king. So he has arrived. The guest list, should we just talk about that briefly with you? We've got loads of Silicon Valley tech bros here. I know this is your specialist subject. But sort of Trump has come armed. Along with this, very, very significant multi-billion-dollar tech prosperity deal that's been announced today. He's come armed with all his favourite tech bros. Jensen Huang, the NVIDIA chief executive. He, of course, part of that deal today. Sam Altman, the boss of OpenAI. Larry Fink, chairman of BlackRock. Steven Schwartzman, the boss of Blackstone, the private equity giant. They're all expected to be there tonight. So that's who he comes with, along with many of his administration as well. So there's some serious high net value worth in that room, isn't there?
Absolutely, but of course on the English side there will be certainly people who are traditionally there, the royal family out in force, the government, certain representatives of the government out in force. There obviously will be no Archbishop of Canterbury because we don't have one at the moment, but there will be people like that. There will also of course be people specifically from Berkshire, like the Lord Lieutenant and probably the Mayor of Windsor, people of those kinds. Maybe, I hope very much, the Dean of Windsor, who showed him round St George's Chapel this afternoon. But of course, Kate, there's also going to be an alternative dinner party. There will be another table set up which you won't see, because there's always somebody who gets stuck in a traffic jam or doesn't turn up.
No way. So do they have to sit in an ante-room or something?
No. This other dinner party is there, and they're members of the royal household who can be hoiked out and popped into the empty places at the last minute if necessary.
Oh, that's
yes.
fascinating.
I mean,
Great
that's
job.
very sensible if you think about it. It's the most difficult thing in the world for anyone preparing a dinner party is the seating plan, and who gets stuck in the traffic, and it does happen occasionally, or just fails to turn up.
Look, Sky News have got a special look at this menu. I think it's slightly ahead of time, I have to say, so I will break this live on the air to you. What is on the menu for the state banquet this evening? The starter is Hampshire watercress panna cotta with parmesan shortbread and quail egg salad. The main is organic Norfolk chicken ballotine wrapped in courgettes with a thyme and savoury infused jus. Had to be a jus in there somewhere, wouldn't there? The dessert is vanilla ice cream bomb with Kentish raspberry sorbet and lightly poached Victoria plums. That sounds delicious. I'm a big pudding girl myself. First impressions on the rest of it? I mean, it's a very English countryside menu, isn't it, this?
Yes, it is. I mean, you're making me feel quite hungry, actually, talking about it. I think
we've got a
enjoy
vending
that.
machine just down the hall.
Right.
I don't think it serves watercress panna cotta, but we can find out.
Yes. Any news of the wines at all?
Oh, hang on. Any news of the wines? Oh, after dinner, guests will be served a 1945 vintage port in recognition of Trump being America's 45th president, a 1912 champagne marking the year of Trump's mother's birth. Of course, she famously watched the Queen's coronation on TV and was absolutely enraptured by it. So that began Trump's love of the royal family. And a whiskey bottle for Queen Elizabeth II's Golden Jubilee in 2002. Details of that cocktail. I don't know about the wine. Oh, for his main course, here we go. We've got Keir Starmer's pescatarian main course, by the way. He'll be having fillet of turbot wrapped in green and yellow courgettes with a sauce verde. I'm yet to understand what the wine is, but I'll keep my eye open on that for you. All right, let's say hello to Chad Connolly. He is a Republican, former chair of South Carolina, and he joins us to discuss what's happening this evening and on the visit in total. Chad, good evening to you.
Good evening. How are you today?
Very well. We're all very excited because we're going to start hearing some speeches soon from the King and Donald Trump. We've seen pictures now of the banqueting table, all 50 metres of it, bedecked in all its glory. I'm going to take you away from that, though, to talk about what you think Donald Trump wants to get out of this visit. We know how good it is and how important it is for the UK, but equally, Donald Trump will feel that he might have something to gain from it too.
Well, it's impressive what you guys do. Nobody turns it out like the English. And, everybody loves watching the pomp and circumstance. And, I was just telling your producer that I haven't been able to listen to the commentary, but I have enjoyed the colorful parade, getting a ride in the carriage, how special that is. And I think this is pretty unprecedented. A second state visit by President Trump may be unprecedented in the modern era.
It certainly is unprecedented.
Yeah. But we know President Trump is an ultimate negotiator, so you better believe he's got a goal in mind. He's been underestimated by pretty much everybody, but I think what you see around the world is there's a great respect, and I think that's what I see from the English monarchy and from the people, is there's a great respect for President Trump and his policies, and to turn it out this way, it's just impressive and it's fun to watch.
What is the goal here? You mentioned a goal there. What do you think it is?
I don't want to speak for him, obviously, but I think it's got to be that he would like the EU, and England in particular, probably stop buying Russian oil. And President Trump's been able to end some 6 or 7 conflicts and wars, and he desperately wants to end the bloodshed and the fighting in the Ukraine and Russia conflict. And so I think what he's saying is, hey, let's get in the game, stop paying Russia to fight against us by buying their oil, and buy Western oil, buy oil from somewhere else, but anywhere but Russia. That would be what I think is the leverage point for the tariffs, is to get the EU and England in particular to stop buying Russian oil. That would be what my best guess is.
Okay, all right. Sarah, do you want to wing a question at Chad?
Hi, Chad. I'm a fellow American in the UK and fellow
Hey, Sarah.
Republican.
How are you?
Hi, good. What is the coverage been like of the Trump visit in America, specifically on mainstream media and the legacy media?
It's a great question. I was actually flipping channels while I was on the phone and doing I run a pastor network, doing pastor Zoom calls today, trying to see. And it looks like most people are showing the parade. The carriage ride was that's just spectacular. And President Trump is clearly reveling in the whole idea of they rolled out the red carpet for him. So this is a great give and take by England and the U.S. They obviously have a mutual admiration society going on. England's our greatest ally worldwide, no question about it. We've been hand in glove together for an awful long time. So I think what most mainstream channels are covering is just the entire atmosphere that's surrounding this visit and how special it is and the unprecedented nature of it. That's the main thing I've seen, and I haven't gotten to see or hear a lot of commentary, but I have enjoyed watching the videos and seeing that there's an appreciation in the American public for what you guys do and how well you turn it out for our president.
Will Donald Trump be upset that he's not getting the coverage in the United States of this hugely significant, let's be honest, ego-boosting moment for him?
I don't know. The president doesn't have to have mainstream press to get press. He's been a master at creating the unearned and the earned media. So I don't think it bothers him.
But this just displays how important he is. This puts him on the world stage. This is the king and queen of the United Kingdom. I just wonder whether any of that plays into what happens tomorrow. And as much as Donald Trump will have his goals and Keir Starmer will have his objectives and things that they want to miss, whether tomorrow is the day where Donald Trump turns the world's media's attention to him in the UK.
Well,
Well, it never hurts to butter people up, right? It never hurts to make them feel good and make them feel special. And I think that's what strikes me. And I was following on Twitter and I was talking to some pastors. People are watching this. They're watching all of the goings on and enjoying it. And they're realizing that you guys have rolled out the red carpet for President Trump. And while there'll be some give and take, there's some impressing going on in the Mutual Admiration Society for sure.
Yeah, and I just say that one thing that makes this really special for the president is that he has literally bought anything he wants. He can have anything in the world that his heart desires, but you can't buy this. He's the only man that can experience this, have the relationships with the royal family, be on this pedestal. And though it may help his ego, I'm sure he enjoys it, it also helps the United States of America. And that is what's important. And it should also help the United Kingdom as well. So I think they're added benefits. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a president of the United States that didn't have a good, sizable ego.
On a personal level, Chad, the visit, of course, is right in the middle of the morning, the commemoration of the Conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. He was, of course, assassinated last week. His memorial is on Sunday. Trump will return to that. How much will Kirk's death be on his mind during this visit, do you think?
I've only been around President Trump a handful of times, and he seems like he's a master at compartmentalizing stuff. He loved Charlie. Charlie was a friend of mine. I spoke for him at some of his events, and I was with him about a month ago, and there's no question this has impacted America. I did 3 pastor events in 3 different states the last 72 hours, and there were people at churches that said Charlie told them they ought to be in church, and they were there because of that. and no question that young people have been impacted by his message. From a Christian's perspective, he's gone into the modern day Mars Hills of America, the college campuses, and just celebrated free speech. Hey, let's have a dialogue. Let's have an exchange. Let's talk about our differences and find common ground. So it's unquestionably going to be on his mind. He loved Charlie. He admired him for what he's done. I admire Charlie. I think he's done better than most people. He's probably been one of the greatest evangelists of our lifetimes in America, maybe in world history, to reach all these young people and just have a conversation. But, President Trump is able to compartmentalize. He deals with an awful lot of stuff. I think that's what has made him appealing to everyday, hardworking Americans. He seems like, the man's man and the working man's man, and he relates to people. And so I think you're seeing him grieve. I think you've seen him grieve, and I think you're going to see that on Sunday at Charlie's service.
Look, good to speak to you, Chad. Thank you. Chad Connolly, Republican former chair of South Carolina. Thank you for being with us. When we return, we've just had first sight. It's the first picture of the King and Donald Trump with Melania Trump, with the Queen in their get-up for this evening, for the state banquet. That picture's just come through. We'll describe what we see in a few moments' time. Sarah Elliott with us here in the studio, as is Hugo Vickers. Don't forget, we're live on YouTube.
Times Radio brings you full coverage of Donald Trump's state visit to the UK.
Donald Trump is in town, and here at Times Radio we'll be covering the US president's historic state visit from every angle. Join me, Anna Mikhailova, on Thursday as I cover events at Chequers, where Keir Starmer and the US president will be getting down to the politics of the visit, and we'll bring you live coverage of their press conference on Fee Glover's afternoon show from 2 p.m.
Full coverage of Donald Trump's state visit to the UK on Times Radio.
If my call to the bank really was that important...
Radio app and listen to us wherever you are.
The Evening Edition with Kait Borsay on Times Radio.
It's Kait Borsay. It is the evening edition. We are, of course, covering Donald Trump's second historic state visit to the UK. We've just seen pictures ahead of the state banquet. That's the big deal of the evening, by the way, that is hosted at St George's Hall at Windsor Castle. And we've just had the first of the official pictures through. We've got a picture of the King, Queen, Donald Trump and Melania Trump, sort of dressed in all their finery. Hugo, I'm sure you'd agree that Camilla and Charles both sort of look as expected, don't they, on these pictures?
He's specifically wearing the Windsor uniform, which is why he's got a sort of red bit on his collar and the gold buttons, which is given to certain people, sometimes household people as well, at Windsor. He's wearing the Order of the Garter, right, and so is Queen Camilla. She's wearing the little badge is the King's Royal Family Order, and she's actually wearing the necklace which was bequeathed to the Queen Mother by Mrs. Greville in 1942. That I can tell you.
Gosh, I just love this. Not all from a picture, Hugo. This is exactly why you're with us. Donald Trump in white tie, as expected. Melania Trump. This is the curveball. And look, it's not all about criticising what a woman wears. I don't really want to go down that road, but she looks out of place, Sarah Elliott, would be the polite way that I would put it. Just describe what Melania Trump's wearing.
Yeah, it's an off-the-shoulder, straight across, with long sleeves, pale yellow, with a wide pink satin belt at the waist. There is also a slit up the side to her knee. I don't know if it's on both sides, but she's not wearing evening gloves. I guess she covered her arms, so she doesn't need to wear evening gloves. She did wear those last time. I mean, to me, my initial reaction is she looks like she's at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. But, showing off a beautiful tan and summer highlights.
She looks amazing, by the way.
She looks amazing.
But it's just whether an off-the-shoulder kind of pillar box dress, as it's known, so kind of a straight up and down dress. It does have long sleeves. It has a wide pink sort of satin belt to it. I suppose the sort of question is as to whether that's appropriate. I mean, Hugo, you're the expert here. Is that outfit appropriate? Is there even such a thing as...
I think she looks great. I'll tell you what I do also think is that if you compare President Trump's white tie this time with what he wore in Buckingham Palace, he's got it much better this time. The other one was, if you remember, much bigger, much lower. It went down much further. So obviously he's looked at that and said, look, guys, we've got to get this one right. He looks very smart in that outfit tonight.
Yeah, well, maybe he's also slimmer. I don't know.
Well, it could be. And you can see Prince William in the background, and he's also wearing the Windsor uniform. Do you see him in the background there with Catherine? Because the other members of the royal family will be there to follow in for the state procession.
We think we've seen a picture, and I just say this because it's flashed up momentarily in front of us of William and Kate.
Yes, we have.
Okay, go on, Hugo, if you can take us through that briefly before we go to the news.
They are walking in together, and he is exactly wearing the same as the King, and she's got her Royal Victorian Order, which the Queen gave her. And she's also wearing 2 royal family orders. She's wearing the King's and the late Queen's, which is appropriate, actually. I can see in the background Admiral Tim Lawrence he's also wearing the GCVO, which he got given very recently. In the background, Princess Anne with the Order of the Garter. So this is always rather exciting when they come in. They're obviously coming in order to process later on.
I see,
nice.
yeah. And so, look, let's just note the difference, I suppose, between Melania Trump and the Princess of Wales, who's gone for, traditional banquet, full length. It's sort of like a wedding gown, isn't it? If I'm going to give a very basic description of it, it's a sort of highly encrusted, very elegant, long gown, which is in contrast to what Melania Trump's wearing. And I'm not going to criticise Melania Trump for what she's wearing, but I am going to say it looks different.
It looks more regal, doesn't it?
That is the point.
Yes, it looks much more regal.
The Princess of Wales looks, yes. But then she is the royal in the room.
Yes.
If it's just her and Melania.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Look, more on this. We are going to get the speeches. We're going to do those live on the show for you this evening. We're also going to get a bit more on the procession. We'll give you anything else you need to know about the state banquet this evening. Do stay with us. Hugo Vickers, Sarah Elliott, and myself, Kait Borsay. Let's get a news update next from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening. The King and Queen Camilla are hosting President Trump and the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, at Windsor Castle for a state banquet. Tonight's event marks the end of the first full day of Trump's second state visit to the UK. Earlier, he visited St George's Chapel to lay a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II before returning to Windsor for a military ceremony. The second day of his state visit tomorrow will be largely taken up with bilateral meetings with the UK government, but Times Radio's political editor Anna Mikhailova doesn't think the president will be too keen to do too much business.
He's been really clear in signalling this is about him and his friend King Charles. He is dealing with so much domestically following the murder of Charlie Kirk back home that I don't think he's here to make big announcements and big geopolitical moves. I think he's happy with the domestic agenda as it is.
Sir Keir Starmer will this weekend formally recognise Palestine as a state after President Trump has concluded his state visit to the UK. The Prime Minister has delayed the announcement until after Trump has left. Amid concern the issue could dominate their news conference at Chequers tomorrow. The US is strongly opposed to official recognition of Palestine. Trump has previously warned it would serve to reward Hamas. A former Labour councillor has been charged over Westminster's honey trap scandal, in which one MP said he was scammed into sending explicit images of himself. Oliver Steadman, who's 28, is charged with blackmail and communications offences relating to 5 victims, including MPs. A 9-year-old girl is thought to have been shot 3 times by a man armed with a pellet gun in what police describe as a racially aggravated assault in Bristol. Officers say she wasn't seriously hurt in the incident earlier this month, but is now too frightened to leave her house. And in tonight's Champions League action, the Premier League title holders Liverpool lead Atletico Madrid fight by 2-0, but Chelsea trail Bayern Munich 2-1 in Germany. Harry Kane scored Bayern's second from the penalty spot. For a roundup of the news on demand, subscribe to the Times News Briefing on any podcast platform.
This is Times Radio.
If my call to the bank...
With us, it is the evening edition. We are live on YouTube at the moment, in case you wondered what the show looks like, kind of behind the scenes. You can take a little peek at us. You can leave your comments on YouTube as well. Nothing that's sort of broadcastable at the moment, so do get them in if they're a bit more astute and you want to give your commentary on the evening's proceedings so far. We are in state banquet territory. We are currently looking at pictures from inside St George's Hall at Windsor Castle, and we're seeing some of the various dignitaries there. I've just seen the new Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, is there. We've seen the official photograph of Donald Trump, Melania Trump, the King and Queen. We've also seen the Prince and Princess of Wales as well. Nick Faldo is there. There's all sorts of dignitaries. There's a huge invite list. The table is 50 metres long and it is adorned with, well, really lovely summer flowers, late summer flowers. There is, from this view, it doesn't look like there is an inch of space on that table for anything other than a plate and a glass, but there probably is more space there in reality. In the studio here, we're joined by Hugo Vickers, who is the royal expert and author, and Sarah Elliott from Republicans Overseas. Sarah is also in her role for the prosperity. I'm going to get this. In fact, I found this somewhere, Sarah, so do bear with me. Sarah Elliott is with us in her role for the Prosperity Institute. It's a think tank, isn't it? And you're in charge of UK-US relationship.
Correct.
Brilliant. Okay, glad I got that down. We'll go to David Charter in the States in just a moment, but let's just get a little look on what we're seeing at the moment. Hugo, you're taking a look at some of the pictures from inside the state banquet at the moment. What are your observations so far?
Well, my observations are really that they aren't quite ready to come in for dinner yet. They're sort of still wandering around in St George's Hall, but presently they will all take their places and there will be a wonderful procession which will come down both sides of the table as the various different people in that procession take their places where they're meant to sit, which will be splendid. And then they start with the speeches quite quickly. The speeches are before dinner, which is a great relief. So they get them over and done with, and then they can enjoy themselves.
Okay, Sarah, your observations on this?
Well, I've seen Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, the White House press secretary there. I've seen Sam Altman from OpenAI, and you see David Lammy, Yvette Cooper, Ed Balls. There's several of interesting people coming. I mean, of course, you have the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, will be there. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. This is quite this is the creme de la creme. For the Americans, there is not another foreign dignitary dinner or state banquet that is as high as this one, is as special as this one.
The table looks fabulous, by the way. We know that the official cocktail it's got a transatlantic whiskey sour. It's a twist on the classic. It's crowned with pecan foam and garnished with a toasted marshmallow set on a star-shaped biscuit, evoking the warmth of a fireside s'more. The classic American marshmallows, of course, melted between chocolate biscuits. We've heard about the menu already. Hampshire watercress panna cotta, parmesan shortbread and quail egg salad to start. A main of organic Norfolk chicken, ballotine, wrapped in courgettes with a thyme and savoury infused jus. Turbot for Keir Starmer as his pescatarian alternative, and the dessert vanilla ice cream bomb with Kentish raspberry sorbet and lightly poached Victoria plums. So whilst all that's going on, they are still very much mingling around the table at the moment. So the order of things a little bit delayed as it stands. Let's check in with David Charter, who's in Washington and is the Times US assistant editor. David, thanks for being with us.
Good afternoon from Washington, D.C. I'm just looking at that lovely wine list, all of the carefully curated wines with the each of them with a date that's going to resonate with President Trump and the First Lady. For example, the Hennessy cognac dating from 1912, the birth year of Trump's Scottish mother. For example, and I was just reflecting that neither President Trump nor the First Lady Melania Trump ever touch a drop of alcohol. So it's a lovely gesture, which I'm sure will be welcomed, but they won't be touching a drop of any of this lovely curated alcohol that's going to appear tonight.
Yeah, a bit on who's there and where they'll be sitting. On one side of the table, Marco Rubio, King Charles, President Trump and Princess Catherine, the Princess of Wales. Opposite them, Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, Queen Camilla, Melania Trump and Prince William. And then Keir Starmer has been placed next to the Blackstone CEO, Steve Schwarzman, and Jeanette Rubio, wife of Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State. The Apple CEO, Tim Cook, is there. We know he'd been invited. He is there. We can confirm. The Nvidia CEO, Jensen Huang, and OpenAI's Sam Altman are also there. Media mogul, it says here, Rupert Murdoch, and US Masters winning golfer Nick Faldo also at that table. Scott Bessent sitting next to Queen Camilla is interesting, and you can tell us why, David. You've written a piece on the Times. It's on thetimes.com. It will feature in tomorrow's paper about this relationship.
Yeah, that's right. Once I started looking into Scott Bessent and his royal connections, I found a really interesting backstory, because when he lived in London back in the 1990s, he actually formed a really close relationship with the then Prince Charles and the then Camilla Parker Bowles. And this was at a very sensitive time in the mid to late 90s, when they were just emerging as a couple in public. And what I found out was that Scott Bessent, who was a donor to one of the Prince's charities, a charitable foundation to do with architecture and the arts, he was invited to a lot of his black tie events in London, but he was also invited by Camilla to her country home to have a lunch with Scott Bessent with his partner. And the thing that was pointed out to me was that at one of the charitable events, that Scott Bessent and his gay partner were introduced as a couple, and they were told this was the first time that a gay couple had ever been formally introduced in a receiving line to royalty in this manner. So in a way, he's part of royal history already.
Yeah, that's super interesting. We know that there's not been an awful lot of coverage over there of all the pictures of all the ceremony today, but there will be much more focus on matters at Chequers tomorrow, won't there, David? There'll be a news conference, and such is the way with any Donald Trump news conference, much of the world's media will be tuned in to see if he veers off course, if he drops a bombshell, if he says something significant. That'll be the case tomorrow, won't it?
Well, no doubt. I beg to differ a little bit about the coverage today. It's been wall to wall on the cable networks.
Okay.
There's been fantastic TV images all morning playing here in America during the American morning. Of course, the arrival 12:30 your time was 7:30 in the morning here, so it went all the way through the morning, and there was great excitement at all the way through to the Red Arrows, with lots of commentary about the Brits do it better than anyone else in the world. That kind of thing. And today is the ceremonial day, the day for pomp. So we weren't expecting any politics today. And in fact, the image on the front of most of the American news sites is not, sadly, of the Red Arrows or all of the guards lined up in the quadrangle in Windsor Castle, but it's just a graph of the American interest rates, because the Federal Reserve has finally lowered its rates, as Donald Trump has been imploring and urging them to do. They've just done that today. So that's the big story in America. That will affect everybody's finances, of course. But you're right. We're expecting a press conference tomorrow. And, well, that's really up to the journalists, isn't it, which way the questions go. And then it's up to Donald Trump how he tackles them.
Yeah, certainly. Look, just a quick bit of breaking news here. We will pick up on this after 9 o'clock. Keir Starmer will this weekend, reports Stephen Swinford, the political editor of The Times. He'll this weekend formally recognise Palestine as a state. This is after, of course, Donald Trump leaves. This is a move that Trump will be very much opposed to. The Prime Minister's delayed the announcement until after Trump has left because of concern that the issue could otherwise dominate the news conference between the two men tomorrow at Chequers. Trump has previously warned that official recognition of Palestine would serve to reward Hamas. So, I mean, look, despite the UK's best efforts, they may not announce this, David, formally until after Trump has left. But this will no doubt come up in the press conference tomorrow, won't it?
Oh, 100%. I think it was 95% it would come up before
anyway.
The Times story. But now that the Times is going to be going big on this recognition definitely happening, because it was still somewhat in doubt. I suppose there were certain conditions attached by Sir Keir Starmer. Unlike the French, President Macron said he would definitely recognise a Palestinian state. And of course, that was really strongly criticised by President Trump, by Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, as well. And so, yes, we'll certainly get some questions about that, I expect. And I expect that Americans will set out their position, which is that, as you said, it's seen by them as a reward for Hamas terror and not perhaps as may be intended by the British government.
Yeah. Stay with us for a few more minutes, David, if that's okay. I just want to read out a couple of messages here. One saying, Melania looks incredible. And the earrings, I haven't paid attention to those. I will look them up. She makes Kate Middleton, Princess of Wales, of course, Princess Catherine, look frumpy, says our correspondent here. And plenty more besides. Someone arguing the point over stopping the UK buying Russian oil. The UK doesn't directly buy oil from Russia, but it does via other countries. It's quite tricky, but Russia exports oil to other countries, and by way of that, some of it ends up in the UK. It's a big issue for the EU as well, by the way, so that it does get here, one can argue, in a roundabout type of way. More from David Charter in a second. Hugo Vickers, our royal expert, has been peering upon the visuals from the banqueting hall at Windsor Castle. Hugo, give us an update. What are we seeing? What is piquing your interest here?
Well, we're seeing people beginning to take their seats. They're sort of, obviously they won't sit down until the procession has come in, but they're beginning to get close to where they need to be. But if I could just perhaps mention something about St George's Hall, which is interesting, of course, because in 1992 there was a terrible fire and the whole of the roof of St George's Hall was destroyed. It was completely open to the elements. And I remember it before then, and it was very much dark oak, and the restoration was absolutely wonderful. It was done within 5 years. It was done. I went to the press conference when in November 1997, and they said to the press, it's been done within the time frame and within the budget. And the press was so disappointed they couldn't think of what on earth they could write about.
David, I promised that I'd come back to you, David Charter. Just a final word, David, in 30 seconds or so, about tomorrow and the politics of it, I suppose. There's been a huge tech deal announced today. There's been so much negativity here in the UK about our investment projects and business over here. It's a much needed tonic to the UK, isn't it? How do the US perceive that?
Oh, the US government is delighted, of course, with any announcement of a big number beginning with a B, with billions. That's what Trump's trade policy has been all about, just to show that he's the business president. That's his whole shtick. But can I just say I was smiling about the comments on the fashion. You might not expect me to say that, but I did write a book about the Queen and her meetings with the presidents, and it just reminded me how Melania Trump is so often, her dress sense is often said to be the best of any first lady since Jackie Kennedy. And Hardy Amos, Hugo will know this, who was the long-time designer for the Queen, was asked, why don't you just dress the Queen in a more fashionable way? And I just pulled up the quote here. The response from Sir Hardy Amos, the Queen's long-time designer, was that, young man, you know that Her Majesty must never appear to be chic. There's an unkindness to chic, and she can never appear to be unkind.
That's great. Absolutely brilliant anecdote there. I love it. David Charter, thank you for being with us, US Assistant Editor of The Times. When we come back, still plenty of guests on their feet at the moment. They will, of course, be being told to take their seats in the banqueting hall at Windsor Castle. We'll bring you that. We're all eyes on the speeches, really, at the moment. Stay with us for that. Sarah Elliott and Hugo Vickers here in the studio.
John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. Tomorrow afternoon from 4, join John Pienaar for well-informed debate, insight and analysis that brings the big political picture sharply into focus. From global events on the international stage to issues closer to home. John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. See tomorrow clearly with big picture banking from Barclays. Find out more at barclayscorporate.com/The Times.
Listen to Times Radio on your smart speaker. Just say, play Times Radio.
What makes you feel good?
Lord Steward and the Lord Chamberlain, on this occasion very annoyingly walking forwards, because they always used to walk backwards.
Oh, I see, of course.
And as I said before, on the screen now we can see the Duke of Gloucester, for example, and the Duchess of Gloucester. The royal family escort the American guests according to precedence. So the royal family are in order of precedence. So, I'm seeing on here. I can see the Duke of Gloucester and the Duchess of Gloucester, and then I could see Tim Lawrence.
Princess Anne is there as well.
Princess Anne, of course.
And so you've got kind of those guests, I suppose, the King walking side by side with Donald Trump, the US President. Does Donald Trump have to not take a step ahead of the King? Does it get into that much detail, or does it matter if he takes a half step ahead?
Well, if he raced ahead, but he isn't going to do that. He isn't going to do that. But, I mean, it's quite interesting how I'm sure they'll all suddenly get to their seats, but at the moment they're looking a little bit disorganised, and that procession is not far away.
Who should be organising them?
Well,
Hugo?
I suspect they'll get a kind of a nod from somebody, but actually you can see them sort of going in. Mysteriously they always say, well, here they're coming in now. That's the Lord Steward, Lord Roslin.
And he's carrying a large stick, which is probably not called a stick.
They carry their wands, which, if you remember at the Queen's funeral, the Lord Chamberlain broke his wand because that meant that his duties were over. There's the King with President Trump, because they will sit by side, and the national anthem, British national anthem, playing. Catherine, Princess of Wales.
Yeah, and she's wearing a really lovely, heavily embroidered long dress, long sleeves. Barely any skin exposed at all, and you've got obviously Charles and his ceremonial gear is to be expected. Donald Trump in white tie, and we're listening, of course, to God Save the King, the national anthem.
He's also wearing the Princess Diana's lover's knot tiara.
Who is, sorry?
Princess Kate is wearing Princess Diana's lover's knot tiara.
That's nice. That's a very nice touch. Loads of lovely flowers in sort of, late summer, autumnal colours. Melania Trump, I'm looking at her earrings, as pointed out by one of our listeners earlier, and we are anticipating now the speeches here from the state banquet at Windsor Castle. And everyone is currently taking their seats. There's a huge amount of foliage on the table, so we're looking at pictures of people sat down at the table with a sort of foliage framing them. And lots of light at that table as well, lots of candles with little lampshades over them. And here we go, Camilla sat next to Melania Trump. And what we'll get now, is the speeches that will imminently be with us. Will these speeches, Hugo, be pretty standard in terms of wishing,
yes,
a warm welcome to Donald Trump, and Trump, thanking.
And they will reference his previous visit. They will reference his Scottish ancestry, I suspect. Listen, I'm about to be contradicted probably, but yes, they are very formal and generous and certainly not controversial.
And talk us through what happens when the food arrives. So there'll be a toast, will there, after the speeches, perhaps?
Yes, absolutely. And national anthems for both countries will be played, and so you will see all that.
And then when does the food arrive? Is there, and presumably the king is the first person served, is he?
Well, the food will arrive pretty spontaneously immediately after that. But the lovely thing is that having listened to the speeches, they will all be able to enjoy their dinners because there's nothing worse than having to make a speech at the end of dinner.
I'm sure the king and Trump are used to that, surely. Yes. OK, so the food will arrive pretty quickly. There is a lovely band there, and King Charles about to take to his feet. And we'll hear from King Charles. He'll deliver his speech first of all. He's got his papers in his hand ready. Next to him, Marco Rubio on one side and Trump on the other. Let's go to King Charles now. Just having problems establishing an audio connection to King Charles, who is currently making his speech. He'll talk about the deep friendship between the great nations and bid a warm welcome to Donald Trump, who is sat right next to him.
Called special has made us safer and stronger through the generations. Our people have fought and died together for the values we hold dear. We have innovated, traded, and created together, fueling our economies and cultures through myriad forms of exchange. We have celebrated together, mourned together, and stood together in the best and worst of times. Mr. President, as we approach the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence next year, It is remarkable to think just how far we have come. I cannot help but wonder what our forebears from 1776 would make of this friendship today. The rebel commander and pioneering first president, George Washington, famously vowed never to set foot on British soil. And my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III, for his part, did not spare his words when he spoke of the revolutionary leaders. Today, however, we celebrate a relationship between our two countries that surely neither Washington nor King George III could possibly have imagined. The ocean may still divide us, but in so many other ways, we are now the closest of kin. Mr. President, you have spoken of your pride in your British roots. In fact, not only have you set foot on British soil twice in the last 2 months alone, but I understand that British soil makes for rather splendid golf courses. Now, for my part, I have always admired the ingenuity of the American people and the principles of freedom which your great democracy has represented since its inception. Throughout my life, from the very first visit to the United States in 1970, and over 20 visits since that time, I have cherished the close ties between the British and American peoples. In fact, had the media succeeded in the 1970s in their own attempt at deepening the special relationship, I myself might have been married off within the Nixon family. Mr. President, from York to New York, from Birmingham, England to Birmingham, Alabama, we are united by a common language and shared heritage. The many thousands of people from each of our countries who have made the other their home have enriched our societies immeasurably, a fact that gives me the greatest pride. Our cultural connections, too, continue to flourish, with our actors, musicians, writers and television presenters prospering in the hearts of transatlantic audiences. Today, our alliance spans every field of endeavour and shows vast potential for growth. The United Kingdom was your partner in the first trade deal of your administration, Mr. President, bringing jobs and growth to both our countries. And no doubt we can go even further as we build this new era of our partnership. Our two nations have an exceptional legacy of shared discovery. Together we laid the foundations of nuclear science, mapped the human genome, and built the internet, upon which all contemporary commerce, communication and defence is based. Together, our scientists and engineers are shaping the world of tomorrow, not least with new partnership agreements on technology and the prosperity that stands to bring. Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace. And our AUKUS submarine partnership with Australia sets the benchmark for innovative and vital collaboration. The successes of the British Redcoats and of George Washington's Continental Army today stand shoulder to shoulder brothers and sisters in arms, protecting the freedoms we both cherish. Our countries are working together in support of crucial diplomatic efforts, not least of which, Mr. President, is your own personal commitment to finding solutions to some of the world's most intractable conflicts in order to secure peace. In striving for a better world, we also have a precious opportunity to safeguard and to restore the wonders and beauty of nature for the generations who follow us. We share the ambition and determination to preserve our majestic lands and waters, above all, to ensure that we have clean water, clean air, and clean food. Our legacy for the next 250 years and beyond is to ensure that our children, grandchildren, and those who come after them can experience the awe and magnificence of the natural treasures found in the countryside, on the coasts, in the seas, and in the national parks established by your predecessors and mine. Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, the bond between our two nations is indeed a remarkable one. Forged in the fire of conflict, it has been fortified through our shared endeavours and burnished by the deep affection between our people. Tested time and again, it has borne the weight of our common purpose and raised our ambition for a better world. So, in renewing our bond tonight, we do so with unshakable trust in our friendship and in our shared commitment to independence and liberty. Therefore, as we celebrate this unparalleled partnership, allow me to propose a toast to President Trump and the First Lady, and to the health, prosperity, and happiness of the people of the United States of America.
Was the words of King Charles there. We're hearing now the national anthem of the United States, and that will signal the beginning of the speech by Donald Trump. So we've heard from the King, who talked about the enduring bond that the UK has with the United States. It's a unique and important occasion, he said. He talked about the special relationship. He uttered those words, made us safer and stronger through the generations. It points to sacrifices during the various wars and with a long-time bilateral trading relationship, and obviously that is particularly relevant at the moment. We celebrate a relationship, he said, that neither the revolutionary leader George Washington nor King George III could possibly have imagined. And the King talked about Donald Trump having been to the UK a couple of times in the last 2 months. He was, of course, here to see his Scotland golf courses, which the King described as rather splendid golf courses, which I thought was rather nice. So we're still in the banqueting hall in terms of the pictures. We've heard from King Charles, and it looks like there is a toast happening at the moment. So the King's going to raise his glass to Donald Trump. Everyone taking their drink. And next we'll hear from the US President, who's now on his feet. He has his notes on a piece of white card, just like the King. And Donald Trump stood up and prepared to start talking. We'll hear from Donald Trump right now.
Your Majesty, Melania and I are deeply grateful to you and Queen Camilla for your extraordinary graciousness. And to William and Kate, thank you so much. It's been so great being with you today. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a singular privilege to be the first American president welcomed here. And if you think about it, it's a lot of presidents, and this was the second state visit, and that's the first. And Maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually. But this is truly one of the highest honors of my life. Such respect for you and such respect for your country. For many decades, His Majesty the King has epitomized the fortitude, nobility, and the spirit of the British monarchy and the British people. He's dedicated himself to preserving the glory and unique character of this kingdom, restoring life to the rivers and streams, supporting the works of its artists and composers, planting trees and gardens in its countryside. And I just visited one of the most beautiful I've ever seen that you just completed, and protecting the architectural integrity of cities, villages, and towns. He has uplifted the poor, cared for rural farmers, and tended to wounded veterans like nobody else. I'll tell you that I just stood in line and shook about 150 hands, and the King knew every single person and every single company, and some of them had bad names like XYZ-Q3, and he knew every one of them, or at least I think he did, because nobody was complaining. I was very impressed with that. But I just want to say that His Majesty has also raised a remarkable son in His Royal Highness Prince of Wales. Really amazing. We've gotten to know you, and I think you're going to have an unbelievable success in the future. Melania and I are delighted to visit again with Prince William and to see Her Royal Highness Princess Catherine, so radiant and so healthy, so beautiful. It's really a great honor. Thank you. Many years ago, His Majesty opened his archives to a biographer. Among the documents was a letter from 1993 in which he described the patriotism and guided his many projects. He wrote that he was, quote, entirely motivated by a desperate desire to put the great back into Great Britain. In the finest tradition of British sovereigns, he has given his whole heart, everything he's got, to those parts of Britain that are beyond the realm of mere legislation. It's not easy, but which define its essence and its virtue, its harmony and its soul. It's an amazing calling, and there's nobody that's answered that calling like you have. A fifth of all of humanity speaks, writes, thinks, and prays in the language born on these isles and perfected in the pages of Shakespeare and Dickens and Tolkien, and Lewis, Orwell, and Kipling. Incredible people, unbelievable people like we have rarely seen before, probably won't see again. The lion-hearted people of this kingdom defeated Napoleon, unleashed the Industrial Revolution, destroyed slavery, and defended civilization in the darkest days of fascism and communism. The British gave the world the Magna Carta, the modern parliament, and Francis Bacon's scientific method. They gave us the works of Locke, Hobbes, Smith, and Burke, Newton, and Blackstone. The legal, intellectual, cultural, and political traditions of this kingdom have been among the highest achievements of mankind. There's really never been anything like it. The British Empire laid the foundations of law, liberty, free speech, and individual rights virtually everywhere the Union Jack has ever flown, including a place called America. You know that place very well, don't you? His Majesty spoke eloquently about the bond which inspired Sir Winston Churchill, and the bust is in the Oval Office right now, the beautiful bust of Winston Churchill, to coin the phrase special relationship. But seen from American eyes, the word special does not begin to do it justice. We're joined by history and fate, and by love and language, and by transcendent ties of culture, tradition, ancestry, and destiny. We're like two notes in one chord, or two verses of the same poem, each beautiful, really meant to be played together. The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable, and we are, as a country, as you know, doing unbelievably well. We had a very sick country 1 year ago, and today I believe we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, nobody's even questioning it, but we owe so much of that to you and the footing that you gave us when we started. Together we've done more good for humanity than any two countries in all of history. Together we must defend the exceptional heritage that makes us who we are, and we must continue to stand for the values and the people of the English-speaking world, and we do indeed stand for that. On behalf of all Americans, I offer a toast to one of the great friendships, to two great countries, and to His Majesty, King Charles III, a very, very special man, and also a very, very special queen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you.
There we go. We have heard from the King and from Donald Trump. Some very warm words there from Donald Trump, and a huge recognition, really, I suppose, of Britain's part in history, responsible for the Magna Carta, referred to the lion-hearted people of this kingdom. So some nice words from Donald Trump there. Said that this second state visit was one of the highest honours of his life. Let's go to our panellists this evening, shall we? I'm joined by Jerry Baker, who is a Times columnist and editor-at-large of the Wall Street Journal. Jerry, good evening.
Hello.
And let's get some immediate reaction from you. I mean, those speeches were never going to be dramatic, but there were some very nice words said by both the King and Donald Trump. What did you make of what Donald Trump had to say?
No, look, Kate. This whole thing is. Look, these are always magnificent occasions with great ceremony and great pageantry, and nobody does it better, as the old cliche says. And it's true, than the British, and the Americans are particular suckers for it. I'll be, as an American myself, I can say with a foot in both camps that's true. So whenever you have a state visit like this, there's always a lot of this. There's always a lot of the flummery and the kind of, the performative nature of it. What is this particularly telling us, though, is that this is a ceremonial deference that Britain is making towards Donald Trump, in a way that obviously Keir Starmer, the British government, the King himself, for all we know, kind of wants to work. I can't imagine that, especially among the Prime Minister's government, among many people around the King, that there is, genuine enthusiasm for Donald Trump. I think it's reasonable to assume there isn't, but they know that this kind of an event is so critical in stroking Donald Trump's ego, and so we are involved in this. As I say, the Britain is involved in this rather this rather, I'm afraid to say, sort of performative cringe. In order to impress Trump, to get him on side, to make him feel positive and favourable about the UK, which he already does. We know that. He has family connections, of course, to the UK. He loves the King. He loves Prince William. He seems quite like Keir Starmer. And yeah, you heard it in those remarks. There he was, he played along. He clearly loves the whole event. He described it as one of the greatest honours of his life. He couldn't, of course, resist once again having a dig at his predecessor, saying the country was in a terrible mess. The United States was in a terrible mess a year ago. So yeah, all of that has been exactly what this whole performance was designed to achieve, which is to make Donald Trump feel really, really good about the UK. The question obviously will be, what does the UK get out of it? But so far, everything that's been achieved in this performance has gone according to plan. And they, as I say, the question is, and the hope is, that something, what will come of it, and the hope is that something will come of it.
Well, I mean, I guess something has already come of it in this tech deal that's been announced, multi-billion-pound tech deal, £31 billion worth of investments from America's top technology companies, the big headline being $22 billion from Microsoft. So some may say it's already paying dividends, and there could well be more to come. Diane Hayter, your reflections on today. Jerry's sort of got the ick a little bit with it, but I think the concession that you'll make, Jerry, is that it's kind of all about making Donald Trump feel good and what the UK can gain from that. Diane?
Well, interestingly enough, I thought it was the President of America that was speaking rather than Donald Trump. It was almost a speech. You've taken one little, passing reference, but actually, it could have been made by any president of the United States, and there was less Donald in it than I anticipated. And I think that's a very significant statement, actually. I think that this was America talking to Britain, even more than it was Trump talking to our current government. I have to say I was impressed by both the speakers. I thought they both touched on our common threads, whether it was historical or through wars, through language, through trade, and through our shared values. I do know, I've read that their two offices share the speeches beforehand and they try and make sure they're okay. But even the fact that that was able to happen and that they chimed well, I thought was really positive. And I think it is important. America is important to us in trade, in NATO, and in the values that we share. And anything that has helped that, I think, good for both sides for getting that together.
They did both fall into the special relationship trap, by the way. I've been trying all show not to say pomp and pageantry. That is sort of pay a pound every time you say it for me this evening. They both talked about the special relationship. In fact, Donald Trump said the term special relationship doesn't go far enough to describe the bond between the two nations, Jerry.
Look, can I just say one thing I found very amusing and ironic was in the King's remarks when the King talked about George III and George Washington and the successors to those two leaders. And I just couldn't help but be amused by the fact that 250 years after the United States, of the people of the colonists of America rejected a king and established a republic, that the two are now in the positions of more or less reversed. Donald Trump is acting increasingly like a king. He is arrogating enormous amounts of executive power to himself, which I think the founding fathers, the revolutionaries 250 years ago, would find somewhat disturbing and somewhat rather George III-like. Meanwhile, the King of England has fundamentally no power whatsoever, no executive power whatsoever. It is there as a figurehead, and I find that quite amusing that the two countries have gone in rather different ways on the monarchy republic spectrum. But look, I mean, I don't mean to sound too cynical about it, Kate, and I'm sorry if I do. It is important. These relationships are incredibly important. Making Donald Trump feel that a special connection, won't use that word relationship, a special connection, a special affinity with the UK is very, very valuable. You talk about these tech deals. I'm always a little skeptical, as a reporter, having followed these things for years now. Many of these tech deals were in the works anyway. It's important to be said here that the UK, for all its many problems, and they are manifold, the UK is a very attractive destination for a lot of US, for many companies around the world, but for US tech investors in particular, very highly talented workforce. They speak English,
a cheaper workforce as well.
Generally. Much cheaper, even with the dollar actually being weak at the moment. So, you've seen this huge Microsoft, OpenAI. You see what Larry Ellison is doing at Oxford University. I mean, this is, again, that's nothing to do with Trump. It is to do with the advantages that they see from investment into the UK. But again, I don't want to knock this visit. I don't want to knock what the British government is doing, and I don't want to knock what President Trump is saying. This is important in terms of, this president, as we know, acts so much, sorry to go back to my King George reference, but acts very much as a personal ruler. And much of what he does is about how he feels about things and how he feels about people and how he feels about countries. And if he feels warmly about England, Prime Minister Keir Starmer and King Charles, that is going to be beneficial for the United Kingdom without any question.
Yeah, he's an
autocrat,
isn't he, Donald Trump? Diane?
Well, there's a particular point that the King made. He sort of said, and something like, I haven't got the text in front of me, and congratulations for your work on trying to resolve issues around the world, or something like that. I mean, in a sense, one of the most crucial bits for for Europe at the moment is Ukraine, and that gentle sort of flagging up his potential as a peacemaker. He will be thinking about the Middle East as well, I'm sure. But what Donald Trump does about Ukraine is really, really important for our country and for Europe. And I thought that the King dropping that in, that sort of we're watching and we're hoping you're going to pull something out, was really a very clever little, it was a half line, that was all, but it did say a lot.
Yeah, let's just take a quick refresher, actually, of some of the two key points across those speeches. The King making it clear that the UK's alliance with the US is critical.
Together, our scientists and engineers are shaping the world of tomorrow, not least with new partnership agreements on technology and the prosperity that stands to bring. Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace.
That was King Charles. Donald Trump admitted he hoped this would be his last state visit, but also it was one of the biggest honours of his life.
If you think about it, it's a lot of presidents, and this was the second state visit, and that's the first, and maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually. But this is truly one of the highest honours of my life.
Donald Trump there, one of the highest honours of my life. Let's look ahead to tomorrow, if we can, which is Jeopardy Thursday, isn't it, effectively? At the calm before the potential political storm tomorrow. Are we overblowing this, Jerry? Are we getting awfully excited by the smell of drama in the air, or the potential for drama in the air tomorrow? Is this how Donald Trump puts himself at the top of the headlines again all over the world tomorrow in the news conference?
Are you suggesting that the pomp and circumstance of the special relationship that we've seen today is going to be replaced by the storm clouds of political disagreement? I've got to get three for three there on your cliches. I mean, look, it is a high wire act with Donald Trump. I mean, that is always the thing. And you've had this wonderful event today. It's all gone swimmingly. When Trump said that about it's such a high honor. Think of all the American presidents that there have been, and I'm the first to get a second, and I hope there's no more. At that point, Keir Starmer must have just been hugging himself in joy, because that was exactly the pitch that they made to him. That was, that it was a unique honor to be given a second state visit, and of course all that played very, very well. So all that went incredibly well. Yeah, and of course it is, again, I say that this was the kind of, today was the ceremony and the performance and the as I said, the kind of flummery. Tomorrow we're going to have some real political realities, and that is in large part, as ever with Donald Trump, going to be demonstrated by a live broadcast around the world press conference. And he's going to be asked awkward questions, no doubt, by the British press and even perhaps by some American press about Jeffrey Epstein. He's going to be asked about Ukraine. I mean, it's interesting, like when the King said, we're united in our support of Ukraine. I think there may have been some Europeans and some Ukrainians in particular kind of raising an eyebrow about that, because it's not entirely clear that Donald Trump is completely on the side of the Europeans when it comes to, or Britain when it comes to Ukraine. So look, that stuff is going to come. Gaza's going to come up.
Yeah.
The potential for this to go off the rails with a difficult question, a proper but difficult question from a journalist that Trump, responds to in a particular way, and Starmer maybe. Yeah, it's going to be, as I say, today was all scripted and planned, unusually, the stuff that Trump doesn't usually do very much of, the scripted stuff. Tomorrow we're into the sort of, live and dangerous Donald Trump, and we'll see how that goes.
Yes, exactly. We've broken the news this evening via Stephen Swinford, the political editor for The Times, Diane Hayter, that the UK will recognise a Palestinian state once this Trump state visit is over. The news is out, of course, so this is going to be a question. And this is not going to be something that pleases Donald Trump, is it? What do you make of the significance of the UK bringing this announcement, this declaration forward ahead of the UN General Assembly next week, but also notably just after the exit of Donald Trump?
I have to confess, I don't understand it. I'm not sure it's that helpful to do it at the moment, and I'm not sure that it won't be seen badly by the president and those around him. I know that the Prime Minister's always said that he would do this when it would help the peace process. Maybe he knows something that I don't, but it's hard to see quite at the moment how it would help the peace process. I think it's pretty unclear what it means. Is it going to cover the West Bank and Gaza? And
the east of Jerusalem as well, actually.
Is it going to be East Jerusalem as well? I don't know. And, which authority, which government is it going to recognise? Is it the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, or who doesn't hold any sway over Gaza? So I don't understand the timing now. And I think that the reaction, because it is out, I'm seeing it on the Times already, that it risks taking, whether it's the right thing or wrong thing, it risks the coverage tomorrow and the questions being about this rather than about Ukraine and other issues, over which we have, we and the Americans have more say over Ukraine than we do of the Middle East. I mean, whatever we do, we can't really solve the Middle East.
No.
There are major players there, both Israel and the Palestinians and indeed the Arab states, who are the key ones, whereas over Ukraine, we and the Americans do have much, much more grip or potential grip on that.
Yes, we are NATO members. This is a war in Europe. We are a European country. We're much more closely aligned with it. And back in July, Jerry, Keir Starmer said the UK would recognise Palestine unless Israel reached a ceasefire, committing us to backing a two-state solution. Has this anything to do with the domestic pressure politically that Keir Starmer's on? Will it help or hinder him personally?
I'm not following British politics closely enough, although I do follow it, and I would say, but that said, all the evidence suggests, of course, that's the case. He has tremendous problems within his own Labour Party. There's, as you know better than I, a growing doubt about whether he survives as leader of the party and the Prime Minister for another year. And one of the it's one of the issues, obviously, that animates many in the party, particularly on his left, is Israel-Palestine and the what they see as the leaning too much towards Israel and Palestine. I've got to say, Kate, I think this is an absolutely catastrophic move. I think it's catastrophic in its own terms for some of the reasons that Baroness Hayter just said. Who are they recognizing? Hamas is going to love this, absolutely love this, and Israel is going to hate it. But secondly, it's such a I don't quite understand. I've just seen the Times story too, Kate, and I don't really understand the logic here, because the Times story correctly says, they wanted to put this off until after the Trump visit, so it wouldn't kind of spoil the Trump visit. Well, it's not. How does leaking it in the middle of the Trump visits get you over that? I would imagine it's going to come up at the press conference tomorrow. And look, Trump will probably be on this topic, because I'm not absolutely convinced that Trump is himself.
Unless sort of Starmer can say, unless Starmer can say, look, I'm not going to comment on rumours. You'll know when it happens, type of thing. I don't know how that would be ridiculous. I mean,
he said he would do it before the UN General Assembly if Israel didn't meet those conditions. Israel hasn't met those conditions. The UN General Assembly starts in 3 days. So he can hardly say, I don't know what's going to happen.
No idea.
It's pretty obvious. This is terrible. It's a terrible move, as I say, on its own merits, and it's a terrible move diplomatically.
Okay, well, that story is up on thetimes.com. The UK will recognise the state of Palestine after the end of Donald Trump's state visit. It'll still be a talking point, though, as we've established. That press conference tomorrow, bilateral between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer at Chequers. potential for drama, I think, is how we'll mark that one. Jerry Baker, always great to speak to you, Jerry. You can find Jerry's excellent writing in the Times. There's a really good piece about how Charlie Kirk made conservatism cool, and I know there's still plenty to discuss on Charlie Kirk and how that is, well, causing all sorts of quite intense conversations over in the United States at the moment. We haven't had time to talk about it today, but I do want to address that at some point, and we will do. Jerry, thank you for your time, and Baroness Hayter, Labour peer Diane Hayter, thank you for being with us. This is the evening edition on Times Radio. It's Kait Borsay with you until 10 o'clock. Coming up, we'll speak to the Times' brilliant West Coast correspondent in the United States, Danny Fortson, about the tech deal, the ups and downs of it, really. What kind of really is in there? Is it as good as we think it is? And we'll also check in with the former British diplomat Alexandra Hall as well, to find out what she's made of the events so far today and what we might get tomorrow. All of that to come. Let's get a news update first from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening. The King and Queen Camilla are hosting President Trump and his wife Melania at a state banquet at Windsor Castle this evening. Trump said his second state visit to the UK was one of the highest honours of his life, and in paying tribute to the King, he said Charles had epitomised the fortitude and the spirit of the British monarchy and the British people.
He's dedicated himself to preserving the glory and unique character of this kingdom, restoring life to the rivers and streams, supporting the works of its artists and composers, planting trees and protecting the architectural integrity of its cities, villages and towns.
And in his address, the King acknowledged the special relationship between the UK and the United States.
We have innovated, traded and created together, fueling our economies and cultures through myriad forms of exchange. We have celebrated together, mourned together, and stood together in the best and worst of times.
The Metropolitan Police say an anti-Trump protest in central London drew a crowd of up to 5,000 people. The demonstration in Parliament Square was organised by the Stop Trump coalition, and 2 people have been arrested near Windsor over incidents thought to be connected to the president's state visit. Sir Keir Starmer will this weekend formally recognise a Palestinian state after President Trump has concluded his visit to the UK. The Prime Minister has delayed the announcement because of concern the issue could dominate tomorrow's news conference at Chequers. Trump has previously said a recognition of Palestine would reward Hamas. A man is in hospital in Cumbria after protesters were hit by an off-road vehicle outside the nuclear power site at Sellafield. 4 people have been arrested. Construction workers were reportedly taking part in a strike outside the site in a dispute over pay. And in tonight's Champions League action, the Premier League title holders Liverpool lead Atletico Madrid by 2-1, but Chelsea trail Bayern Munich 3-1 in Germany. Harry Kane scored Bayern's second and third goals. Remember, for a news bulletin when you want one, just follow the Times News Briefing on all main podcast platforms.
This is Times Radio.
When you're growing a small business,
unique perspective on the day's stories. Every Monday to Thursday afternoon from 2. The Evening Edition with Kait Borsay on Times Radio.
Thank you so much for being with us. It is the Evening Edition with you until 10 tonight. Now, for the foodies among you, there's a perfect guest tomorrow afternoon. The Queen of the Kitchen, the one and only Nigella Lawson, will be speaking to Jane Mulkerrins. That's tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. How wonderful. Times Radio, don't miss it. We are live on YouTube, by the way. I hope you've been enjoying watching the visuals of the show. I don't know what you've been saying. I daren't look at it. I hope I've not pulled too many awful faces. Thank you for your comments there, and of course across the show as well. Keith rightly points out we've been covering, of course, this monumental, historic second state visit for Donald Trump to the UK today, and today has gone wonderfully. It's gone wonderfully smoothly. Most of the protests were in central London. There was a few people protesting pretty politely, it has to be said, in Windsor. But today's gone incredibly smoothly. Donald Trump's looked impressed, tickled by what's in front of him in terms of the ceremony and the military might as well, really. All the different ceremonials there, beating the retreat, all of that. Looked absolutely tickled by it. And we've heard 2 wonderful speeches by King Charles and Donald Trump as well this evening. Keith's been in touch about the speeches. Wait until Truth Social later on, when Trump will put his foot in his mouth. It's not a bad shout, actually, Keith. Carol Walker, I'm sure we'll talk more about what we expect from Donald Trump next. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you, Kate. For once, it looked as though President Trump was actually reading his script, wasn't he, instead of riffing on whatever thought came into his head. And look, I mean, these occasions are always going to be very carefully prepared, very carefully scripted. But it was fascinating to hear both King Charles and President Trump absolutely ladling on the praise and emphasising the importance of the special relationship. The King talking about how the defence and the security and the economic ties had never been so close. President Trump talking about this being probably one of the highest honours of his life. And look, this will have been everything that President Trump had hoped for when he came over to Britain. He's probably not really looking forward that much to talking about some of the serious stuff with Keir Starmer tomorrow, but this is what he wanted. He's had a whole day of it today, and the royal family know how to lay on a really lavish welcome, and they absolutely went to town. And my goodness, it worked. I'm sure there will be people out there who are not fans of the royal family, who will point to the problems in the country, will point to the difficulties within the United States, and will have their criticism of this. But as a choreographed occasion, I think both countries will be absolutely delighted. Tomorrow, of course, tonight, then. Yeah, tomorrow, of course, we're on to the most serious stuff. I should say tonight we're going to have Sarah Hewson with us, talk us through all of that. But we've already had the Times reporting tonight that Britain is going to go ahead and recognise a state of Palestine almost as soon as President Trump has left. He's made it clear that he doesn't think that is something that any country should do. He sees it as a reward for Hamas. We're going to be talking to Alistair Burt, who's a former minister for the Middle East. He was also, incidentally, a former Middle East for North America when he was at the Foreign Office. He's now a senior fellow at RUSI. We're going to talk through all the ramifications of that. And later in the programme tonight, I'm going to be talking to Michael Martins. Now, he was a political specialist at the US Embassy here in the UK during Trump's first term in office. So there's lots to reflect on, lots to discuss, and we're going to go through all of that tonight. A couple of other stories we will be touching on. The government's going to try and overturn that court ruling which is blocking the deportation of even the very first migrant under the new deal with France. And of course, lots to talk about in the papers. We'll see what they make of it all.
Carol Walker, can't wait. 10 o'clock, digesting what we've had today, and of course looking ahead to what could be a very significant day tomorrow. She'll have the Times front page exclusively with you just after 10 on this station. Now, it is 9:42. While Donald Trump's visit so far has been shrouded in, well, pomp and circumstance, it's also seen the UK and US announce the Tech Prosperity Deal. It's an announcement that will see American tech giants invest billions of dollars here in Britain. And by that, I mean around £31 billion worth of investment. To explain what's in the deal and what it could mean for the UK in reality, is it as good as it seems? We're joined now by the brilliant Danny Fortson, who is our US West Coast correspondent and co-host of the Times Tech podcast. Danny, good evening.
Very good evening. How are you?
Really well. This is a huge deal for the UK. It seems Donald Trump and AI tech companies are enthused about the UK, about investing, about growth and potential here, when many others aren't at the moment. Many other companies and pharma companies too are leaving these shores. Why is there so much interest, first of all, so much faith in the UK?
Well, the UK, there's good reason for it. The UK is really seen as, a center of excellence globally. When you talk about AI technology, AI human talent with the top universities producing a lot of the best people in the industry. So it makes sense that they see UK as the kind of second sun, if you will, in the solar system of AI outside of the United States. Obviously, huge amounts being invested in the States, but now it does feel like the UK is really being prioritized outside its borders.
Okay. So, look, lots in there for the UK. Some of this investment was going to happen anyway. It hasn't just been announced as a result of Donald Trump's second state visit here to the UK, has it? How much of this was expected? How much of a big deal is this in the here and now, Danny?
Well, of course, as you say, it was very well trailed. This was many months and weeks in the making. But as you say, £31 billion, it's a lot of money. And these are the biggest companies on the planet. NVIDIA, quite literally, is the most valuable company on Earth. Microsoft is right behind it, and they're putting real money into the UK. They're going to put, paying to have shovels in the ground, build these huge data centers, and really build up what they see and what the government sees as what is really critical public infrastructure. Even though it's controlled by private companies, this is seen as something that is as important as the internet, the invention of the automobile, this technology that's going to be in all facets of our life, whether we want it or not, and they want it built on these shores.
So what are we talking about here? We're talking about data centres, aren't we? A supercomputer to be built in Essex?
Yes, that's correct. And there's also investment in people. What's really interesting is, if you think about AI and you step back, you're talking about building these huge data centers, most of which really is being spent on these very complex chips that run these systems. But $30 billion, it's going to produce some thousands of jobs, but probably not as much as you might expect from that figure, because, of course, AI, what you're really talking about here is digital workers, these agents that can go off and do things on our behalf or instead of us humans. So it is kind of interesting when you look at it through that prism of, well, we're investing all of this money, but what we're really doing is producing, a whole new army of digital workers, some of whom will clearly replace what humans are doing now.
There's a question about what the UK will have to do in return. And one sort of bit of unfinished business, I suppose, is the digital services tax, which the UK has managed to sort of cling on to for now. So, taxing large companies like Google and Amazon who operate over here, it brings in about 900 million quid a year at the moment. But that could still go. That could be the offering by Rachel Reeves, couldn't it? The argument being that actually it stifles growth in this country.
I mean, that is certainly the argument that could be made. But as I think you or anybody else who lives and works in the modern economy, those companies are doing quite fine, even with the tax. So I don't think that's something that is going to have to be nixed as part of this whole grand bargain.
What about the issues of copyright? We spoke to a guest a couple of days ago, Danny, about how firm assurances still hadn't been made really about protecting the copyright of the British creative industries, as are things like music, also things like journalism, news too. Will that cause issues when we talk about dealing with the United States on this level? Many of these AI companies, of course, basically want free rein, don't they? They want to be able to harvest all that data without having to nod to any copyright issues.
Yes, that's absolutely right. The copyright issue is, I think, one of the central issues, along with, how do we get all this money to spend the trillions of dollars to build all of these data centers? But the idea that these large language model producers like OpenAI, like Anthropic, basically hoovered up the entire written internet, all of these copyrighted materials, and now there's a big fight around what, if anything, they should have paid to, make use of that. And that is something that is playing out in the courts here. It's playing out in the courts in the UK. And it reminds me a little bit of, many moons ago, I'm dating myself, when Napster came around and digitized all music. Napster went away, but the industry figured out a way to charge, a little bit per song, etc. But I think there's going to have to some type of new model for this AI era, which is not at all established so far.
Do you see trouble ahead over the energy intensiveness of these data centers? They use a lot of energy. They need water, don't they, to keep those keep their cooling systems in operation. Could all that cause issues? I mean, presumably all that's been looked at already, but I wonder whether the sort of reality of things like energy consumption for these data centers has really been considered, especially at local level here.
Yeah, it's what Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, he kind of nodded toward this, and some of the press events he's done over the last day, where he said, ideally, we'd like to have some data centers that have their own gas-fired power turbines on site. In other words, we don't want to have to draw from the public grid, drive up prices, etc. But of course, these systems are hugely energy intensive, and each new generation gets dramatically more efficient, but that doesn't mean we use less. We just use more of it. So the energy consumption just keeps going up. And of course, the big question is like, what is the carbon footprint of that? And how does the industry deal with that? And as you say, also around water for these massive cooling systems. These are not just, you just throw up a house next to a new house. This is, these are large industrial sites.
I mean, if we're to picture a data center, because of course, in my head, Danny, I've got no idea really what it looks like. But we're talking about something that kind of looks like sort of one of those medium-sized power plants or something, or some of those huge power supplies which are kind of attached to large businesses, airports, etc. How do we visualize this?
Well, they keep getting bigger and bigger. I'll give you a sense of one. Meta Platforms, Mark Zuckerberg, CEO there, he said their plan is to build just one in America. They're calling it Hyperion. That is going to require 5 gigawatts of power, which is enough to power 5 million homes in the UK. And it's going to be a warehouse, effectively a giant shed that is almost the size of the footprint of Manhattan. So that gives you the sense of what we're talking about here.
Are we talking about something of that size in the northeast or wherever it ends up being? No, I was going to say otherwise. Planning law is going to go. I mean, it isn't going to get past the local town councillors, is it?
No. But I guess the point is, these are basically they're large boxes, so they're not they don't have giant smokestacks pumping out pollutants, but they are very large sites and they require a lot of energy and a lot of water.
Yeah, and look, the UK needs to make sure that it's not footing the bill for that energy, I suppose, no matter how good the deal looks. Thank you so much, Danny Fortson. It's really good to speak to you. Great to catch up. Thank you. Danny Fortson, who is the Times US West Coast correspondent. And you can hear more from Danny. He's co-host of the Times Tech podcast, which I recommend. It's always fascinating. Thanks to Danny. Coming up, we will hear from the former British diplomat Alexandra Hall. Stay with us.
Times Radio Breakfast with Kate McCann and Stig Abel.
The President is here and the Prime Minister is poised for a big press conference. We'll bring you all the latest from Donald Trump's visit.
It's the jeopardy, isn't it? We don't know what's going to happen. It could all go very, very well. It could all go horribly wrong. We'll see if we can make a prediction. We're also going to keep an eye on the government's flagship migration policy, one in, one out, that it never wants to talk about.
Times Radio Breakfast with Kate McCann and Stig Abel.
Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Visit Times Radio on YouTube for the latest videos and interviews.
What makes you feel good?
A hot cup of tea. The smell of freshly cut.
Live and on YouTube. I hope you've had a quick peek. You sort of get a bit of a behind-the-scenes view. You just get to look at my face and the faces of my guests, essentially. Anyway, I'm glad that many of you have been enjoying that this evening. We've been enjoying looking after you. It is, of course, an historic day here in the UK because we've had the first full day. It's day 2, but the first full day, really, of Donald Trump's historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. Let's get some reaction now from Alexandra Hall. She's a British diplomat, a former British diplomat, former Brexit councillor at the British Embassy in Washington. The King tonight speaking about the special relationship and what that might look like in the future.
Together, our scientists and engineers are shaping the world of tomorrow, not least with new partnership agreements on technology and the prosperity that stands to bring. Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace.
Well, let's speak to Alexandra Hall then. Good evening to you.
Hello, Kate.
From a diplomat's point of view, how important has the state visit been? What have you made of it so far?
So, from a professional point of view, this is an incredibly important visit because we are living in an extremely dangerous world. The security of Europe is under pressure, greater pressure than since World War II. And for the UK, we don't yet have a plan B. Our security relationship with the US is 1, 2, and 3 of our security. And then, especially since we left the EU, our economic relations with the US take on more importance as well. And the American economy is still incredibly powerful and attractive. So it's hugely important that we retain a good relationship with the UK and the US.
Yeah.
However,
go on.
If I'm allowed to comment as a private individual.
Yes, please do.
I also find it rather excruciating watching this visit because it is such an obsequious effort to flatter and fawn on the US president and pander to his vanity and ego. And yes, this is what we need to do. But it's also so humiliating that the UK is in this desperate situation and that this is what the UK-US relationship now requires. It always used to be the case that the US itself self-evidently wanted to maintain a good relationship with the UK and would have wanted to make everything work. And now we're kind of begging and pleading for the US to stay engaged, and it is very nauseating and humiliating to watch. And every single cliche has been rolled out. The carriages, the red arrows, the bands, the parades, the crowns, and just sticks in the craw.
I mean, look, the UK does this well. We're perhaps also celebrating, some people will feel it's out of context in a cost of living crisis when there are, when there is starvation in Gaza and several other challenges on the world or within the world climate. But the UK, this is also a display of what the UK does really well. So although it may irk you, this is part of our history. This is part of our culture. And actually, yes, is there any shame to trying to grab the attention of a US president who has so little attention span? I suppose this is the way to do it. And does it matter, Alexandra, if we're walking away with £30 billion tech deal, perhaps more tomorrow? We understand. Does it actually matter? If this is how we do business, surely it's just about securing that business.
So this is British soft power. It is pomp and circumstance, history and tradition, and many people around the world love it, and many British people are proud about it. I'm not opposed to all those things, and ultimately, if it achieves real substance at the end of it, including, for example, influencing the president's attitude on Ukraine or on Gaza, then more than just the UK can benefit from it. So this is what needs to be done, and we have to do it. The point I'm trying to make is that with previous presidents, I don't think we had to try quite so hard, and it did not require quite so much flattery and obsequiousness. That is what I find objectionable. Of course, the whole notion of a state visit is that, of course, you leverage all those wonderful assets that you've mentioned that do attract and appeal and give the UK some profile. I just wish we did not have to do it in this way for a US president who always used to see the UK-US relationship as important without needing all this padding. This is so focused on one man. I will make one other comment, however, which is, yes, the visit is designed to appeal uniquely to the president's own interests and his reverence for the royal family, which is great, actually. But there is a wider value to it because all the people around the president are also basking in the occasion, receiving attention. There's loads of opportunities for side conversations and side engagements. It builds up. Yeah. It builds up goodwill,
Alexandra,
on a much wider.
Thank you for being with us. I'm cutting you short slightly because we're running out of time to the end of the show, but it's been really interesting to hear from you. Good perspective there. And of course, we've been really enjoying being live on YouTube, bringing you the show this evening, the evening edition. The evening does not stop there. Carol Walker is with you next, so do stand by for Carol Walker. Thanks to the team behind the show this evening. Tomorrow it's a big day. We'll be with you from 7.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio, the voice of the Times.
It's 10 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good evening to you. President Trump says his second state visit to the UK is one of the highest honours of his life.
In the Oval Office right now, the beautiful bust of Winston Churchill to coin the phrase special relationship. But seen from American eyes, the word special does not begin